discipline is good, but he just chooses not to be too greedy. And okay, you know, the Tech 9 does get one, so that is quite nice, but good kills from the SMG there. Probably best case scenario, right? You get 2 kills, get traded, you could buy an A1S next round.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they've only got an MP9 and no chance at the round anymore. I've got Usuba, Tech 9, then I'll buy Heavy God. He's basically on 14 frags, but don't see that. Well, I mean, for Endpoint right now, they're looking like a solid roster. The inconsistency isn't plaguing them at all, and Isuba's decision-making with the pistol buy and overall struggling to get a proper read on what Endpoint want to be doing. They're in trouble, and they do all have AKs, but, well, that util is scarce. Like a recession in the 20s.
However, as good as Endpoint are, they lost to Swaggy, so how good can they really be?
True. Gap in the smoke, but let's see, we'll see that. There's no stress.
Good start on the series, isn't it, Endpoint? It's exactly what they need on their map pick, and well, MHL, he's been really good at getting opening kills in this map. Both with the all towards B, right? It's always been towards this B side of the map. He will get traded, and he kind of was out. He was in a weird position there where he was completely by himself, and he had Mikey from middle, and still had Petchin and Bloggers fighting him from shelf. So really hard there. And Petchin, lovely, expects Mighty Max to be swinging him, but Mighty Max will still find the frag. Raining, standing strong with his MP9, finally will fall to the hands of Mr. Bloggers himself. It's a 2 versus 2. Both the Israelis alive. This is a dangerous 2 players to be against. Very unformed, both in this game and just overall. And it will be Bloggers. He's made noise. He doesn't care. He's going to commit with this noise. Smoke on short and long. He needs to isolate his kill on Nerds, which he's done. Oh, he doesn't expect him.
Oh, nice.
Nerds. Oh, wait. Nerds just flashed by his teammate. Okay. Nerds almost got trolled by Heavy God there for a second. But no bomb down. Endpoint with 12. MHL could probably get an AWP out straight away. This is a really already good CT side from Endpoint.
Yeah, Mikey's nightmare at mid continues. There's just nothing that he can do. And no, maybe that round does come down to the util that Isuba was lacking, because you kind of feel cramped into a corner. You can't really throw a fake. You can't really throw any jabs or anything. It's just straight up, okay, well this is our plan, and we kind of have to stick to it. Even though there was a smoke left over from August, you know, he managed that nicely. There's a little Tech 9s. The usual Inferno goes off at the start all over the map. And Isuba only thereafter will be able to commence if they want to go for a push, and it's seemingly the case. Flashes goes through, but Mighty Max, while blind, has already got and frag tucks himself into the corner, but he will be eked out by the Tech 9. Mikey will continue and also gets that A1S in the hands. He'll try and continue, but the spray almost right on Luco, seemingly saved behind the pillar, but Isuba have gotten the sight.
That is huge. This is a genuine chance for them. Nerds does win out the duel though, and it's all on to Mikey. He has to get another ace in this map if he wants to secure Isuba a 7th, and he doesn't anticipate Heavy God to be there. He is looking at the smoke now. He's on 2 HP. That initiation of contact from NHL has put him very low. Oh my god, he could be getting another ace. No way is he about to do this. Nuts has no kick. Oh Mikey, that's his 2nd ace in this map. He does it on the half-buy, and Isuba, this could be a moment of salvation for this team.
No way, Mikey. He's gotten, what, like 17 frags, and 10 of those came from 2 rounds. He was on 2 HP in a 1v2, and he still gets it. This man, he gets just the perfect timing on Nerds.
He does get amazing timing there, to be fair.
Oh my goodness. That is insane. And Isuba, they could get that invigoration out of it. Endpoint immediately reduced the pistol as well. Yeah. Things are looking up now for Isuba, actually.
I didn't realize that would literally be like straight away, bam, eco. Also, I love how Levy has been, he's only got 8 kills, but a lot of them have been very high impact towards A. He just kind of needs to step up a little bit in that aspect. Yeah, Mikey 17 to 15, getting 10 of them in 2 rounds. That isn't the greatest when you look at it, let's be fair. Yeah, that is like, you want to be having, like, firmly, you want to have multiple 2 or 3Ks rather than 2 aces, you know? Like, you really don't want to have this, like, 2 rounds that we've won out of 7 have been because of me. However, I did nothing for the other,
Oh yeah.
like, 18 rounds of the game.
But we were talking about the inconsistency, and I feel like Mikey right now is the epitome of inconsistency.
Sorry, that is a stupid round to have won.
Yeah.
It's also that he's done it on 40 HP, and they know where he is as well, because I was just looking at back, he duels, I think he duels someone, and so like they know he like is in towards grass, and he's still able to get these 2 frags really well, isolates the 1v1, and that is some ace.
And they're killing the full HP player as well. And there was nothing happening in the pistol round. And meanwhile, MHL going down early, 100 HP, that's already putting the odds massively, not in your favor, but kind of eco. Look at everyone, another eco coming through. Their economy is in
I like this. No, I actually really like this because they could buy it. Like you look across the board, if they hadn't bought those deagles and armor and stuff, they could have bought, and they are just not forcing the issue. I think that's a really disciplined approach. That's something that they don't want to force the issue. They want to just go into this next like the next gun round with everything. You get me? And here they're just gonna look and try to do some damage. And damage, damage is a lot more when you're in a 1 versus 2. Petchin has the bomb not in his grasp because Endpoint have it. MHL's got an orb. Heavy God's got armor and an AK. What?
Oh, this feels dreadful, and they both have the guns that they like as well. MHL with an orb being able to look at, and I can't really see much chance here for Peshin. Yeah, that's just a simple shot for MHL. And
God,
I mean, okay, so you liked Endpoint going for the eco on this round and then buying back with everything that they've got. You must absolutely adore this then.
This is literally best case. You know, this is it's also the fact that. But this didn't feel like a misplay from Isuba. This was Isuba who had the opening pick. This was Isuba who knew that there was on pistols. They were playing far back. You had bloggers, you know, first contact. You had the 2 AKs holding for aggression. And somehow Endpoint get basically 3 1v3s on each player. And then it's great there, Surreal with a USP doesn't get cleared because of all the commotion. The 2 B players are like, oh no, we must run away. And Surreal is just straight away there to get 1 for free. And Endpoint, I mean, I think that's just round over them for pretty much, right? I mean, sorry, that's game over for Isu. But you know, like, you had a Mikey Ace, it's getting you back into the game series, and Endpoint kill you when majority of their team don't have armor.
A huge economic boost as well. MHL on 6,200, Heavy God 59.
Yeah.
Surreal won't be spotted just yet. Pesha needs to take a few steps forward before that can happen. But I mean, mental needs to be strong on the team. I don't know whether it was going to be this strong. It's been so topsy-turvy. They've been through an absolute roller coaster, and they are riding it time and time again. Their innings are all over the place, but they can get this under the belt. Perhaps, you know, it's still a skimpy buy that will come out. Oh, you know, I mean, you know, it's just another tiny thing that goes wrong. The nade against the wall. Otherwise, it would have been right on the foot of Surreal. Tiny things right now for Isuba.
Also, the time is really dwindling down low. They don't have a huge amount of utility. They're just going to pop onto Surreal close to smoke with Mighty Mags. It's just not fading. This smoke just isn't fading, and they're going to have to go through it. In the meantime, the UK core of this squad is going to do fantastic. What was that about UKCS you were saying, Mr. Hyperion?
Oh, no.
Also, that smoke just didn't dissipate. That smoke just didn't fade. For some reason, it just never seemed to go. And, you know, you've literally got 15 seconds. You've thrown the flash... The thing there with eSuper is that they've thrown the flashbangs and then gone, there's still a smoke. And kind of hesitated and gone like, oh, okay, we may as well go through now. I like how Surreal and Mighty Max, because they are so aggressive, the flashes don't affect them either. The flashes are going behind them. MHL is rotated in there. We can see from that last pick. And now Endpoint are 2 rounds away from taking their first map pick. This is a staple of Endpoints. I think this isn't that much a surprise that they are beating eSuper and Ancient. it's just such a UK map as well. Regionally, this is a very strong map for a team like Endpoint. And I think they're showing it quite well here. Their T side was just played perfectly, and their CT side is kind of done in that same manner, to be honest.
And it's due to being innovative in this particular game, and that doesn't mean entirely changing the game and the way it's played, but just having those little knacks that you didn't do before. Being aggressive all of a sudden on ramp when you were sitting at the back of site earlier on. And you see where they're going to run into the mulcher of Nerds unless they can overwhelm them. But Heavy got the countrymen, they're already joining forces. Well, this is a case of Nerds getting traded out, being right out into the open. There's enough angle, but Isuba, they are still a man down. And Heavy God has already assumed the position. Again, I don't know. Yeah, they're not taking this into account. Bloggers sprayed down from behind, and Heavy God. We were talking about that spray earlier.
Yeah.
He converts it another time, and Endpoint are on 15.
Yeah, pretty good round for just overall good round from everyone there. Like, this is looking so clinical. You know, you do lose one player, but I think you can kind of get away with losing one player when the round previous you were flawless and the round previous you won a eco. So their money is super strong. They have 7 chances of a match point. The British-led squad are looking good early here on the CCT. They've had some really successful results in CCT, making advanced deep runs in playoffs, and they're looking to do the exact same here. Firstly, though, Mighty Max will get caught off guard. Luco, the IGL, will yet again clash heads with the IGL of Endpoint, and this time he'll come out on top. Honestly, yet again, I'm pretty sure majority of those duels, Luco has actually won.
You see, man? They've yet to get the bomb down. The bomb is so far out, and Nerds immediately fighting backside. That bomb could get cut off as well. It doesn't really matter because Nerds, he's taking backside by his own. The rest of Endpoint, they are rotating over. So Pesha now getting this kill does free up and alleviate the pressure here again into a 3-on-3. But Peshin might just have a duel with a Brit up next. MHL, he's looked out by the smoke, but Peshin can't really get around the corners for real. Meanwhile, dispatching of Mikey. As they peek through the smoke. Yep, no, that's just Curtains. Bloggers whiffing the one free shot that he got, and now MHL's got his sights set on you. This is looking pretty dire for Bloggers. He hasn't necessarily been on point the entirety of the time, and now he needs to activate that within an instant. Locked up at the back of sight. Ample time left, but no bomb to be gained, and the initiation taken by Bloggers, but MHL is the one who wins that duel. Very convincing by Endpoint on Ancient.
Yeah, I really don't think there's anything else to say about that. They double the scoreline of eSupers, and that round I feel like epitomizes all of it, right? They have the man advantage, they have the bomb sites, and they just peek one by one to Nerd. He gets both of them, and they all just kind of fall in that way. The second map will be eSuper's pick, and they need to have something else here, you know? They need to go into this map and they need to have something else, or they will be going 0-1 in the CCT Northern Europe Series 2 main Swiss. It will be Mirage. We were saying this could be favorable for eSuper, and let's see if that will be the outcome. Don't go too far, because we'll see you guys in about 10 minutes.
is written. We will make our own destiny.
PlayStation.
This is my family. Every World Cup, we all get together.
Mate, let's go.
Vamos.
Karim eats goals for breakfast. Leo, he's one of a kind. With Sonny, everything's brighter. Nobody's faster than Hakimi. Serge's style is unbeatable. And you can't forget about your boy Storms. When football is everything, impossible is nothing.
맥도날드 좀 가져다 주시겠어요? Fancy mac and cheese! Mac? Can I go to McDonald's after this?
Sure. You went to McDonald's without me? Wow. I mean, you could have asked. Sorry. Can't need an apology.
was looking for. Now that my search is over, it's gonna be a tough choice. But fortunately, no need to choose when you can just have them all. Buy and sell skins on bitskins.com. Your one-stop shop for all CSGO skins.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault. And the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
After a refreshing new game on Ancient, we are right here into Mirage and Manor. How do you expect Isuba to come back from that? Because a 16-8 scoreline, it would look pretty dominant for Endpoint.
I honestly feel like it's just these opening initial rounds. Yes, last game we saw Endpoint completely crush Isuba in terms of momentum, and now for Isuba, they're starting off on this pistol round on the T side. It is their map pick. They are favored, and they're going to be contacting their way out of this A bomb site. 2 P250s, 1 Palace, 1 Ramp, and they're not going to clear Surreal. Logus will get the first kill. Wait, Levy's on stairs. How did he get there? But Heavy God, he hasn't been. They don't know he's here. He's missing a lot of shots, and ooh, this could be his downfall. And it will be. In the meantime, though, the pressure is being kept from Nerds and Mighty Max, but look at the HP across the board, and what a shot from Nerds. That is spectacular from Endpoint to salvage that, and it feels like Isuba, that was their round to win, and they somehow lose it after getting the first 2 kills.
Yeah, Endpoint were fumbling heavily. I mean, Surreal also struggling with the initial kill. He did manage to get it in the end, but both having their back turned towards the Heavy God position. It's not an uncommon position, but I want to see this in slow-mo because it didn't really look like he was actually... No, okay, he was absolutely on.
It wasn't on him.
I feel like Luco dropped down into the crosshair
Yeah.
off of the jump, and maybe some shenanigans went on there, but Isuba, or run boost, Flying Eagle, I can see it happening on MHL.
I think it is happening. Yeah, Flash comes through.
Oh,
Oh wow,
This is now
he
scary.
gets destroyed. Yeah, they play anti-flash at literally the worst time. They pop as he tries to push up, and Heavy God needs to make sure he doesn't die here. You really don't want to be losing this many casualties against pistols.
It looked very strong for Asuba, but they've taken a ton of HP, a ton of damage in the process without really gaining too much. August, he's got the sneak up, but Surreal already had that in his noggin. All locked up, ready to go. Luco
Oh,
gets executed by MHL. Top shot as well. And Endpoint now on 2, but that was around that Isuba had 1 Deagle win and they were just trying to do some damage. They barely do so. Oh, that's a very clean shot out of Peshin. Didn't bring anything though.
I think it's good that they that was a nice shot. Yeah, like they bring over the A1S into this round again. They're able to have 3 A1Ss of FAMAS and a scout early on here. Isuba, because again, so you know how I was saying like that they were buying these pistols in these second rounds, and because of that, we can really clearly see now the lack of utility they have. They literally have 3 smokes, a flashbang, and a Molotov, 140 on a clock. This just sets this sets them up for failure, in my opinion. Like, it's really hard when you're going into a full gun round. You're like, oh look, we can't even use majority of our utility. We have to think about everything twice. And in the meantime, look at this flank that's been put in place by Endpoint. Nerds and Surreal already pushed through this extremity, and you are correct. The bomb will be into the hands of Nerds right now. Isuba, they have a smoke and flash left. They now have a single flash left, and they've also lost their Palace player. All 4 players now sectioned towards middle, trapped in. What can they do?
Levy was the only hope for Isuba in that round. Him getting the kill and being able to have another back creep again, a back creep on the back creep, it just continues. But if you're just going to be sending 2 players out, just clearing out Nerds already is going to be a strugglesome factor. And now, yeah, you know his position. Congratulations. It's still Nerds that you're having to face, and he can reposition as well, doing exactly that. But, I mean, Isuba just needs to go at this all together, guns blazing, and try and get back that bomb and overwhelm a site. But this might just, with 30 seconds remaining, you still have to pick out a site, fight your way through. Honestly, do you just take the AKs into the next round? And Nerds is taking them all victim. No, he's still got 48 HP and bloggers. There's no chance anymore except doing a bit of damage. But my goodness, what a round for Endpoint.
Yeah, that's a great point that you made as well. It's like, even if Nerds, say, didn't get either of those kills, and if Nerds had just died when it was like 25 seconds left on the clock, there's only still 25 seconds. Like, what can you do? What do you do with that when you have... And I actually, at first, was like, I don't like the fact that Surreal's left him. And then I've gone, actually, no, it's really nice because they are just able to anchor down these bomb sites really effectively. You know, like, if he dies here, for instance, 25 seconds left, and you've got 2 players A, 2 players B, where do you go with that? The bomb's just been picked up, but he survives as well. They keep all 5 players alive, if I'm not mistaken.
Endpoint, we mentioned on the Ancient as well how individualistic Nerds sometimes puts him. In this particular spot, Endpoint wanted Nerds to be individualistic.
Yeah.
Pop off or don't, either is fine. We'll have the bomb site reinforced. I really like that decision making to utilize a person's strength on the spot and adapt to the situation at hand. No matter how much research you do, you can't really prepare for exactly that.
Yeah, you can't prepare for someone to just go, yeah, I'm going to kill everyone. And that's a very strong commodity to have. Nerds is feeling confident, and to be honest, it seems like so are the whole of Endpoint. Very nice Molotov there is going to actually maybe go a little bit too far, and because of that, Bloggers will be boosted into window. That saved AK has to go huge here. In the meantime, though, they've already lost the first pick over towards Palace, but they seem, for now, unaware there could be a player here. Nerds is checking it, but he's not going to see anyone.
That could be the end that Isuba needs. They have got a player down, but if you can catch Nerds, that's another AK picked up for Luco. And Peshin faltering, and Luco is going to try and overwhelm Nerds, but well, many have tried and many have failed as well. Bloggers have snuck into CT. That's at least something. They might be able to get the bomb plant off of this. Ample time left as well to get that flank properly worked out, but then you've still got Nerds who's tucked away. I mean, there's still one on balcony, so he's just going to go for the frag. Struggles a little bit, but now Bloggers has got an open hands, and this round entirely became impossible, but the cross onto sight, Nerds will prevent that. Still, the bomb is in favor of Bloggers, and he might be able to retrieve, but at this point, he's too late already, and he's going to be saving that up and skedaddling.
That is a weirdly good outcome of this round, because so I was going to mention is that it's grand that he saved this AK, for instance, into this round. But the problem he has with that then is that in round number 5 now, he wouldn't have been able to buy with the rest of his team. But because he has that AWP and he still has head armor, he can just buy, you know, smoke and a flash, and you're on the same level of the rest of your team. that was a really winnable round. I feel like it all came to this duel here, not this one, but the next one for Nerds, where he drops the bomb. For instance, if the bomb had crossed or if Nerds had died, that round is maybe, if anything, won, because you have bloggers in a very strong position with the orb.
Yeah. Even though bloggers on Ancient didn't necessarily look too strong with the orb, it's a new map. You're refreshed again, MHL. He's still feeling on point. It's tough to get a proper look on when there's a smoke. And then very much the same for Nerds. And went through the smoke and almost went up in smoke thereafter. Endpoint still a very strong start.
Look at Nerds. He's still aggressing. He's on 2 HP. He tried to fight with Heavy God there, but that's not a great re-aggression from Endpoint overall.
Yeah, now Nerds on 2 HP. He's going to get the AWP in his hand. Well, Isuba. This round has their name written all over it. Now they just actually need to convert that and make it. There's NHL. That's just better. Better time than Peshin. Peshin wasn't aware of it. MHL getting sprayed down. Another player that will join the singular digits in terms of HP. They're still alive. They're still kicking it.
They're alive, but they're not in the right area of the map. The bomb shall be planted on the B bomb site, and that's a good kill, especially considering last round was quite costly. They had to rebuy the AWP, for instance, and they're not going to have the AWP in this round either. For next, this is actually a very costly affair for Endpoint. It's very early on yet. They haven't been able to stabilize their economy. And Isuba, I think it would be worth sending 2 players as a pack to go and hunt for Surreal. Taking that A1S out of the server would be really detrimental. Because I think if they do save this A1S, they can still maybe afford a buy for the next, considering Mighty Max and Nerds have such a deep economy. And Surreal, he's got to be careful here. He really can't afford to die.
He might just have to drop on Levy. Indeed does. Oh no, Surreal. This is now the exact opposite of being careful. Still sticks it out, but he gets gunned down by Mikey. And apart from just the A1S, he still had a molly and a nade as well. So it's good util that he had on him. And that belt now also gets clobbered up in Isubo. Their very first round will have repercussions, even more for Endpoint, so that Isubo probably should get 2 in a row if Endpoint do decide to save entirely. But that's just a big fumble there out of Surreal, not getting this kill. Yeah, yeah.
I want to sit there and go, oh, it's because the A1S got nerfed, but no, because he only hit him 3 times. Like, he only hit him 3 times, so it's not even that. Like, he just missed a shot. But yeah, no, you can see, I think, a direct repercussion of that is that they haven't bought into this. Nerds is the only man with any real investment. Deagle Armor. Max is going to be dropping over that AWP to MHL next round. And Isuba, this should be a quite easy round for them. With that in mind, though, last time I think I said that they lost to Pistols, so I don't want to count my chickens just yet, but I think in this instance, surely a second.
Isuba have left the bomb far behind again, which is scary. Look at how scared they are of the push-up. They're mollying Palace. No, nobody's even near Palace. There's no step either, but maybe that's how afraid they are of the push behind. I still can't really see the purpose of that molly because now it's dissipated as well, and the bomb carrier could still get pegged. And Levy and Peshin, they'll put some bullets on the heads. Surely in a 3v5, you've converted just the one Deagle Mikey wreaking havoc, and the Deagle does come to fruition, but it's also going to get overwhelmed. Luco, just swing wide and spray him down.
Pretty easy stuff. I think there's not really too much to say about this, right? It's pretty just a nice Max gets 1 more. I feel like that's weirdly enough pretty good scenario for Endpoint as well. You get 2 kills. You had you had 2 Deagles and 1 piece of armor, and now you've already got that AWP being bought for MHL over. Max is going to drop it over, and this is, I guess, where it starts back again. You've taken this round out, and Endpoint, they want to get back on the wagon.
They're going to have to do it with the MHL on low util, and of course an AWP picked up. He's not going to be playing this round with the USP. But mid has thus far been all of Isuba's. Endpoint have responded well in the gun rounds that they have to encase them in that mid and disallow them to go further, but at least Isuba are taking that first step of getting map control under their belt and then seeing what they can do with it. But it seems like Isuba are more spread out towards the B bomb site now. Mikey has infiltrated connector. Won't really get anything out of it. And if he does step out, MHL's got his scopes set on him. A nice setup for Isuba.
Also, like, they haven't used anything to get mid. I think they've literally just used one, like, what?
Well, yeah,
Did that
Mikey.
just, huh? CSGO? Oh, yeah, sorry. A grenade which is a centimeter off the ground when I'm elevated isn't going to hit me. But yeah, they haven't
was a
used any
wooden box.
utility. They haven't used any utility to get it, so now they can just use everything they have on, say, bomb site, but they will actually contact MHL. He will get caught off guard, but he's going to do really well to get another kill. It's going to just bait in perfectly for Surreal. However, when I'm saying that, Mikey is just going and killed everyone. Okay, never mind, but they could be playing for heavy god. He could deny the bombs, but oh, he's not fast enough. Palace, Default, and Brown is where the T's all are holding from, and that's nice post plants, and Mikey continuing by flexing his muscles and hopefully getting a little bit more consistency, because as we were saying, he got over half his kills last game in 2 rounds.
And if you're heavy gold, you don't really expect that you've got a free pickup on the bomb planter. Like, you just expect somebody to be looking your way. And as soon as you do peek, that's just the end of you. It does seem like Isuba are sending 2 players out to at least make sure that they're secure. They're not going to go any further than CT. They're not going to go in the hunt. Would have been way too late anyway. At that point, Mighty Max is long gone in the wind. But Isuba, they're starting to get closer to Endpoint, who had a 4-round streak at the very start, and Isuba on the precipice of doing the exact same, looking at the money from Endpoint. With Mighty Max's save, he might be able to drop over an A4, but perhaps he's just going to drop 5-7s or nobody's going to buy anything. A plethora of options on the side of Endpoint, and they just decide to keep it as is.
Double boost onto B. I think a big part for Endpoint last round was they lost mid and didn't really do anything with it, and I think that is kind of the main factor. Luco could get caught off guard. That's
The bomb again.
yeah, that is gonna be ooh, because you've got
No.
Mighty Max with you. That's the M4. So he's going to be able to claim this bomb. In the meantime, if oh no, they're looking. Okay, I was going to say if Surreal can kill Luco, that'd be absolutely huge. But because Surreal's died, this might be for Isuba's perspective that no one's there. You can see that Luco is clearing out B really methodically. But it is going to be, oh, yeah, that's a very nice entry for Levy. But, like, the bomb, it needs to come towards A. It's going to have to go past the Mighty Max. And the only issue is just everyone's dying. So Max literally has to 1v5. And he's in a really awkward position where it's like, does he reveal himself? Or does he wait for the bomb who's coming behind him? He's going to get that bomb who's coming behind him. Bomb gets dropped. Mighty Max. If there's ever a time to 1v5, this would be it.
This is such an annoying bomb drop position. They're going to expend all their util down his end. Mighty Max about to be overwhelmed by his Isuba player. That's at least one, but Mikey threw the smoke, and at that point, yeah, the smoke is just a makeshift wall that you can shoot through very easily. And Isuba, they do exactly that. Get the round under their belt. But there were moments where it looked incredibly scary, and Endpoint in a round where they didn't really have much. They utilized it to perfection, but even had Max gotten those kills, it still wouldn't have really worked due to everybody dying earlier on already. So those AKs that would have been dropped, it would have just been damage down to the economy of Isuba.
There's a lot of pieces that had to go right there. And I think the main part of that was just someone on the A bomb site getting a kill. Whereas they all played solo. And it's the fact that Nerds got mollied right in or was it MHL got mollied in Ticket? It's just like unlucky. Like you can't really do much about that when you're playing in a tough position and everyone gets hard swung. Very unfortunate, especially when you've got the non-armored pistols. But Isuba, they will get 4 in a row for themselves. They'll match Endpoint's scoreline after their original levels of success. And it looks like they will be going for this early mid aggression yet again. And yet again, it's going to be pretty much just given up for free.
Something that is not for free, but it does look pretty. Bitskins, new P2P feature, and that's player-to-player trading. And make sure to check out our partners over at Bitskins. But Endpoint, it's time to slap back Org Meta for a second. As soon as I saw the A1S change, I was like, okay, back to an Org Meta, baby. But unfortunately, we haven't really seen that. I'm glad to see Heavy God back on it, and hopefully for him it actually works out as well. Yusuba, they've been laying awake in those 10 minutes in between. They don't want to have another ancient. They're looking on point right now. They're looking crisp, and overall the strategy is refreshing to see. Even though Mirage is a little bit less strategy intensive map than Ancient, they are still well prepared and are finding new ways to come at Endpoint.
I'd say that they're not doing anything too different. They're actually playing a very just simple style of CS. It's working out really nicely. Oh, what a smoke this is. That's perfect for this scenario. Such a situational smoke, and it completely negates a lot of this defense. Mighty Max is just forced to just cover behind that bench. But right now, it's actually given Heavy got a really strange one-way. They're going to plant in the smoke as it's fading. It's a tap. Heavy God is baited in by that tap, forced him out of position, and Petchin, lovely double entry from him. After MHL did secure the first stop shot on Levy, it looks like this round will be tumbling away from Endpoints.
And that Flash also tumbling away from MHL, but perhaps there's an opening. But the Bull has charged on the rest of Endpoint. Are going to be running away and tucking themselves into safety. Heavy got baited in heavily there, though. Like, if he doesn't charge there, they'll still be on site. They'll still have a standing man who's able to infiltrate and try and challenge. But MHL on the lookout, trying to do some more damage on to the side of Yusuba. Every single bit counts, I guess, because the T economy is starting to build, and they are starting to build those rounds as well. 5 in a row now for Yusuba. And even though Endpoint look like they've got a finger in every round, they can't really crank it open just yet. And yeah, there we have another look at Heavy God charging. Peshin is on point now though. At least that round.
Yeah, that round was really crisp. And for me, it's that tap. They tap the bomb and it completely baits Heavy God out. But because they saved 3 rifles, they will be full buying back into this one. It's not too scary just yet for Endpoint, but they are losing a little bit of a lead now on this CT half. Got to be careful they don't just allow Yusuba this much momentum. And Mikey, he's looking to recreate what Petchin was doing last round and does get a little bit... Ooh, I don't think he would have even seen Nuts, actually. So he does look away at the worst time, but I think Nuts was always going to get that frag. And in the meantime, Surreal, very similar to what he did in this pistol round, covering and cowering over in Sandwich. It's going to be more than fine. And this smoke as well that he has in his back pocket will be put down when he gets mollied. And this round is looking a little bit better from Endpoints than the last 5.
Bomb again for Yusuba so far in T-spawn, but Luca did find an opening in the smoke. That doesn't really bring them anything just yet. Now it's starting to bring them something. Bloggers with another frag picked up. B entirely cleared out. And Yusuba, they immediately go back to try and grab the bomb. This is a problem. You don't really have it on demand, right? You still have to go and rotate back entirely. And it kind of comes down to Bloggers holding down the B bomb site. And as soon as he goes looking, it'll be taken out by MHLs. As soon as Yusuba started to get back into the round, Endpoint respond, and they clobber them out of it as well. Unless Peshin can pull off the 1v3, does have the bomb, but no util to play with, and the Endpoint are spreading out again, trying to do the math real quick on where he can be, and they decide that he could be at both sides, so they'll look at both as well. But MHL's got the lookout on the apps, and I feel like running through apps, as soon as there's an AWP scope on you, you're just dead any day of the week, and Peshin, he's just written up already, and his death warrant was signed by Nerds.
A weird round there from Yusuba because it was a 3 versus 5, and they just sent all 3 players to different areas of the map. You had Bloggers over towards short of the AWP, and it was in the end him alongside Luco. So Luco got that first kill on Heavy God from triple. Bloggers opens up the B bomb site, and it's really good. But the problem is, because they were so isolated and because they were so sectioned off, that went from being in their favor to then their downfall, because they all went to do the exact same thing they had done before, take the individual fights, and they then resulted in Endpoint success. So Something that went well for Isuba was actually in the end their downfall and Endpoint do even up the scoreline, but because Isuba had won 5 rounds in a row fairly cleanly, look at their economy. They've actually got a Mac 10 on Luco, but that isn't a mistake. That's on purpose. They have so much money and they've chosen to do this. And I think this must be because of a set play. He's the second player going in towards the B bomb site. Blogus is actually the first. This AWP is looking like it's going to try take contact, or actually no, it's going to be the Mac 10 taking space, and then the AWP kind of behind him, trading out almost as that like second, third player.
It is a curious decision to go for a Mac 10. Yeah, I mean, especially if it works out. You can, because the first player through B is basically always dead. Luco, maybe he can just run around and matrix those bullets, dodge around them. But Endpoint are already heavily reinforcing, and Isuba now trekking back. Seemingly don't have too much confidence in their current plan, at least, or maybe their plan is drawing in Endpoint players. This entire round thus far is an enigma, and I really want to see what Isuba are going to continue to do. Luco is at least sticking over towards the B bomb site, perhaps more of a fake out initially, and then they go for the real one to make it seemingly less potent or less of a surprise. That's already Mikey opening up, and my goodness, yeah, that's the plan, I guess. Just have Mikey pop off again, but they are going to go over towards the B bomb site. Luco in first with a Mac 10, and he's going to try and jump shot Mighty Max. Does exactly that. Trades himself out for an A1S, and the rest of Endpoint, they're already onto the A site and ready to save.
That whole round, it's literally, if MHL had got that kill on Mikey, that's a round win, because you'd have him supporting Mighty Max where he can. You'd have Nertz not so focused on trying to trade out his teammate, and he'd be able to rotate over. Also, lovely flashbangs from Isuba. You see that Max, he dodges like 3 of them, and it's just that final flash that lands in his face. And ironically, it's actually the Mac 10 that gets the entry kill. Really nice from Isuba. They're clawing their way back on this T side. They're keeping it very contestable, unlike it was on Ancients.
T side as well. T side, Mirage. Still, they're getting those rounds, and they're looking solid in doing so as well. It's not Mikey popping off in 2 rounds and the rest being rather quiet. He's got some effect every single round, and as you mentioned in the previous one, basically the round winner as well, entirely opening up, leaving Mighty Max to his own devices. That's tough, though. MHL did leg Mikey, reducing him to 17. But yeah, I feel like this was kind of the point man approach for Luco, for Isuba as an entirety. Send him in, even if he does get a headshot at there by Mighty Max or even sprayed down. That's a lot of intensity that you're having to flick up into the air, trace him down as well. You can be so pacey with that Max in, and now also an economical advantage arose out of that spot, gathering an A1S and being able to take it into the next round. While Endpoint, they're on their last devices in terms of economy. They are at max loss bonus at this point, with Mighty Max on 1k, Heavy Gold 1.2, Saru also above that even. They might be able to buy up another time, but they do need to get a few frags in between as well.
I really like that round from Isuba. Like that, I was just it was actually such a nice round. They did everything so perfectly. A little bit lucky, I guess, though, that Mikey gets that kill on MHL. There's a lot stemming on that. But for now, mid aggression yet again uncontested. What they're going to do is they're going to send Nertz and Surreal once again pushing over towards the extremities, and they are going to get spotted quite early on. But it's going to be because they find Levy. This is like a repeat of so many rounds. Push the extremities, kill Levy and Palace, find the bomb. This time, it won't be as... it's going to be a little bit different because the bomb does get picked up. Blogus won't have this disability of Nuts placing himself there and killing everyone. So it's a little bit different, a little bit better for Isuba, but regardless, they do have the man deficit, and it seems like they are going to be forcing their way over towards the A bomb site. That's a lovely, lovely play from Luco here. He is being held, though. Never mind. Okay, I was going to say, that's lovely from him to shift through that deep jungle smoke. Either way, though, Surreal's going to be careful because he does have the AWP and two other players looking at him. That's a lovely nade to finish off what he started.
Heavy Gut now ties into the killing as well.
That's great, yeah.
Blogus finally manages to get one back, but Blogus Just cleared out by Nerds. And it was one of those cases where Endpoint, they had the bomb, got a kill, and immediately went back. Isuba thought they were being nifty by just going through connector and sneaking in behind this push-up. But Endpoint, they went back, tucked themselves in again. And the nade, that was lightning as well. Nothing that Bloggers could have been doing. And Asuba, I'm starting to dislike them leaving the bomb in the exact same spot every single round, because that's the third time that Endpoint have probed and also gotten something out of it, and almost won the round off of the back of that due to the ripple effect in Isuba. They've got enough money, but it allows Endpoint now to start building a bank, and that economy is healthy for at least another round. For Isuba, you need to keep that CT economy at a bare minimum. It's not all the usual. Nurch with just the one smoke. He's in an off angle. So aggressive here yet again. Just taking the fight head on. Nurch does have the follow-up.
Good 1-for-1, I think. Petchin is being brought down very low, so he's not going to have that same level of confidence peeking out. However, look at Mikey. Mikey has got out of connector. This is a massive gap because they think they're holding it. So the CT, oh, the vent isn't broken. Okay, that's actually really, really huge for them. So I was going to say, MHL seems like he knows he is holding connector. And the fact that Mikey has got out is huge. He might be going to his downfall now, though. And in the meantime, Nuts is in a lovely aggressive position towards ramp. Ooh, that Molotov is going to bait for him perfectly. This is perfection.
Yeah.
And the bomb is just going to walk into his grasp. Petchin, oh, you know what? Never mind. He is the best player to ever touch the surf. The read of a century. Lovely first bullet headshot on low HP. And it's all down to MHL here. Doesn't anticipate Mikey to be so close. And Heavy God, 1 versus 3. The Molotov has ticked him. Tries to take the long duel fight on Bloggers first. Misses that. And it will be Mikey, of course, to put the nail in the coffin. 7-6. Lovely round from Misuba.
Yes. Heads up by Peshin to actually peek around the corner. Huge crucial frags, and with 22 HP, there was literally 1 bullet needed. But Isuba do get their 7th. And that's the change that a map can make. Isuba were making those mistakes earlier and not really doing their due diligence against Endpoint on Ancient. Right now, we see none of that for Isuba. They are heads up, charging through now as well. Levy, point man, head of the spear, early onto sight, having an altercation, but Surreal does back down off of that and wants the reinforcement from MHL. This is now the backbreaker. If they lose, they basically have got another locked up, and Isuba doing exactly that, but exposes himself to MHL, and he's got to pull the trigger on that any day. The bomb yet again in the exact same spot, and they're kind of counting on Luco, who's now dead, to take that bomb. Now they have to send another person to try and get that.
Luckily, the one thing that is on their side is time. They have got 1 minute and 15 left on the clock, but oh, everyone just died instantly. Okay, that was really nice from Endpoint. MHL from CT does really good to get 2. 3 in a round in total for him, and it's so dead even. The round is going back and forth, back and forth. No team towards the end here has been able to stabilize anything, and I'm surprised that Endpoint have been consistently able to keep an economy. The T side makes a little bit more sense because they've, bomb plants, all that shenanigans. But it is coming towards an end here, and I think Endpoint, looking at this economically, this could be their stance where they find an 8th, and they have an advantage going into the second half.
Suba actually taking the bomb with them. That's a first. But an aggressive A hit with the Tech 9 in there as well. The smokes go over the top, and indeed it is aggressive. It is quick. Nerds tries to step out, but he realized that's maybe overdoing it a tad. Might be getting nated early on. Surreal trying to play the smoke. There's a gap in the smoke, and that might just be the end of the round already, even though it's crazy. That one gap in the smoke could call it that, but Nerds, he's just gotten the bomb down. And Mikey up next, just due to the one gap, and he's due with the setup, is nipping them in the bud, and the bomb on top of the box as well.
Oh, wow, I didn't even see that.
Yeah, that's just a fat L that you can't do anything about, but perhaps you can clear them all out and get some sort of safety. Peshin in the altercation, and Nurt with 3k goes down.
Nerds had a great round individually, but wait a second. Mighty Max, that nade is going to deal with one. The bomb is claimed. Luco dancing around triple box, reduced to his secondary. Very low bullets left. Same with Mighty Max. Everyone's reloading, and he's trying to hunt him down with the USP, and he will succeed. The big Mighty Max from the UK, the IGL of Endpoint, will give them an 8th. And as much as Nerds has done great that round, I want to give praise to Surreal. Putting that smoke down in front of him on CT reduced so much time, and it allowed for every single rotation to come in. Nerds, obviously, yes, he's done amazing by getting 3 kills, but the other players have provided quite a lot without necessarily getting a kill, and that's a perfect nade for Bloggers as well.
That looked so close. I mean, there could have been a plethora of different things going wrong there that would have cost the round for Endpoint. That would have felt like a slap in the face, though, for Nurch, getting a 3K and still losing out the round. But Isuba, and they're now on the CT side, and they've been rather nifty. Look at this push-up already. Levy, he's got to catch them all in the back if he does decide to push on through, but it seems like he's just staying posted. It was unfortunate to see that. I always hope that they've got that aggression, but you know, the X-ray gets crazy ideas in my head.
Ooh, that's a nice little entry from Heavy God. And that's exactly what they need, because it's just forced everyone towards the extremities of this bomb site. It's been completely relinquished by Isuba. They've rolled out the red carpet after Bloggers has died. Mikey trying to go for a cheeky little jump shot. Luco is here. Everyone's here apart from Levy. And for Endpoint right now, they've got to make sure they keep aware of Levy being a possibility. Right now, that doesn't seem to be the case. And as I say, that MHL turns around, but it does not matter. Oh, wow, by far. I was going to say Surreal should have this, but no, Levy's had an absolute stormer. It's all down to Heavy God, who did find that first kill, but what a resurrection for Isuba in this round. They don't lose a single man after that first loss, and that is really genuinely quite nice from them.
And they get the pistol around. That is huge for them. Endpoint are now at a crossroads. On Ancient, they decided not to buy up thereafter. They very well could here. But Isuba with a massive pistol round under the belt. Yeah, you don't really expect. It's just unfortunate timing. Surreal. He wanted to divert his attention somewhere else, and that actually cost him in the end. But Endpoint going for the exact same approach, buying up a Deagle, seeing what damage they can be doing with that. But Isuba's got a heavy buy into this. Only 1 MP9 to try and farm up that cash, and it's on Bloggers as well, just to get that up a little bit earlier if you can manage to pick up the frags. Endpoint, they're just spread out and trying to put Heavy God in a godlike position. They're doing a bit of damage, and Surreal actually has got some damage done as well, but they're all just faltering and getting swept by the wayside.
I was really surprised when I saw some stats provided by Mr. Mischief himself, Mr. Big Up Fib. He has the god of stats in the UK of Endpoint being really bad at converting second round after they lose pistol. And I was always quite confused of like, how can it genuinely be that low? And I think a big reason for it is we've seen it both maps so far of Endpoint. You get the bomb down the T side on the pistol round, you lose, and that normally means insta-buy. However, Endpoint haven't been doing that. They've been saving for that second round and having so much money now in this first gun round. So it kind of makes sense for that statistic if people are looking at that going, oh, why do Endpoint have such low second round win rates after the pistol? That's the reason why.
And it worked out previously.
Yeah, it works, so may as well.
Yeah, they are one of the only teams that consistently does that, though.
You do not see that much. This is a very rare thing.
And it always becomes the question, is it a brilliant move, or is it something that you think is brilliant, but actually is just a little bit silly and off-kilter that doesn't necessarily work out? Bloggers, he's sitting at mid, though, and I feel like that's just a silly thing that's not going to work out. With an MP9, maybe he still feels like he's got an AWP in his hands. MHL taking a bit of damage early on, and the U2 in the earlier firefights do work out for Isuba. Still, they've got one caught out in the mid, trying to spray him down. Mighty Max taking even more damage in Endpoint. They're going to have to start this round with a deficit.
Yeah, Isuba have been great on their CT side. Both T, wow. I was going to say, I was praising their mid control, both CT and T side. Does it really matter, though, when you have Nerds just killing you on the jump peak? Bye-bye, Mr. Luco. The IGL has no say in what happens in this round. And because of that, Endpoint are going to be spurred over towards this A bomb site. But something we did see a little bit on Ancient is their slow approaches after those opening kills, where eSuba seemed to have a pretty good idea of what's going on, and they're going to commit over towards this A bomb site. And because Endpoint are taking so long, because they've shown a little bit of presence and then slowed down, eSuba have this read. 3 players here, and Petra's not even far off either.
Livy really wants the information, but Nerds has not given him an inch, and now the flash goes over the top. Mikey through the smoke, but he'll be able to get Heavy God down, even though he was slightly flashed. That dissipates far enough. Levy with another frag, and now Nerds down as well. That just leaves Surreal and Mighty Max, the 2 Brits, to try and clear this one out, but Surreal getting engaged from a different angle that he was looking at. Mighty Max has an entirely open bomb site, but no bomb to plant, and it's just around for eSuba. I didn't really like this slow approach. Nert's got a phenomenal opener. Look at that. I mean,
you should be popping.
Yeah, exactly. You should just immediately go and overwhelm your opponent off of the back of a shot like that, because you now you allowed them to build up, get smokes and flashes, and eSuba counter nicely.
Yeah, I think Endpoint have the... I was going to say, when you were saying, like, oh, is it better or worse, and they don't buy that second round, I don't think you really can say if it's better or worse. I think it's a really just like a situational. Like, I don't think there is an answer. One thing I did like is that they do have the utility, and that was something that eSuba didn't have when on their first run round, and I mentioned that. However, really good start for eSuba yet again in round number 19. This map is looking so good for them right now. They're just dominating Endpoint at every single hurdle, and MHL, yeah, he gets one with the P250, but that seems like it will be all he gets. That nade surprisingly doesn't finish him off, and with just 1 HP, he is calling for the grave is calling for him.
Might defy that for a little bit longer, but the spray transfer for Blogus, nicely on point. Just needs to hit the 1 bullet. eSuba, they're looking incredibly strong. Endpoint are struggling to find a thing that works. You know, sending Nerts out towards the A bomb site, see whether he can wreak havoc there, but eSuba respond appropriately by just nading him to oblivion. Endpoint need to come up with something new, and eSuba, their economy is starting to build. They've got 2 AKs as well locked up. That's always the preferential gun. A1S, A4 debate. Just give me the AK at that point. Well, Endpoint, they're going to go for a mid play and try and take control there. So Mac 10, by the way. This time by force.
Mid control not as hotly contested by eSuba. They're actually being... I'm trying to see what it is. Levy underpass. Interested to see what the end goal for eSuba here is, having this player underpass, because right now Levy is in an awful spot, checking both angles back and forth, because like Surreal can just peek him, and it's quite hard when you're just like dancing back and forth. But now he's actually going to aggress into the hands of the Brit, and he will not expect him to be that close. He looks for the further angle, and that will be his demise.
And the rest of Endpoint, and yet again, recommitting on the mid. Getting it this time, Nerds with another nice shot. This man just doesn't have enough. 18 frags for him already, leading the charge for the team. Now's Mighty Max up next. The IGL, he rethinks his options, and Heavy God, he might have something to do with that, with this information coming through that they cite seemingly is pretty clear. But Mighty Max, he's already evaded the AK. The bomb gets tagged up, but that doesn't really matter. Still ample time left to get it planted. Now Luco, he actually wouldn't have touched him, but he still repositioned. They are letting Luco stay in this position. They don't care. They're posturing up for the defense, and it doesn't really look like eSuba want to even attempt it. Staying far out and getting those guns over. A very safe, heavy very safe, heavy Mirage.
I like that though, being very disciplined. I feel that there's no need to force the issue. Like, you have 10k in the bank, you can go for this, but realistically, you're not going to win this round. And I really like the fact they saved it. I think this is really disciplined, and it just gives them so much more opportunity in the future, not just next round.
And they have so much money. And that's where the discipline comes through. Now, if you're strapped for cash already, it's a very easy decision at that point. But if you have more than enough, you really need to think, okay, well, you have to have that future vision. In a few
Yes.
rounds from now, we might not have that money. And even if we do win the rounds continuously, if there's 3 or 4 players that die every single round, we are still slowly but surely getting whittled down. So Endpoint, even though they're getting closer in terms of winning the rounds, the economy is still so established for the Czechia side.
Yeah, I think it's a problem we have in the UK scene. Teams just forcing the issue quite unnecessarily. But big shout out to our partners over at Bitskins. You saw them on the screen. Make sure to check them out if you want to pick yourself up a nice skin. But please do not get an AWP fade. Whatever you do, do not get that skin.
Ooh, okay. Why the shade to the old fade?
It's just so bad. Ironically, as we're calling it out, he'll actually put it to quite good use, and that will be MHL getting the opening pick in this round for Endpoint. We saw him do it quite a lot on Endpoint over towards that on Endpoint on Ancient over towards that B bomb site, and this time I think I haven't seen it as much for him, to be honest, this map, but it's a good start from in the right direction, and it will be eSuper trying to make a play here over towards B, and oh, they seem to have a really good idea of what's going on, because look, Luco's left the A bomb site, which has allowed Heavy God to walk out. So Endpoint didn't have a clear direction. They were just chilling on a very plain default. You know, you have Surreal just lurking in apps, and Heavy God, he kind of just shifts out Palace, goes, there is no one here, and because there's no one there, he just keeps on going, keeps on prowling, and just never finds anyone. eSuper, they gamble stack towards B.
Wait. Oh no.
Wait,
wait.
What's happening? Why
There
is
should still
MHL?
be time, right?
Yeah. It's just MHL's gone. Oh, it's because they haven't cleared ramp. You could see he was scared for a second. Yeah, okay, no, that makes a little bit more sense. But still, actually, doesn't really. But 10 seconds left. The bomb will literally go down just about. Maybe a little bit too close than needed. But I think Surreal understood that the majority of the forces were towards B there. And again, eSuper, they will just save. Again, they'll have a full by next round. They have 3 players alive. The loss bonus as well is only just going to get higher and higher. So this is really just not a bad position for eSuper. They aren't quite at that deficit yet, but the rounds are closing out. So it's only going to be 1 between these 2 teams now.
Another 3-gun save attempt, but Endpoint this time they know the task at hand. The dogs are out, they're barking, they're hunting. MHL and Heavy God, that's the first 2.
Ooh.
And that just leaves Luco. Fires off that AK, and that it might just be this death wish. Indeed, it is. Nutty shot on Nerds. Sometimes people dish it out to him as well. But Endpoint now on 10, and look at the economy. It's so costly to buy up on the CT side that even if you have 5 digits, it's a very nice shot out of MHL as well. Overall, a lot of nice shots. Like 5 digits immediately whistled down to about 3k.
Yeah, that's kind of the CT side economy for you in a nutshell. Yeah, I guess the money's gone now. If you had the save, it'd be a completely different story. But no, this is coming towards the do or die for eSuper if they want to kind of prolong this 3rd quarter in their favor. It's a good game. I'm enjoying this a lot. I can't lie.
And this is very potent to go OT as well. Like,
yeah, I it's definitely not out of the question, right?
With how close these teams are and how well Endpoint have also started posturing up on the T side. For a second there, it looked like eSuper were just going to take their CT side by storm, but Endpoint have responded appropriately and have gotten their T side rounds now on the board. And it's always that little gust of wind that you need to get the boat sailing. And Endpoint, they're sailing now and they're cruising on toward the B bomb site, or at least it looked like it for a second. Immediately they go back.
Playing this is something we saw in Ancient as well. Such a reserved T side. Rarely have they. I think on Ancient they like to quicken the pace up towards middle, where they were trying to go for a kill though. Here it's more just to control. And Heavy God, oh, that's perfect. Like he literally goes around that cover as Luco's peeking out. So it's a nice little peek. Bloggers though still standing with this AWP. You've also got Petchin on CT. This is not overall an awful position for eSuper to be in. And Mighty Max will be the first player just pushing out. 2-for-2 trade, 3 versus 2. And MHL, that's a lovely lovely shot onto Mikey that could have got dangerous if he, for instance, had missed that, and if Max had died, 2 versus 2, and this could have been a different story. But no, Isuba, this could be the end of their reign of dominance. Levy, I don't think he's going to be. He's not going to try save. I guess you kind of should, because there's no. You're not going to be winning this, really. I think realistically, especially when they know where you are, and that will be MHL's third. That Orpa is starting to really come into his own now in the later stages of Mirage.
They actually would have had another buy if they just saved that A4. Right
I
now,
don't know another buy, would it?
I mean, we'll
How much loss
see.
bonus do they have?
I saw some players still like a little bit more than 4K. So
Oh, actually, maybe.
there would have probably been an MP9, but I reckon they would have had. They're still going for one somewhat.
This is not a buy round. They had 2,400 loss coming into this, and like 100k in the bank. I think next round they'll have enough money.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think no need to do anything rash. You get what I mean? Like, there's no need to buy, like, splash out on A1S flash smoke type stuff. You want to be, I think, having as much as you want. Also, again, MHL entry. That is like his 4th entry in a row. Out of nowhere, this All Pro just gone, yeah, let's win this game.
Done with losing. Fair enough. Something like that. Ooh, almost gets it through the wall as well. Aims up a little bit too high. MHL is really activated. 21 frags for him. Even though Nertz was the top fragger by a decent margin, like 4 or 5 rounds ago, MHL taking preemptive actions to make sure that he doesn't run out of bullets on the orb. Something a lot of people forget about. Bloggers. Still be a nuisance for Nertz, but it is Nertz pushing up, and ooh, the timing just off. And now, yeah, bloggers will know exactly what's going on. Not too sure about Nertz. I don't know what Nertz was thinking in going into it. Maybe that there was nobody there, but that's 2 kills for Isu, but picked up quick.
Is this winnable? Like, you have to take into consideration that Luca and Mikey both are on 25 less HP, and I think that's going to be a big deficit. But Surreal, ooh, this is scary. Those Deagles have to sing, and they could hit every note correctly. They have so far. That's a huge kill, but 15 seconds, there simply isn't enough time. There's 1 player remaining, and it is Levy towards the B bomb site. The bomb, is it going to go down in time?
Is there no time?
I don't think there's enough time. 5 seconds.
It's so close.
4 seconds. Does it get planted?
Oh,
I think it does.
so.
I think there's time. Oh, it just goes down. My God, that is close. And Levy, he does have a salvation by getting an AWP miss shot. My God, this round has been close. And like, there's a chance he just kills them both here, right?
He's still going for it and trying to do damage, but he runs out of bullets. The reload won't be here. The MHL's got another lined up shot, but whiffs it again. Levy, he's still got the heavy got to deal with, though. The smoke will keep him at bay for now. But endpoint, they're not challenging because they don't need to. So it's smartly played. They are not going to get away with an AK either. Okay. But my goodness, what a close round. And every single step that we get towards that 30th, that's perhaps on the cards, is getting more and more exciting. An absolute race. The Brits legging it. An endpoint. Barely scraped by, but this is not one that you come out of comfortably.
I guess this is it now, though, for Isuba. You've got the AWP out, you've got the 4 rifles, you've got your buy, you're safe for this, and you've lost the man advantage as quick as you can. Is that the 5th round in a row MHL's got an entry?
Wouldn't surprise me.
I think it's 4 or 5 rounds he's got the entry kill there, or at least had an impact very early on. That's huge from the AWPer. You literally cannot get any more impact. And it's also the fact they've been winning the rounds offset entries because they have been such important entries where they've never been traded out. And as well, because of that, look at how little aggression there is towards middle because they're physically not able to. They've been closed out. Yes, they have aggression towards apartments, but what does it matter when you've got the man disadvantage and you're about to lose the A-bomb site?
For a second, I thought Isuba were going to push up into the apps and perhaps mitigate the advantages that endpoint gained. Off of that man advantage, Luco has to step up here against Heavy God. There's a barrel that almost pokes through. Heavy God. Oh, this is so awkward. They're just staring at each other, but it's so close. There's a tiny speck of the wall Another gap in the smoke. But Heavy God's going to advance. MHL with another entry. Heavy God, he saw Luco go down, and he'll send him in the entire way into hell. Executed. Petchin and Levy. They're just going to be trying their damnedest to keep on holding on to these guns. But look at the money from Endpoint. I reckon you set out dogs again.
It's a hard entry. I think the dogs, you know, who let the dogs out? Mighty Max, Mighty Max.
I feel like that should be the official song now.
That should be the official song for Endpoint. I think I've created it. Should we like create? Can we get like a little beat in the background?
Yeah. Make sure to copyright it instantly.
Copy. Yeah. Man. That's getting money.
Yeah.
But Mighty Max, he's letting himself out. What a shot! Bye, Mr. Levy. That is a nice little flick. And Petchim, I think he will be surviving this. Just about. Ooh. Max is very cautious because he does have low HP and all. Nerds okay. Nerds can't follow in success of his captain.
Yeah. Money on Endpoint though. They'll be able to basically live out the rest of this game. Like Isuba, they've fallen apart. That's so tough out of Levy as well to lose that duel. Mighty Max skirting across and getting the handbrake drifting. Endpoint facing pistols. Hessian. He's been key in some rounds, but now he needs to be
he needs to be really key, yeah.
Yeah, like cutting down and just forgetting about the door. It's the Shining style this time around. Nothing is saving you. The axe is coming through the door. But, I mean, Endpoint is a sturdy one. It's like a proper oak.
It's UKCS after all, so it makes sense. Also, really, really weird micro play that I'm trying to figure out the significance of it. Nerds has dropped his Molotov to Mighty Max. So Max is Molotov's window and then taken back the Molotov that Nerds has dropped him and gone towards B. Trying to figure out the importance of that because it seems like a really big brain play, but I can't figure out why.
It's Nerds. He gets to do whatever he wants. That's usually my answer to big brain plays.
Maybe it's just, yeah. I mean, for now, Endpoint, yet again, so slow. This is sometimes going to come and bite them in the butt because, you know, you've got the same instances of bloggers as well. 5-7. Oh, no, it's a repeat. It's a repeat of what's happening. We're doing... This is looking very similar. This is looking really too similar of what happened last time. Luckily, I think for them, MHL actually killed Petchin.
Yeah.
Just before he dies, he rings off an AWP shot.
Uh-oh. What happened there?
I don't know.
Reduced to just the 2 players left alive, and they're going to try the A bomb site, which is the correct decision, but they barely have time. They don't have time. They're not even going to go for it.
They're saving. This is... they're going to watch this back and be kicking themselves because they watch this back and they're like, oh, yeah, we could have won the round if we just went.
Yeah. Also, this is British ES, mind you. You know, it's got ups and downs.
At its finest. But,
I don't think it's going to plague them too much. Like, it's annoying, but MHL was able to trade himself out. It's just that MHL was basically body blocking his teammate, or rather, his teammate didn't actually take a line of sight towards keeping MHL safe, and that really ended up costing them. So Isuba, within 1 round, and still a loss bonus of 2,900. So even if they do lose, they're still well within contention. Endpoint have got a big task up ahead, with Isuba yet again getting elevated off of a round that they shouldn't be taking, or at least shouldn't be taken that dominantly.
Yeah, the amount of saved weaponry is enormous. And MHL is going for another entry kill. Theoretically, he actually got the entry kill last round as well, so... He's really just continuing on this true spree. He's got a lovely angle towards jungle here. If he pushes out, he needs to be careful about Bloggers. He misses a shot, but Bloggers does not miss his. MHL reduced to 32 HP is having to scarper away and just make sure he survives there. In the meantime, Mikey is the only real player in middle. He's actually just going to burn in the Molotov and die. That's a lovely play from Surreal to put the Molotov down at his feet, and then just great from Max to just to take advantage of that. And this is a lot of space being put into the hands of the UK squad.
And Max going back early to actually retrieve that bomb, but they're still so spread out. and they are going to join force over at the A bomb site. It's going to cost them a little while, though, and then the setup needs to be on point, but they only have got the one smoke on Surreal left over. This is a tad bit awkward. Heavy got perhaps dropped his smoke over earlier to get that one-man setup. Mulia's going to go down low. Blogus smokes himself off.
Oh, missed.
Yeah, that's pretty tough. Even though Blogus was already prepared to respond for it, now another molly goes through, and it looks very great for Isuba. This needs to be pinpoint accuracy by endpoint, who've only now first gotten the altercation, and they're all just falling by the wayside. The entire kill feed coming up blue. Nerds, sure, he gets 2, but that's going to be that. He can't really get too much else. Even had he gotten Peshin, there would be no way that Luco challenges Nerds there. And it's all tied back up to 13 apiece.
That was, firstly, Chris from Nerds, but secondly, there's two things there that you have Isuba with just so much utility towards the end of the round there. They know, and they've started to realize, like, hey, look, like, if we just don't take middle control, and if we just anchor the bomb sites and save all our utility, instances like that are going to happen. They have the complete read of what's going to happen. They have 3 players on that A-bomb site. They drop a Molotov at 20 seconds towards Palace. They have a smoke being put down in front of Petchin on under balcony, and you have flashes raining in over ramp as well, which are deterring the players behind the entry fragger, isolating him in front and leaving him on a pedestal. After getting the opening frag on Mikey so early on, they slow it down so much, and because there's no time left, that early utility, or sorry, the late utility being placed by Isuba is so instrumental in the success of that round. Endpoint taking a tactical pause, and instantly as it ends, Isuba taking one of their own. This is some mind games being played right now. Endpoint's like, okay, right, boys, we've got a game plan. Let's go. Isuba go, no.
You're going to wait for a little second there, lads, and then it will go. We're going on our turn, baby. And Isuba, they're looking incredibly strong on the holds right now, but this is the exact problem that you were portraying earlier with Endpoint taking it this slow time and time again. Isuba they know that. They leave a molly until the final possible second, lob it over, force Endpoint to discharge on without their heads really screwed on their heads, or screwed on their body rather, and just throw themselves at the opposition because they're forced to. They don't have any time. An Endpoint, they're putting themselves in a tough spot, but now with that timeout, Isuba are probably going to think, okay, well, they went slow every single time. We prepared for it. Now that they've called the timeout, we might actually prepare for it. And look at Mighty Max, so quick as well. This is exactly what I mean now, through the smoke as well. My goodness, Max! There's no break on him.
He's continuing.
Gas, no breaks, and even a second one lined up, but he manages to escape. And meanwhile, Mighty Max, he was written up by Peshin.
This is why I'm like, Endpoint, speed up. Like, you've got an advantage here in the element if you've got kind of like a 4 versus 2 on both bomb sites. You need to get going. Petchin is forced ahead of that Molotov. He's out in the open now. This flashbang's going to full blind him, and it's going to give perfect space for Nerds. No, Nerds got flashed by Surreal. Oh, never mind. That flash that I was praising is actually the potential downfall of this team right now in this round and in this map. The bomb hasn't been planted yet. It's on the back of MHL. They're being very cautious. They're not wanting to overstep. Again, though, this is the difference. They've actually got time. They don't have to force it, but they do. And they force it into the hands of Bloggers. Heavy got on 22 HP. He's going to fall off Palace. And the double swing from CT will mean that Luco, the IGL, will get a double. Isuba, 14-13, 2 rounds away now from pushing us to the 3rd map.
And it looks so promising. They had their execute. They've got everything. But they didn't plant the bomb before the smokes dissipated. Oh, yeah, that's so rough. Nerds entirely
deep
blind.
flash for no reason.
Nice spray transfer out of Luco at the end there, but Endpoint are looking rather lost in the key moments, and that piggyback that they build up, it's gone up in thin air. They haven't really gotten much out of it. Isuba, they've whittled it down enough and are now able to actually play and perhaps even win out the entire map right here, right now. There will be a hefty loss bonus in place for Endpoint. Still, I think it's at 2,900.
Well, I guess this is it, Mr. Hyperia. You got 14 rounds for Isuba. They win this. It's probably game over for the Endpoint squad. And MHL, I'm looking at him with this the trusty big green, which he's done so well so far on this T side. He's going to have to do it again. And Isuba, well, they're doing their old tactics of just slowing down Endpoint, holding their utility and getting good chip on Nerds there. But Surreal, oh, this is really nice. He's gonna blind. Mikey has died every single round, I swear. First, he hasn't existed this half.
Yeah, I mean, the same with Ancient on the very first half. Like there was just nothing that he could do. Heavy Gun, however, scoped in with an
That's
all.
such a bold swing.
Yeah, he does bait it out, and now that allows the rest to advance upon the site. Luco, good for one. All you can expect out of him in that spot. Nurse will go for the plant. The safety of the connector
Wait,
smoke.
what?
Bloggers. Oh my goodness. That's on the bomb plant. That is ridiculous. Bloggers. Oh, Heavy Gun needs to wait for a second, but now Bloggers, his menacing portrayal whittled down and entirely escaped to zero. But Endpoint, they're going to be in trouble here yet again. They're not peeking them together. They're all going one by one. Now finally Surreal's going through, but Peshin has already snuck through. This could be it. MHL's got nothing, and Endpoint, a round that was winning for them, lost with 2 players left alive for Isuba.
I think that might be one of the most worst rounds I've seen in my life. What just happened? Like, okay, fair enough. There's not much you can do about that. That is unfortunate. MHL, it's a 3 versus 2. Heavy God swings and pulls up the bomb. And then Surreal plants for CT when there's 1 CT.
Dire.
That is the nerves getting to Endpoint there. 15-13. Isuba have 2 attempts to close this map out right now. And this is their best chance. The money for Endpoint in the bin doesn't even come close. If they got the bomb down at least, you know, they'd have that extra $800. And Nerds with a lumbered spray will allow Levy a chance to get away. A safe haven out of Sniper's Nest. And that would have been such a crucial opening pick. Endpoint have literally got the opening pick every single round and they've lost. And now they've lost the opening pick. There's no chance of them, I feel like.
Gonna be tough for Endpoint, but they are stacking up on B. There's still Bloggers in place, but Bloggers, he's allowed to get away and reposition. He's still kept on to his life, burnt to a crisp, but still not crispy enough. He's still alive. Surreal runs out of bullets. Bloggers gets another frag as well. Good Hopper pulling through. Mighty Max just good for the 1, and it is Isuba who win map 2. Not convincingly, but in those latter rounds, it absolutely was Endpoint. The pressure got to them, and they are going to have to go on to a 3rd map. Oh my goodness.
I am so perplexed at everything that's happened in those last, like, 4 rounds. I have no idea how Isuba have been able to pull that one through, but Endpoint, I feel like a blunder, a troll, a choke. That doesn't even come close, especially that penultimate round. They had everything going for them. The entries were consistently coming through. Mikey was just dying instantly, and that was Endpoint doing well. That was a really well-played round from Endpoint. And Isuba, they did even better to claw it back, and they did really well at understanding what Endpoint were doing by going so slowly. They read them towards the end there perfectly, and let's see if that same mannerisms will be keeping up on Nuke, which is the 3rd and final map. Do not go too far, guys, because this series will be resulted very soon, and we'll see you guys after the break.
research is over, it's gonna be a tough choice. But fortunately, no need to choose when you can just have them all. Buy and sell skins on bitskins.com. Your one-stop shop for all CSGO skins.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
After an explosive Mirage where Isuba really let them choke on their own mistakes, we are now ready for Nuke, and, well, it was very rough those final 5 rounds for Endpoint.
I think, yeah, you couldn't have done it any better. They had the opening pick in pretty much every single one of them but one, I think. And then the resulting end, it just completely unraveled in front of them. They took too long on their executes. They fumbled the bag, even though they probably was the round in their favor. And it all just seemed, honestly, quite sloppy from them. It was a little bit off-brand for the very well-calculated team we'd seen in the past in this series. And now going on to Nuke, a map that they had never played before this new roster. The last time I played this map, I was looking outside of this new roster, was the January of this year, where they played Sprout and Apex, beat Apex and put Sprout to overtime. Since then, they have started picking up this map recently, within the last 10 days, and that is with the new roster. Having good results against the likes of EPG Family, the Eccentropic team, Tricked, and then losing to Illuminar in overtime. Whereas Isuba definitely have a lot more of a history on this, playing it consistently throughout their the majority of their rosters, doing it both on LAN and online. So I think for Endpoint right now, there's still a little bit of an unknown entity on Nuke, as we don't really know what to expect from them. And I think Isuba will be on that same mentality of like, what type of Endpoint are we expecting from them?
A big part with that more Nuke edition has got to do with Heavy Gold. I mean, his regular rating is 1.06. When you only look at Nuke for him, it shoots up to 1.24. He's a huge addition. He loves the map, and he's good on it as well. So that has got to do with Endpoint updating their map pool and trying to sneak Nuke in there. But they are still struggling, right? Because, okay, yes, nice. They've won against pretty nice teams. As you mentioned, Tricked and only barely lost against Illuminar, but those were all matches where, especially against Tricked, Heavy Gold popped the hell off, going 43 in 17. Like, that's just something that you can't really expect out of him every single day, and especially coming off of Mirage. He didn't necessarily look the strongest, so Nuke is still a bit of that gambit pick for Endpoint. But the perfect thing about that is, as you mentioned, it is unknown territory for both sides. So Isuba could be caught off guard, and the amount of analysis that they're able to do preemptively there just isn't that much. So you can spend 10 hours
It's
looking at
minimized,
the
yeah.
you can spend 10 hours looking at the exact same demo, but you will only be able to gather that much information. So it's key for Endpoint to innovate yet again upon what they did before.
Well, I think it's also, yeah, it's like they're still learning. As I was, the first official they played in 12 months on this map was literally 10 days ago. So they're still learning and innovating this map. And Heavy God, the ramp player, so much success we see him having in this position. It's not a bad start. That's one big Goliath down. MHL with his dual bres as well. On top part will have support from Nerds, but the problem is Nerds is not going to give that same level of support that he would have initially and wanted. Petchin now all by himself in a 1 versus 3. Mighty Max is on 2 HP, but he does have the 2 other members raring down on him from different positions. He's going to try and isolate these 1v1s. So far, quite successfully done, which will be done through Hut to Heavy Con. And down the vent he goes. Ooh, this is...
Ooh. Max
Oh,
cling to the ladder. Final possible second, but Surreal and Mighty Max are both technically one hit. Real, he just needs to be gushed, and that might just be the end. But Surreal, they'll gush him right back in pitching, cleared out of the map. You see, they got a bomb plan, and I feel like with the current with the situation that they were in, Peshin in a 1v3, they'll accept that. But the do really's working wonders for Endpoint, gathering 3 frags overall, and then the USP to finish it off. Endpoint with a strong start on Nuke.
Yeah, I think it was it's the fact that this was going so well for them and eSuper still actually salvaged a level of success. It's really nice. This is a very nice shot from Petchin there. An equally nice shot from Surreal. But I think that the two big main hitters and benefactors for Endpoint in this map is going to be MHL and Heavy God. These guys have consistently put up some serious numbers across Nuke, and I'm still then looking at the likes of Nerds and Surreal specifically to kind of bring it back across the board as well.
Suba, they go polar opposites with Endpoint's strategy, and they force up themselves. Mac 10 in there, Bloggers with a scout. There's been a very hefty presence from MHL in the previous map. Oh, look at this peek from MHL. Yeah, he hears that scout shot and there's knows that at least he's got the free peek on one. And then he gets fired back upon, but they're getting a kill in return for 50 HP. There's also no util to clear him out, or at least no damage doing utils, which MHL will just jump around the corner and get into safety, or at least a more backed up position. Endpoint are methodically dispatching of Isuba currently.
See the direction here for Isuba. I think it has to be a force and an attack towards inner here. Lovely time, door smoke. They're going to have to push through this if they want to. They've got 3 flashes and a smoke. This is not enough utility, to be honest, to execute off on this bomb site. You can put the smoke in mini and just bombard flashes, but I'm looking at the defense. You've got MHL, who's not too far away, that can rotate quite quickly in, and then you've got basically a 3-man setup here with Nerds, Mighty Max, and Surreal, and they're going to get tested for now.
Mighty Max, Surreal with the very first, Nerds also on the top, and this is just beautiful. Barely any damage done, literally 28 plus 22. 50 damage is what Isuba got on that push. Endpoint, that was perfect.
Lovely crossfire setup. In the end, Surreal just hits every single one of his shots from that second vent position. He gets set in perfectly. No one peaks, and then everyone peaks at the exact same time for Endpoint. They all initiate the contact perfectly, and Isuba, that's a round where they're not going to want to remember.
That's a rough one to deal with, and they'll have that lost bonus in state, so they're able to buy up some deagles here in order to get a few of those guns into the next round and perhaps do some damage. But to not do any damage with a force up like that, that's the polar opposite of what you want. Endpoint playing very well. Surreal and Mikey trading looks for a second. It does seem like they'll still be able to keep that closed out. Nerds on the outside fighting, engaged in do battle. And, he decided to not engage with his gun anymore. He just lobs a nade right into the gob of bloggers, and well, that's breakfast for him, or lunch at this point.
Yeah, quite a nice little dessert there, maybe just
Mm.
the icing on top for that one. But this is looking like a pretty decent round for Endpoint. It should be clean, and it's looking like it just will fall that way. It doesn't seem like it's going to be too tantalizingly difficult for them, especially because it's just like one by one, Isuba are going for these picks with the deagles. It's basically just like go around the map, see if you can get a pick of a deagle, and have at it. And they're just not landing their shots simply as.
Here we go with another one on ramp. Is it just a case now for Isuba? Obviously not in the pistol round, but in the other rounds where you know Heavy Gun is he is the pop-off on this map. Do you just avoid him at all costs?
Well, you can't just avoid ramp. It's a pretty
Yeah.
yeah. It's the problem. You can't just deter yourself from that position. Lovely shot there on Surreal. He actually picks up the A1S, and Nerds will trade him out. And he'll... Oh, this is a confusing one. Okay, I was gonna say Nerds makes that a lot more confusing than needed. Really wants that A1S, so forces Mighty Max on the FAMAS, and Surreal will buy himself back that A1S. The money looking good for Endpoint apart from Surreal. Everyone else has survived in these last two rounds, and Isuba, they're now back on the purchase. Bloggers with a glass cannon. I'm interested to see with the AWP early on the T side. AWPers notoriously do struggle on the T side of AWPing, as it is quite difficult. So I'm interested to see how he's gonna pull up here.
At least a stoppage of the push, of the rush rather. Suba, way more outside presence. The wall of smoke's in place as well, but the A1Ss will remain a menace towards those outside smokes, just spraying through, unhampered by really anything. And MHL up so aggressively, and he's got the A4, but he's just getting information right now. Got the information, throws the molly. They'll actually go peek, and Luco, he spots that, but MHL still is good for the altercation. MHL now with the smoke. This is all MHL currently. Isuba are getting pushed back. Now I have to figure out what else they want to do, but there's no real way out because you use so many smokes already to get in that spot. Not to be able to use it or not to its full fruition, that's got to hurt.
Yeah, it's such an awkward position for Isuba now after MHL has just honestly bossed that. There's not really much else to say. He's done super, super well. The only worry here is if Nuts falls, this is a lot of space being taken by Isuba. Ooh. Ooh. This is cool. Yeah. Levy might slip through. And Nuts.
Oh.
Oh, the timing eludes him.
Oh.
No one's looking at each other. I think, wait, has Levy seen him? Okay. No, okay. Both of them just out of nowhere. Just like avoid each other. Like every single timing goes against either of them. And it finally will result in the Israeli claiming the skull of one of the Isuba players. 2 versus 5 now. Petchin still cowering down towards Secret. It's been a round where it's just started bad and it's progressively got worse and worse.
And they've got MHL to thank for that. It's holding down strong. Throwing the molly and using the molly to get an instant smoke poppage as well. Very smartly played, disallowing Isuba, but Isuba also just accepting MHL's presence. To be fair, they couldn't really rush through the molly and the smoke. Maybe it flashed, but then you're afraid of a second player around somewhere as well, reinforcing through the vents. So Endpoint have got a perfect setup and nicely countered Isuba's strategy. Isuba, they do have another boy left in them, but it's scarce.
It's the main thing around Bogus with his AWP. Because he saved and he had no armor, he still technically is a glass cannon. So it's a liability in itself, but he needs to make good work of this. Yet to produce, I don't think they realize he even has one because he didn't use it last round. And yet to produce a kill on the board, and yet to produce, to be honest, a good result so far this series. I feel like this is definitely the map where he should be stepping up.
I'm not too sure whether he fired a shot in the previous round. But either way, Endpoint, they're not exposing themselves at all. Yet again, 3 players on A, but there's so many different ways that you could play A, and also so many different ways that you could play Secret. MHL, he's going to get checked by Passion, and Passion has been strong, but MHL doesn't get the spray on Luco. That's the reprieve, at least, that Isuba have, but he did manage to get a ton of damage, and then they've got Nerds up next. It's just challenge after challenge. Perhaps a run boost or even Just a regular boost. Yep, it is a regular boost. Bloggers will take the
Ooh,
head of
that's
Nerds.
lovely.
That's nifty.
That is more than nifty. That is really nice. I love how he's played that one. And it's going to be Isuba now with the advantage. Do they clear Mikey? No, they don't. So Mikey has just... They've waded past each other like ships in the night. And it should be an Isuba round. First on the board for them. The glass cannon does good. Very good there, actually.
And that's kind of what you have to do. If you do have that glass cannon, getting a head-on challenge, it won't really work out to your favor. The pushback out of whatever gun hitting you is going to be annoying, and you're also dead so quickly. So endpoint, they falter to Isuba yet again, being one step ahead. And that's been the main case. Endpoint, they were one step ahead. Lucas should survive here, yeah, calm. And Endpoint overall, still plenty of money left over. They'll be able to buy the safe 2 of the guns. MHL, imagine the implications had he gotten a second frag there. The boost would have been still possible. They had a third there, but still. Isuba, first on the board.
Good start. We've seen some very CT-sided maps in the map pool so far with Ancient and Nuke. And we've already seen how significant having a good T-side can be. And Isuba, they want to try and replicate that.
Did buy up the armor. Oof, that's tough out of him. It's surreal. Like you're spraying through the smoke, getting a free frag. It's one of those tiny things for bloggers to actually buy up armor after a glass cannon. You know, you got to remember it. Isuba. Now I've got plenty of time to try and figure this out, where they want to go, where Endpoint are residing. They can already account for Heavy God at ramp. I mean, that's just a standard piece in Endpoint's defense. The rest is pretty tough. Yeah.
That's a good pick from MHL, though. He's put him back into a 4 versus 4. Mikey, it's a big kill to get early on as well, to not allow him to evolve, because we can see how we've seen how dangerous he can be, so we don't want to allow him to be dangerous.
Isuba, they're letting their clock run out, and it's not working out for them at all. They're just getting picked apart by MHL. And against an AWP, you're not going to win the one-on-one duos. You usually need to either overwhelm them or have another AWP take the angle. Heavy God, let's see what you've got on ramp. Nobody even checks him. That's a free lineup. And Bloggers dead in the water, basically, and he's just going to get back onto land and make sure that he saves this AWP.
Save Minister, Jane time. I think he saved 3 rounds in a row now. This time, at least, he has armor. But a very slow and just all-around very strange round from Isuba. Like, you have the advantage. You get the kill early on Surreal. Mikey's done well there. And then MHL just kind of gets 2. And then you just run into Heavy God's crosshair. It's like, oh, okay, Isuba. Like, cheers for the round kind of type thing. Like, that's such a weird... They've just given the round to Endpoint really there, to be honest. Like, I'm actually quite perplexed of like how easily they've just kind of given up there. Yeah, they just walk into the crosshairs of Heavy God.
Yeah, they were heavily expecting somebody to be up on the boost, even though you can clear out the rest of the ramp before you even start challenging the boost. And even had there been somebody over on the opposite side of ramp, that still would have been detrimental. So Isuba heavily committing for that ramp. Maybe they had a sound cue or something that was communicated through to the rest, and that sound cue turned out to be wrong. It's those tiny things. But Isuba, you can see it in their economy. They earlier went with a Mac 10 voluntarily. This one is purely out of desperation. One that you need to buy something, so might as well buy a Mac 10. But Endpoint looking incredibly strong here again. They already look strong in times on Mirage, but now it's just a case of Endpoint ironing themselves out and making sure they don't flatten themselves.
Yes, 100%. I think that's the main point of just not having a repeat, I guess, of what happened on Mirage, where you look so strong and then so bad within like 4 rounds. And then also looked really strong in those the exact same rounds, like looking good and then just quivering towards the end. So far, right now, Isuba, 50 seconds on the clock. They're trying their best endpoint impression by whistling down the clock as long as possible. And they're going to throw outside smokes. One towards admin, one towards mini, forcing MHL all the way back into CT spawn to hold this angle for if they go towards ramp or heaven. It's a very, very nice position, and it's very hard to clear. He has so much control here and can just dictate exactly how this round is played out if they choose to go towards him. But it will not be the case, as they are going to go towards the A bomb site. The first contact will be Mighty Max on the back of the bomb site. He's yet to die in this game, and that will be the first death. Surreal, good for the first, but he will get just run down by the 3 players in front of him. Mighty Max, he had to get at least one there to alleviate some of the pressure from Surreal, but that will not be the case in Endpoint. Because of how far everyone is away, this could be grounds for just saving.
And Mikey also now already tucked away heavy. There's an inkling in him, something saying that there's a player there, but Mikey doesn't peek, doesn't need to peek, and MHL did get an opener. Heavy Gut needs to be quick on the response, but Mikey has got the peek and advantage. And had Heavy gotten that frag, maybe Endpoint would have tried it in a 3v2, but still at that point, you just don't have time.
That's also just such an unfortunate position for Heavy God. Like, there's no way he expected him to be on post there, or deep lobby. It's like, just quite unfortunate, right? Really, it's like that's such a, it's such a moment of like, how is he there type thing.
He even checked it the majority of the time, and as soon as it's like, well, I mean, he probably would have peeked back by now, right? So I'm gonna advance, see what I can actually get. That's where Mikey peeks and instantly guns him down.
Still, though, a lot of money in the pockets of Endpoint. They'll be buying back into this, and the A defense didn't look too great in that last round, so I guess it's just trying to see if they can improve for future endeavors. Mighty Max having quite a just non-existent game so far. First death was last round. And he's super, again, it looks like they're going to be playing a very, very slow default.
To be fair, you don't need to contribute. I guess if you're Mighty Max, you've already got your brain power that's turned on. Then, but yesterday with FaZe as well, being 0-0-0, while they were winning 6-0. So, as long as the rest of the team is stepping up, and currently that's somewhat the case for Endpoint, faltering in some moments. Nert's relatively quiet with him in comparison to previous rounds, but he's also on CT, and it seems like he's just more measured right now. He's not taking that many aggressive fights, and where can you even take those really aggressive fights where you have a good chance of it actually working out? And it feels like Isuba have got everything on lock, and they've got Mighty Max locked down now as well. Mikey is through, and they're into the vent.
Oh, I love this.
This is going to be a B play. Heavy got an MHL. Nerds now, this is where he needs to step up. Mikey's going to be around the corner with a backup of flash, and he executes one. The second one is a tad too high for him, and it's Peshin. He clears him out.
If he was able to get that second frag, it would have completely changed this whole dynamic of the round. Now, 3 seconds left on the clock. The bomb is down in the middle of the open. Surreal gets good damage with the players going down vent, but in the meantime, the AWPer has been quelled, and Heavy COD will get flanked. That's a round formulating in another E-Super victory.
Real, at least taking down the open. Actually attempting this, it seems like. Or at least having a look. See what he can get. You know, you properly go for this, right? Like, don't really have money. You might as well save that A1S. Got a kit as well. The orb can't really be retrieved. Peshin did have to drop on Peshin, but scoped in on the orb way too much, and tough one for Endpoint to pull that, to go for the orb there, and just a nice round by Isuba, quickly into A, and then immediately diving down into the ramp, or into the vent rather.
Looking good right now for Isuba, because Endpoint, they're forced to be on this eco, which is going to just allow Isuba a 4th round. 4 to 5, well, so yeah, trailing 4 to 5 this early on the T side is not a bad, that's really, really not a bad position to be in. That's actually quite strong in some instances. for the T side, or in most instances actually. But before we go any further, big shout out to our partners over at Bitskins. Banner is down below if you want to go check them out.
And like me, a bit of skins. Super. They just want to get the victory. Bloggers beats the Nerds in a battle, and Nerds stepped out into the open, trying to engage. They immediately closed down, and there's no chance at retrieving that rifle as either. Subov got it on lock, and MHL the closest has got an all. Surreal. Starting to advance just a little bit with an MP9, and playing that MP9 in Hut, it could be lethal, and with Mighty Max on site as well, this could be one of those fake outs. Nice shot out of MHL, but you don't necessarily expect the second one to be on the site. As soon as you've already cleared one, you're going to be looking at different angles before you check back off site again. So Endpoint going for a bit of a gamble.
Oh, I like this. Heavy God's already down on this ramp. He has to step up. He's in towards Dark. They're not going to probably check him at first. The bomb's going to go down. They've completely neglected that he could be here. And he's just chilling. He's hiding. In the meantime, the MHL's taken the forefront of the confront. And they've just baited Heavy God in perfectly. When does he strike? When does he reveal his trap card?
Well, here he goes. Lurking around the corner, but Levy's up close with MHL, puts the barrel to the brain and obliterates that. Peshin. Heavy God's position doesn't really mean anything anymore. And immediately, as soon as he does step into this open, Bloggers, he's got them lined up. They were both on the defuse. Surreal can't get the defuse through in a 2v5. Oh no, it's Suba. They've won it.
That is incredible. The Czech Republic Slovakian squad genuinely done a madness there. Even though MHL has got 3 kills, close range AWPing as well at some stages, and they've had Heavy God poised in such a strong position throughout that whole round. It will be eSuba to follow it through. The bomb gets denied as it's getting defused, and Heavy God had a good position and then just kind of squanders it.
Yeah, he waited too long to activate the trap card, and that disallowed him to advance upon further onto the site, and he still had to take a one-on-one engagement instead of a free frag picked up, even though the battle at ramp was still won by MHL, and that would have been the kill that he'd gotten. They waited way too long, and Isuba were already able to re-establish control, whereas Endpoint, they barely had anything. They didn't have a foothold into the site, and they all just embarked on the quest to defuse the bomb instead of clearing it out further, and that's now reducing them to pistols and the AWP out of MHL. Perhaps they can make that work. I mean, that's how they even got close in the previous round, but these could be the moments where Endpoint, trying to still learn this map, are coming through.
Yeah, I guess there is a very clear level of inexperience that we do have with these guys, because this is like their, 4th official in this month, and it's the 4th official in like the last year on new, because they're just learning it new as a team, and it's going to be a big learning process. And for a 3rd out of the 4th win this early on would be very, very important, especially because this is do or die. This is the end of the series. This round, they have got a nice 2 players towards A, and obviously it's nice that Surreal gets 1 kill with the 5-7 there, but I don't feel like it's going to result in too much. The AWP is done well to get 1 more as well. I'm seeing if there's a gun that could be retrieved anywhere. I don't think... Is there a gun down outside? Yeah, I'm pretty sure there should be a gun be able to retrieve somewhere. But they just need to make sure they don't lose the AWP more than anything.
Yeah, so doing a bit of damage with a saved over weapon. Sure, fair enough. MHL sitting far away. Have you got on the opposite end? So they don't have the joint forces, but Endpoint, they should be able to get away with this because Peshin is really the only one that could hunt in terms of economy, but with how low Luco and Levy are, and they're obviously forced to reinvest already, it's going to be tough, and there might even be a kill out of Heavy. Got the Shadow, and, however, betrays him, and sometimes you can't trust your own Shadow.
Yeah. Sometimes it do be like that, and eSuba, they even it up 5-2-5. It is dead even across the board. 5 in a row from Endpoint, 5 in a row from eSuba. Very similar to what we saw, actually identical to what we saw on Mirage at the first half. It was like it was like 5 in a row, and then back and forth for like for the remainder 5 rounds. And I assume that could be genuinely the case that happens here. Endpoint after that eco, they will be buying fully insist 4 A1Ss and North, Isuba, 5 AKs, not choosing to use that big green like they did at the very start of the half. And there's going to be a faster play. Jumping down on Mini, and they're going to catch Money Max off guard. Surreal does trade, but that's a very good opening pick, and they're going to try explode off that. The only problem is, though, MHL is giving very good overwatch from Heaven.
Oh, Nerds, however, still in the altercation. That's not good enough. Peshin is able to decapitate without any HP down the drain. Still 3-on-3, but Asuba tying up the score already with 5 apiece.
Ooh, Heavy God, he's pushing.
Heavy God down now, but Levy does manage to get that frag, and Heavy God even allowed to get the second spray. I mean, if that's the way he gets his rating on this map, I'm not too sure, mate. That's voodoo type behavior.
Yeah, like he's been caught in no man's land there. He was, I don't know, to be honest, like because he walked under boost and then decided as soon as he got there that he doesn't want to be there, gets caught in maneuver, gets caught out in no man's land, but still secures both the frags and is just Petchin left alone. I think they have an idea of where he is because he got a kill outside, and now they definitely know where he is.
Endpoint. Ooh. Just forgot about that for a second. The flash is not going to do anything, and MHL is going to need some reinforcement. Peshin is just ducking these flashes, and that's the ult going down. That's huge for 2 reasons. The Suba now have got an AWP, and Endpoint, they don't have one anymore. They're going to have to try and buy one, but, well, MHL doesn't have enough money due to the multiple save being pulled through, and also a loss bonus. That is obviously not going to come through, but Asuba, they barely have any loss bonus. They've got plenty of money locked up in Peshin. He's going to have to drop a few.
Double eco, so Isuba, they have to invest into this one. If they lose this, the money could be looking quite dire, as they are on a fairly low straight here. Mikey with a Mac 10, Luco won't be far off with his investments. Can't just afford a Galil. Endpoint, a tactical pause. I really like this from Endpoint to take a tactical pause, especially in this instance, because it does just, it's very similar of like Isuba, they would have had like somewhat of a game plan of like, okay, we're going to do this. Oh, we have to sit here and wait. And Endpoint are just minimizing any sort of momentum that Isuba might have garnered over those last 5 rounds. As soon as they win one, they straight away pull it back and just take a moment to breathe and reflect more than anything.
Yeah, it's key. Even when you have success, that doesn't necessarily mean it's been a simple round. There's still improvements to be made, and if it's one of those rounds where had Heavy not gotten that spray, it was a tad bit awkward. But Isuba, they are now at the precipice of their economy being broken. Endpoint, nicely on par. Isuba are going for another slower approach. They're at least not rushing. Not getting that map control down that easily, Nerds.
I like that Molo.
A bit of damage on Peshin.
Wait, so a big thing there is that because no one's close enough, that Molotov does tick Petchin, but no one's going to hear it. I don't think MHL was close enough for when that Molotov did tick him. So I don't know if Endpoint have an idea there is someone down or not. But MHL is going to get tested, flashed off the angle, is going to be forced to smoke it out. Still playing very close there, shotgun AWP style. And in the meantime, they might actually redirect themselves and head over. Where's Mikey just... Oh, Mikey was in...
Yeah.
He dropped down. They're going to walk their way over towards outside and maybe try wrap Mini Nerds in this smoke ahead of the Molotov. Luco seems aware that he could be here, but he's going to move away. And I think Bloggers is holding for Nerds. So Nerds needs to make sure it doesn't peek, or MHL needs to make sure it doesn't peek. That's a big, big kill. The AWP duel comes out in favor for Isuba.
Nerd still, that's a frag. That's a nice one as well. A pivotal. trying to get himself back. Mighty Max, however, heavy gold. He's already backed up and wraps around. Peshin's not going to be expecting this. Bloggers, he's got a sight set. That's a nice shot. But heavy gold, the spray transfer also on Bloggers, and he'll be the one to get the round in favor of Endpoint. It looked a tad bit shaky, but he'll be able to get all the util, all the kits, everything that he needs from the dead bodies, and he'll just start defusing the bomb and getting the wires dispatched of.
I'm interested here for Isuba. Do they buy back into this? Their money is really bad. It's not great. It's you're hovering around, give or take that 4K mark. And the only reason why I would say that you buy back into this is because of how low the endpoint money is. And if they have a read on the half, they will be able to understand this, especially because Heavy God is the only player that survived. Lovely spray transfer as well from him there. That's absolutely crucial. And they're not going to buy into this, but they are going to just force onto those Tech 9s and Mac 10s. Either play works, in my opinion. I was just kind of floating out an idea, say, like, this is a possibility that they could call.
Yeah, I thought the endpoint money was going to be a bit worse. If there were some MP9s and stuff like that, sure, but they're actually going for a quick ramp push. But Heavy God, well, he's shown why he's got such a rating on this map. My goodness, all to the dome as well, and that with the A1S. So they got 20 bullets. Put me in that spot. I'm not getting one.
Oh, yeah, guaranteed I don't even get a single kill, but that is absolutely really, really, really nice. Only reason why he doesn't get that the fifth is he runs out of bullets, and the Israeli talent that's come into Endpoint recently is starting to prove himself time and time again, completely negates that round before it even started, and Nerds getting very aggressive outside, and I think he's been spotted, and he delves back into that smoke and gets smoke screened. Oh, dearie me.
Yeah. Not too sure about Nurt right now, man. Like, he's trying to have that same aggression that he had on Ancient and Mirage, but it's not really working out. Like, crucial battle for Mighty Max. At least he wins that.
That's a huge pick.
But there's still a man advance for Isuba, but to go back on Nerds, like, he's trying to be aggressive, but Isuba have got him figured out at this point. They're entirely prepared, and as soon as there is an opener for him, he doesn't manage to pick it off. Isuba, they sent Peshin down. Sure, he was low HP anyway. They've gotten the A bomb site and Endpoint. They're going to have to try and fight this back. They heavily gambled on it being B.
Not sure if they go for this. They have got all three players coming from the same position, and they're all going to be coming quite quickly as well. You know that the AWPer isn't in around heaven and under heaven. You've got Levy, who's second vent, 2 kills as well. Luco's got 3. You have 5 kills combined between 2 players, so this is a genuine possibility. Molotov is going to get smoked out. Bloggers with no armor is going to be staying alive for so long. And Mighty Max in heaven is actually going to walk past the AWPer. Mighty Max has walked past the AWPer, but they don't realize he's in heaven. Smoke the flash on the bomb. It's going to complete by Bloggers, but he still nails the shot. Oh, dearie me, that is incredible from the AWPer. Fully blind, still nails it. And that's a 1 versus 2 clutch from the player, the AWPer rating from Czechia. And that is lovely.
Skin of their teeth, but the rest of Isu were probably wondering where the hell these bullets came from. A tiny second in between, and Bloggers has to entirely gamble that. He had 1 microscopic second where he was able to take a look, assess the situation, and good luck. You have to trust your intuition, how far you scope in, where you scope in, what your flick is going to be, and he managed that. Bloggers pulls through at a crucial time, and Endpoint's economy down in the trenches with a 5-7 in there. And that's all they've got to fight with in this final round, and Isuba's economy it's not doing that much better. Had this half gone on for a little bit longer, it would have been incredibly interesting to see how that economy battle unfolded. But for both these sides, it's one last-ditch effort.
Nerds in a very strong position here. He's so far back. They don't. I was about to say they don't check him here, but the Glil just absolutely rips his head off. I liked that position. I guess not. And it seems like Isuba, they are going to have a incredible T-side finish here. 7 rounds on Nuke. Surreal gets 2 before he falls towards second vent. That's the second time he's got a multi-frag of such magnitude, and Heavy got 1 versus 3 turn into a 1 versus 2. This is very possible for the HP. Oh, wait, he gets the first shot. This is huge. Bloggers is only on 35 HP. Heavy God, 19 and 6 is scoreline. A 9th round for Endpoint would be so huge. And no, Bloggers, back-to-back clutches. That is huge from the Yorper. And Isuba, what a T-side that is.
Heavy God, he had the backpack on, he was busy stuffing all the Endpoint players in there, but Bloggers, he shattered his back. And that's it for Heavy God. Nothing to do anymore on the CT half, and he's going to have to try himself out on the T side, but that got way closer. Heavy God, 2 bullets, and that's it. Bloggers, the 1 tap. A brilliant shot out of him. And Endpoint, they do still win the half, but it's Nuke. I mean, you still need to get so many rounds, and the pistol round is already a key one.
Heavy God with just such a consistent performance on Nuke. 1.50 rating he's had so far on Nuke in past games for Endpoint. He's going to try to do the same here, entering. He just can't be stopped. This man's literally a machine. Like, he's a robot.
Aren't Iranians really good with, or Israelis really good with AI?
Yeah, they're like, I swear they're like one of the leading in like mechanics, right? In that like robotics and stuff. Yeah,
and the Heavy God has come out of it.
Yeah, Heavy God's been forged in a factory in Israel, and he's gone 20. He's just like made for Nuke. Oh my God, 23 and 7. Like he got angry. He's like, you know what? I didn't win that clutch. How dare I not win a 1 versus 3? How dare I not do that? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna kill everyone on pistol round.
Yo, that's insane. The wrath incurred on this man, and the 1 tap as well to finish it off. It's like the cherry on top, but it's the best damn cherry that you've ever eaten of your life. You don't even care about the pie anymore at that point. But Endpoint, they will face an Isuba forcing up. This is a round where Endpoint, they could get that head start again and kind of make up for their CT deficits.
Yeah, I think this is around here would be quite nice, wouldn't it? It would definitely make it a lot easier, but they have taken a fair bit of damage early on in something like Nerds, and it could be quite dangerous, especially with these close range pistols, as the scat was able to tag more people.
But that's fine. Another one to get the opener. Nertz is low as well. Going off on his own tangent hasn't really worked out that well over on Nuke. On T side, it's easier to be a tad more aggressive and catch off the CTs. But Isuba are not showing themselves. And Endpoint, they're heavily waiting on that. And look at Nertz. There's the opener. Mighty Max immediately gets one to follow up. Mikey's position is also given away. MHL is going to go peeking around the corner. And that's Mikey cleared away instantly. All of a sudden, Endpoint, they swivel around. And they turn this around on his head. And they managed to get 4 in a row. That just leaves Levy. And he will get cleared out by MHL as well. Great round by Endpoint, which didn't look too great as a start.
Yeah, it got salvaged really well. Like you have the first pick going against you, and that's all that you lose. I think they can walk away from that pretty happy, right?
A weird angle by Nerds as well.
That one of the it's a nice little off angle where you kind of have to just gamble. It's like you have to either peek that angle or peek the one below it. And it's just like a roll of dice match. But yeah, Isuba on an eco now. Endpoint. This is where you get 11, and Heavy God really just starts to go, you know what? I'm just gonna go kill everyone.
Yeah, fair. Isuba. This should be the bonus round for Endpoint. And 11-7 doesn't look that crazy to actually pull through for Endpoint. But Heavy God, he might just be a T-side machine. He did well on CT side, don't get me wrong, but the way he started it off, Esu has got to be afraid, and there's absolutely no avoiding them. Even though you can't avoid ramp, you can decide to not go there as often and perhaps circumvent it or bait him into a different spot. But Blogger still with a 5-7. This is Nerds. He's already went past Blogger. Gonna get a free frag, and with that, an AK picks up.
I think it's a big false sense of aura. The only problem here is that eSuba have 3 players on the A bomb site, and they also have now Bloggers in Mini. This is a really good round for eSuba, especially because MHL, yeah, he's got the kill, but he's 16 HP. This setup is immovable. They've got so many 5-7s at close range. The flashes are not there. They're not throwing them out. And funnily enough, they actually lose every single gun battle. You know what? Never mind. Endpoint, they do this. They make it really scary and then go, you know what? We're actually going to kill everyone.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, their content team over on the social media, they can only do that much, right? So you have to have the team actually give some content and make it scary. Get people really invested in this team. It's like they want to get a toxic relationship with all their fans, you know? You're always scared of what's going to happen next with Endpoint. So if you're
I feel like as a UK fan, they make it. I put in our UK CS:GO Discord for like our staff chat. I was like, God, Endpoint have thrown that second game, and everyone just goes, same thing, different day.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I mean, that's a toxic relationship if I've ever seen one.
We love it's. You kind of get used to it after a while, right?
Oh my goodness!
It almost becomes like you almost start to like it.
Yeah, I mean, it does bring a lot of excitement and a lot of pain. You know, there's a lot of emotion involved in a video game, but Nerds and Mighty Max's deficits entirely made up by just the one man, and it's crazy that Endpoint can decide, okay, we're actually gonna have Nuke in our arsenal now, and we're gonna start playing it a little bit more. Because we've got Heavy God, just the one player. I mean, Nerds, one of our best entry fraggers. He's entirely whittled down from the get-go here now as well. But yeah, there's Heavy God. He steps up again.
Well, he's actually more of a lurker as well. Like, he's not an entry fragger. You'll see him a lot this game playing towards lobby and catching off rotations. Speaking about catching off rotations, the AWP down on that B bomb site has done well. Oh my god, Heavy God just... Like, genuinely, what can you do against this? He's just walking out and killing everyone. Like, he seems to have the best timings ever. And no one seems to be able to do anything. And, like, he's done so much that everyone else has died around him. He'd literally have to get the 1v3 ace hit. And I'm not even, like, this is unwinnable, but he's going to make it winnable. He's going to just peek around the corner. He's going to one-tap the AWP. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I had that in mind as well.
Like, you had that as well, you know, like, just turn around the corner. Bam, bam, bam. But, you know, he's like, what, 27-8 now? It's 27-8. It's actually not fair.
He's got like 4 times the kill of Nerds.
Yeah, it's just that like so far in Endpoint, he has a 1.50 rating on Nuke with a 100+ ADR and almost a 1 kill per round. And this game is furthering that as well, which is even crazier. Like he's literally doing better on this map.
He can't be stopped, man. Was that molly supposed to go that far?
Where in Hut?
And then they bounced it off the vent and they sent it towards like second vent. I thought it was supposed to be in the corner of first vent. Either way, looked cool. Isuba, first gun round back, and it's a pretty key one as well. It always feels like it just hangs in the balance so much on Nuke.
Well, I mean, like, yeah, here you for eSuba, you're winning this, for instance. You're putting yourself on 9, full eco for Endpoint, and then the next gun round, they're not going to have that great of a buy because of the loss bonus. So you're kind of contending for 11 rounds from this exact position. However, of course, it's MHL with the Scout, who equally as well, you know, like we're putting a lot of hype on Heavy God. I also mentioned, I was like, look out for someone like MHL. He's had a really good statistically proven time on this map, and you're testing Heavy God. It's just like, when are they going to learn? When are they going to learn? Never, it seems. He's literally got a +20 rate, +21. What?
21 can do something for Heavy God. Oh it's my god.
He's so good on Nuke. How?
It's wild. He knows the angle in and out. I mean, he's only played this map apparently.
he knows the angles well. Like, he hasn't even played it that much. Like, it's not even, like, it's not a map he's played previously that much. Like, if you look at HLTV, he hasn't played it in an extreme amount. Like, if you look at matches on Nuke, he's literally played it 4 times in the last 6 months outside of Endpoint.
That's a Nuke merchant. I mean, we already know that now. And Endpoint, they look fantastic on the top of it as well. Nerd is starting to activate a little bit with 2 relatively easy frags picked up. Not too much hassle for him. Slowly but surely starting to get towards those double digits as well. And double digits.
The worst rating he's had so far is 1.23. Life is okay. Sure. If Endpoint lose this map after Heavy Gods literally got a +21 rating in round 21, I don't know what is life. And luckily, Nertz is, I think he got 2 kills at the end there, right, as well. Like, he's starting to kind of get into his own a little bit. I think that's a really good, valuable asset to have in your back pocket of your, like, my trump card is someone who can destroy Na'Vi.
Yeah. I mean, Heavy God. He's just absolutely wild. And when he had his lowest rating, that's also when they did lose. But now an uncomfortable battle, losing against the CZ and allowing Isuba to gather up one of those AKs. And the rest, I mean, MHL is still very much on par. Surreal, this particular map is also popping off. Overall, it's really MHL and Heavy got leading the charge on Endpoint, with one of those factors already taken out, and now Surreal taken down as well. This is getting scary for Endpoint. The AK that Isuba were managing to pick up. Nerd struggles, but he does manage to convert. That's good enough, surely. That's the AK out in no man's land, and with the 5-7s on point for Isuba, even then they're going to struggle.
Oh, the rotation is actually going to come towards the say bomb side, though. You can see that Luco's in the vent, and Petchen, he's in a very, very difficult position right now because he's got people near, but they're just not near enough. They haven't checked him yet. Wait. Okay. For a second, I was like, hold on a second. How has that happened? And like, are they just going to completely overshadow him and overlook him? But no, it is going to be Endpoint salvaging again. You're talking about this toxic relationship. They really love to make these rounds difficult for themselves, don't they? But then they still keep 3-4 players alive somehow.
It looked bad at the start, and then all of a sudden they managed to turn it around.
Like, you have Mikey who's gone 2 for 1, and it's also done 80 damage to Nerds. And it's like, oh, actually, we're going to just go and do it flawlessly now.
Yep. It's
obviously, yeah, because obviously
it's
that's how it
just
works.
really meta, man. Because you know what it does is you give a little bit of hope to Isuba, and they start feeling good, and you absolutely crush them. And it's so much more crushing to have a defeat once they're actually a chance in the round. I mean, it's just copium, but Endpoint, they're still winning 13-8, and Isuba have gotten 1 CT round.
Oh yeah, actually, I just realized. It doesn't feel like they've only. It does not feel like they've won 1 CT round. It feels like they've won a lot more. But yeah, Heavy God just playing with these door rotations. He is consistently lurking. Oh, this is a UK finest strat taken right out of the books of Adam 9130, but they're not actually going to send Heavy God through that smoke. He's just going to go down towards that vent. Loads of space being taken right now, and it's forced the Levy down off ramp. No one is currently holding ramp or B. Wait, Heavy God's down B. No one's there.
Snuck in. Only barely.
This is such a strong position for Endpoint right now. And Levy is kind of like giving or taking. He's umming and ahhing about going down. And Bloggers, the rotation, is in garage.
Oh, however, they're not even going into secret. They're actually using this position without reinforcing it, but they're just using him as that trump card. And meanwhile, the rest is sticking outside, getting it all there. Heavy God in the vent. And this might just be an A hit for Endpoint. Either way, it's a 2v4, so wherever they go, they will have an advantage. Levy, he rotated over early, expecting a ton of resistance, and meanwhile, you're getting nada.
It's the fact that eSuper gambled outside as well. They actually sent the AWP outside. Both the A players were outside, and they get 1 kill, which is with a grenade. And they also know that Bloggers is somewhere near here, I'm pretty sure, because like they would have heard the AWP shot. Nuts has been heard, so I'm very intrigued to see what Bloggers does with this. He's actually going to go up the ladder without making any noise. And he could strike. 1 bullet left in the chamber, though. And it won't even matter because Nuts nails him. Heavy God, still in the vent. Actually, no, he's come up now, hasn't he?
Well, finally. It felt safe. Went into hiding. Yeah, maybe he's just a little bit shy. We have been talking about him a lot.
He's literally not human.
He can't be shy. He doesn't have emotions. Just an AI.
He's actually a robot. Like, he is built in a factory.
Would that be
29.
cheating? Like if you buy
Actually,
if you don't have any cheats on the machine
Let's
itself,
deep
but you
this for a
build a
second.
literally
Yeah, let's
a
deep this for a
robot.
second. Let's give someone like let's say hypothetically, if we did actually build Heavy God in a factory, would that be cheating?
Yeah, because like I mean,
surely, right?
I doubt it's in the rules of you have to be human, but I reckon there's some you can't use software. I reckon. Like, I don't know exactly what's in the
Then
rules.
you'd have to like make software to make the robot.
Yeah, but like if you do it with recognition and stuff like that, you know, if
That's
you don't
software
actually
to make it with recognition. You'd have to have software to make the recognition.
yeah, like if as long as there's nothing actually on the PC and it's all recognition from the robot itself, I reckon maybe you can get away with it for like 1 game, and they're like, yeah, no, we're not
look, it's
having
not
this.
actually gonna happen. Like, we can't make. In the meantime, though, Bloggers, he's doing a really nice. I used to call this the Hunter play when you'd send because I know G2 used to do it a lot back in the day with some of the older rosters with the like the more French style roster before Monastery and stuff. I was like one of the first teams I saw do it properly was sending the AWP and AK pushing ramp. Have the AWP normally, yes, have the AK. No, you have the AWP first. He takes contact and then they like swing and then the AK kills him. This time the AK just goes and you know what? The robot's been dethroned. Heavy God is actually the first player to fall in this round and he takes a lick of damage with him. 14-8 right now. Endpoint is showing us how T side really should be played on Nuke, and they're all going to be going. Wait, has MHL just killed him through smoke? No, Heaven.
Appears to be
Okay,
that way.
never mind. It was through Heaven. Okay, so he would have actually seen him. All 4 players down towards Secret. The rotation is there. Actually, no, it's not. I thought Levy was on B. No, he's not. Bloggers is going to be the closest one, and he will be able to set up in time, though. He does have a bit of space to work with.
Petchin
And you've got
Luka.
Petchin. I was going to say, Petchin's playing with the idea of going down vent.
Yeah, I mean, perhaps he could join forces with his teammate on the outside and kind of wrap him from behind. Either way, Endpoint are going to be testing that B bomb site. Smoke goes through. Blogg's vision is obscured. He might just pull the trigger at a random time. Does exactly that. But Nurse, he's got the frag on Luco. MHL and Heavy got now down. The 2 top performers of the map. But Nurse, he's really starting to activate on that T side. So much easier to hold than another one for Nerds. It's exactly what Endpoint need right now in order to get onto 15. Levy tests around the corner, finds Mighty Max through up close, and that's too close for Levy. Can't respond, but Bloggers at least takes one down with them, but they don't care about that. Endpoint still win the round and are on 15.
Nuts was like 7-13 a couple rounds ago. He's now got 16 kills. You mentioned loosely there the performance he's had now on this CT on this T side, and like genuinely, he really has actually been a big difference maker. Like he's got a lot of molly frags in many different rounds, and last round is another clear example of it. And it's put Endpoint now on match point. He even wins the clutch, 15-8. This is do or die for the eSuper boys. Czech Republic, Slovakian mix. They don't want to go 0-1 in the bracket early on.
Nerds.
Have to try and convert this, but the buy is just so bad.
Nerds disgustingly aggressive as well. Down Secret with Bloggers. He's on the other end with a Mag 7. So perhaps we just see more of that. Nerds currently just holding down the angle. Isuba with Nerds also starting to activate, and still Heavy God. I mean, Heavy God has been neutralized a pretty decent amount of the time, but still he's a presence to be noted. Levy, he's a crucial holder, and he's already taken out Surreal. Scopes his head out. Bloggers has to stand his ground, can't do too much with Mag 7 and Nerts on the other end. He's now inching forward. Looks for a second. Looked like he was backing down. But Nerts is actually trapped, so perhaps there can be a rifle gained here. With Luco also on the lookout. But Isuba, with a man down and endpoint, still so much util left over. This is looking dire.
That is a nice frag from Luco, but of course it's Heavy God. Of course it's him to continue an MHL. You've got the you got the three Titans all peeking you at once. Heavy God, MHL, and Nerds, and that will be GG. MHL finishes off with an AK, 16-8 endpoints. With the help of their Israeli counterparts, secure map 3 of this series. Isuba will be sent packing to the 0-1 bracket. And it will be Heavy God to, as he rightfully should, 30-10 rating. That is outrageous.
It was absolutely insane. He slowed down a little bit at the end there, but I'm glad that he was still able to get that 30 bomb locked up, ready to go. But it was such a trouble. And what we really saw in comparison with CT and T side is that Nerts was activated a little bit more, and that was that step too high for Isuba. They were able to deal with 2 players playing decent and popping off. They weren't able to dispatch of 3, just getting the 1 CT round in their favor, and it's a tough one for them. But they've still, it is only the opening round of the Swiss, right? So going 0-1, there were positives to take away from that for Isuba.
Yeah, worse things could happen. And we've seen today, apparently, Nuke has a T-side masterclass on both Ancient and Nuke. But with that in mind, as we were saying, Endpoint will go 1-0, which is expected, I'll be honest. I think they're a team that's been playing, semi-finals of the majority of these playoffs, so I don't think it's too unsurprising that they've made it already to this 1-0 bracket, but we still do have a lot of Counter-Strike on the way. We have X-Finest up against Ecstatic next, which is very interesting, as we're going to see a new form of Ecstatic. If anyone doesn't know, Brazier has been benched, and it will be Salazar, one of the younger Danish AWPers from Atlantic who have had a lot of success regionally. He'll be providing his first game for them under the Ecstatic banner. And then we've got 9 versus 777, Illuminar versus Insta Breach as well to end off the day. We've got the UK starting and ending today off. But I think because we are behind schedule, we don't want to keep us waiting too far. Hypheria, what are your final thoughts before we head to a break before this next game?
My final thoughts is hopefully we can get another map like Mirage in there. It was very entertaining, incredibly close, even though Endpoint winning is good for the point standings, because you need to be top 3 in either of the regions that you play in, and currently Endpoint are sitting over at 6th, trailing behind Honoriz. So it's a crucial victory, and you do need to make it through the Swiss stage and then also do well in the playoffs, because even though this is the second North, the point standing for Central Europe is almost getting closed up, so they do need to do incredibly well to kind of spread out their chances. But also for X-Finest, who are up next, it is a pivotal one. They're 4th in Central Europe, but they're pretty far and beyond out of North Europe. But after the break, we're going to see how X-Finest do. See you in a bit.
Finally, I found what I was looking for. Now that my search is over, it's gonna be a tough choice. But fortunately, no need to choose when you can just have them all. Buy and sell skins on bitskins.com. Your one-stop shop for all CSGO skins.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Tired of
boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellcase website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellcase, your world of expensive skins.
looking for. Now that my search is over, it's gonna be a tough choice. But fortunately, no need to choose when you can just have them all. Buy and sell skins on bitskins.com. Your one-stop shop for all CSGO skins.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
Hey guys, and welcome back to CCT Northern Europe Series 2 main Swiss stage. My name is Freddy Orgami Rana, and I am joined by Hypheria. We've already seen one crazy series where we've just seen a robot in the form of Heavy God just destroy everyone on Nuke. Sadly, we do not have Nuke in the video today for this next map, but we equally have quite a banger. X-Finers who have been on a bit of a tear after considerably dropping off before and after they got dropped by their organization. And then Ecstatic as well, who have just signed a new AWPer, replacing Brazier. So it's going to be really interesting because this is first ever game for Ecstatic for Salazar. I messed it up last time as well. But it's going to be a really interesting one because Ecstatic are a team that looked really good when they first formed with this new 5-man. And then it all just went really bad really quickly and they never quite brought it back up. So maybe this new AWPer is the breath of fresh air that they need. But firstly, Hypheria, let's just go over what we just saw in that last game.
Well, chaos and utter domination. I mean, the maps that Endpoint were comfortable with, they did actually manage to take home. And Mirage was an absolute duke out till the very end. But at that point, you know, in Nuke, Heavy Gold started to activate, T-Side, Inert started to come online as well. And that's kind of the same case that X-Finers need to adjust here too as well. As you mentioned, they had a massive drop-off all the way down at 75th in the world, even though their peak is 19th. They've been slowly but surely grinding that back up and are currently residing somewhere in the middle of 44th. And their most recent loss is against Copenhagen Flames in a 3-map affair. And
well, it was also the grand finals. I think that the context of that as well matters. It's the grand finals of one of the CCTs.
Yeah, and it does have a lot of maps in common with the veto that we've got. But first, let's have a look at the X-Finals roster to make sure we know who is going to be playing. There's been some changes there, but Twist, Pleasant, Shooks, Hades, and Snacks who are going to be placed on the maps here today. Overall, very strong roster, and Snacks is just a household name at this point for CSGO.
Yeah, it's a very interesting roster. They've obviously had some changes in and about. They've replaced the first was when they were still under the Fires organization, was when they replaced Anakez, the Israeli Orpa, with Hades. Very interesting one there because Anakez is notoriously one of the most aggressive Orpas I think I've ever seen. And they replaced him with Hades, who is one of the most passive Orpas I've ever seen. I've watched some of his demos, and he's a very, very supportive Orpa in that regard. And I think he actually struggled quite a lot statistically when he came onto this finals roster first. His stats considerably dropped off, and it just didn't seem to work out. Alongside that, Kriaz used to be in this roster and got replaced for Snacks. I wasn't sure how permanent that was going to be, but it seems like it has been. And you still have Twist as the IGL, and I'm very interested to see what the atmosphere of this team is now after it, because especially when I met these guys in Sweden and when I interviewed some of them, it was a very much like they were very hyped, very excitable, and I think a lot of that would have come from the likes of Kriaz and Anakez. So I'm very interested to see what this mentality is now. And Shox is definitely a player where you got to look out for him. He is so incredibly cracked from Estonia, quite an inexperienced player in some senses, but he is just so individually talented. And you're obviously saying Snacks, like he's replaced Kriaz and he is just a household name. He definitely, I think it's fair to say, isn't playing at the heights as he used to play, but still is very impressive. And this X-Finals roster, I'd say they're pretty dandy good. They've been doing very well recently. As I said, coming to the finals of that CCT Central Europe Series 3. They almost made it to the Eliza Masters, and Espu only loses the Gamer Legion in the last game. They went to the Svenska Cup in Sweden on LAN. To be honest, they didn't do very well at that, but they still came third. Losing one, winning one, and they've been doing pretty well in ECL, keeping their spot. The only one minor thing I would say is the EDC. They didn't do very well in that, losing to LDLC and Honorous, but I think that was more of a blip over the course of 2 days. So now going into this tournament, definitely been making to look a run deep into playoffs, and now looking over to Ecstatic, I feel like they've got a little different mentality about them.
Especially with a new player in there, you're mainly going to be finding your way rather than advancing and really expecting to all of a sudden compete against X-Finest. You still have to have that mentality, but it's mainly about finding your foot and where does Salazar fit in? How are they going to be getting him on the board with Gabby, Manx, Queenix, and Kragan mixed in there as well? But the rest has been together for a longer time. I mean, Salazar, considering this is his first map, the rest has already played about 70 together. But Manx, he's the mainstay of the team, been with Ecstatic for a year, and he's going to be leading the charge in that direction. Ecstatic, a very strong roster, and they, over the last 5 games, they have lost 4 of those, but one of them is against Heroic, and they actually contended with Heroic on Vertigo, and Vertigo is also on the map picks here today. Let's have a look over at that veto, what we're going to be watching, and what we're going to be seeing. And I mentioned there's quite an overlap between Finest and Copenhagen Flames, that matchup, and also in this veto, because that also did have Vertigo in there, but Finest, they lost that with only 6 rounds on the board. And it really seems to me that Finest, they get Dust 2, brilliant. They will usually lock up that and sweep you off the board, but the rest of the maps are pretty strugglesome, it looks like.
Yeah, I think Dust 2, we need to, I think adding more emphasis on how impressive they have been doing it on LAN against people like Lil Mix, and also contending against Eyeballers. Their only loss in their last 9 games was a 16-14 on LAN, defeating some very impressive teams. Where if you look over to Ecstatic for Dust 2, the last time they played it against the Tropic, they lost 16-5, and they haven't had that same level of continuous success like X-Finest have on a map like this. Vertigo, though, it's always been a map for Ecstatic. It's you know, you look back at the older rosters with Bird from Sky, for instance. You look back at some of the old Masonic teams, because in the end, looking at Ecstatic, they have got the old core from Masonic. They have got Kragan, Queenix, and Cavi. That is the main core that have come over in this like Danish shuffle, and it's a team that are familiar with playing Vertigo, but they just haven't really had success recently. This whole team notoriously has been struggling, and I think this is definitely a great start to start proving themselves. Whereas X-Finest seem to have kind of gone on the flip side. They've come out of their slump, and now they're not struggling as much. But Vertigo still is a difficult map for them. They've lost it 4 times in a row. So I think it's a map that Ecstatic, they're definitely probably quite confident on. And I think looking at Ancient is going to be a bit of a flip of the coin, but I think it would favor X-Finest ultimately.
I wouldn't be surprised if we get their X-Finest. They've been very topsy-turvy, and the inconsistency seemingly still reigns supreme just that little bit, but Vertigo, that will be the true tester. Ecstatic managed to compete with Heroic on that map, and now they need to transfer those skills into getting rid of X-Finest, who theoretically still are the favorites, but when a team is trying to find their footing again and trying to gain ground back into the rankings, you really can't back them too much, because there can be one tiny thing that drops and they fall back into the old mentality. So X-Finest mental is really needing to be tested. But Ecstatic, they have got a new AWPer in there, or they've got a new player in there. That also is going to be tested, and his mental together with that. Salazar really needs to make a name for himself out of the get-go.
Yeah, he hasn't even had that much experience on HLTV full stop, even on Dust 2 as well. Only 3 recorded max, so to be a good start for him. However, looking at starts, it will be X-Finest who get the majority of those kills. Salazar does hang around and try to get more than one there, but will only just get a bit of damage on Twist and inevitably fall. But Cabby, one of the players from Masonic, is just kind of chilling here. And they will actually just run away, so it's going to be Manx trying to cut them off at the knees.
Yeah, heavy long stack as well for Ecstatic. I'm throwing 4 over. That's probably something to do with research. But Manx rotating over, and he's going to go B. The rest of them are short. They don't know that Manx is there. That could lead to a very quick back creep when there's already somebody on the lookout. X-Finest. They need to clear out Cabby and then plant the bomb. The plan is going to start now at the car, but Cabby doesn't even look that way. Simple pickup for Twist, and that might just be the round unless Max can pop off with the dualies. There's even a smoke in place. That's 19 seconds of the clock that you're not going to be able to get back, and if you push through, there's his own danger in that. So Max at a crossroads. What do you do? And oh well, now you know. You just you dive through.
Yeah, there isn't a whole amount you can do there, and it's a very good round for X-Finest. Starting off quickly, getting this T-side pistol on Dust 2 is really good for getting early momentum. It can be quite difficult to layer them up further down the line, so to get it going early is quite always nice for this squad. Now European, I almost called them a Swedish team, but no, they're not a Swedish team anymore. They still have 2 Swedish players, but I've actually got more Polish players, if including the coach, than Swedish.
I mean, at that point, Into the Breach is also not a British team anymore. But
Into the Breach?
Or, Jesus, we literally just had them endpoint.
Yeah, but
in spirit they are.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're a British organization. We
good enough.
We can have it.
We don't need to get into the depths.
It's good enough.
It's in the semantics.
Regardless, X-Finest, they're up against the Force by though. Snacks has already been tagged by the scout. 3 scouts for Ecstatic. Huh?
Yeah.
That's an interesting one.
Well, strategy. Well, perhaps it works out. They are going over towards long. Salazar can't really do too much with it. His scout with an eagle up close, also struggling, but doing a ton of damage in the process. Pleasant managed to escape the nade, but still, Hades is ironed out. That scout is so mobile, and the nade that was supposed to be right on the scout is a miss because they bumped into each other. But everybody with X-Finest is so incredibly low, except Twist, and he's the one to get naded for 23 HP.
This is looking really quite dangerous for the X-Finest squad, especially with these jiggles. These scouts can be so difficult and potent. Twist is going to try fight. They're literally 2 scouts holding position. And you know what? Never mind. That is unreal.
No,
everyone is so low. These pistols, they just try to spam through the smoke. None of them connects. The average HP is about 10 right now for these 4 players, and it might just be good enough. Queenix spamming from a distance, and I love it how the one player who was tagged but wasn't even the lowest was the guy who got hit by the scout, and he's on 7 HP now. What is this? How have they got 4 players alive? It's very endpoint-esque of making it difficult but still somehow winning.
I have got no clue.
And keeping 4 players alive.
X-Finest, they can be incredibly glad that Queenix wasn't saving up a big fart, because if Queenix farts in their direction, they're all getting blown off the map. Like
he just breathes at them and they all die.
Yeah, you know, literally, if he drops down to the ground, that little gust of wind that it gets created will be enough. But X-Finest, they managed to escape death every single step of the way. Also get far enough out of the bomb range, and Queenix, he's able to take one of the scouts, 1 out of 3 saved over to the next round. And realistically, you don't necessarily need more than one. I feel like Dust 2 is the only map that you could argue 3 scouts is not a detrimental and dreadful decision overall, but saving 1 over for this round, you might be able to get some picks.
I see actually quite a lot. I saw it with especially TVS and someone like Royals who buys the scout on Dust 2 anyways if they lose this round, and they just buy the scout again in the next round, for instance. So they just double scout, and it sometimes works, sometimes doesn't. But for now, this is a bit of a weird round for Ecstatic, because they actually have 3 people grouped up, and they'll win the duel very easily on Hades without taking a single bit of damage. And that is it's only a Mac 10, but it's still the first pick.
Now, Mac 10 is very mobile. The player in pit with the USP might be able to do some damage. But overall, X-Finest should have a pretty strong grip now. They do need to join force, because if Shox now gets called off guard, that's not an AK in the hands, and there are 2 USPs that are going to be coming for him if he decides to step further. Now it will be reduced to 1 USP. Considering Kragan just stepped in there, he might overlook pit. No, I mean, the rest of X-Finest, they've already got sight in that AK. Even if it does get retrieved, it won't be a factor at all. This is going to plant for a pit as well. Now we're going to see whether he forgot about pit. No, he didn't. Shox has got locked up, and Phoenix at least a kill with the scout, but then just gets dropped on by Plessin.
Yeah, not much you can do about that. If Plessin just goes into the side of your scope, you can get quite blindsided when you're using that scout sometimes. And I think that's a prime example. Cabby trying to hold for these exits with the Mac 10. Farm up some cash, $600 a piece if he gets a kill, which would be quite nice to get into your pockets. And X-Finest go 3-0 up early on the first map of this series.
Cabby, get a bit of money with that Mac 10. No use for it in the next round. Well, it comes up empty, and X-Finest on their own map pick, and probably their strongest map. And get off to a right start. And the AWP comes out for Hades as well. For Ecstatic, 2 A4s in the mix, but no AWP. And on Dust 2 not having an AWP, that's a huge limp in the plan.
Yeah, no AWP, especially I think on Dust 2. Like, that's actually one of probably the maps where it's the most significant. And they're gonna what they're gonna do, because they have no AWP, they're gonna take the fight straight to X-Finest. And that was a good nade. Abby and Manx both put down by 40 HP. That's really, really good from the T side. And look at the aggression towards middle from Ecstatic all in all. You have Twist, who's just not going to expect 2 players to be short now. And I think they know that Twist is here because of that grenade. Ecstatic are just playing round the world right now. They've gone through the whole of B, cleared it out, left it, and then pushed players up short, and then now rotating Cabby and Max through middle, back to middle, from the other way.
This brain is hurting my head, is what I was going to say.
Manx is a very smart man.
Yeah, this round is hurting my brain currently. But X-Finest, they're still peeking up short. Kragan, it's the bomb down. It's not necessarily in a position where Ecstatic can camp it out. But there's frags falling for Ecstatic. Trying to connect. Salazar thus far, he's on the opposite end of the smoke, unable to really do anything. Taking a bit of damage through to the fire. X-Finest, they can still make something of this round, but there's a hefty stack of Ecstatic on shore. I mean, 2 players, half of their forces, to try and stop this push. And X-Finest could go somewhere else, but at that point, you're going to start running into a heap of time trouble.
30 seconds as well. Like, you've got to start doing something now. And the bomb is on shore. I think they're going to try fake out the B bomb site. Snacks, I don't think he's going to anticipate 2 players here. He does here, and he just kind of walks around the corner, bomb in their grasp, and it's like, oh, okay, annoying that Quinix has died on B, but it's like, look, we have the bomb, we know where both these players are, we can just we can just hold positions quite effectively, and it will be decided to get their first on the board on the first gun round. But the AWP is still safe for X-Finest, and it's looking to be able to be picked up by Ecstatic, so because they don't pick up the AWP, they will not be able to have the AWP just yet in this game.
No money.
All money.
for everybody wondering why Dust 2 and Dust 2 is removed, no, it's still playing on the old patch, or at least the old map pool, rather. And I was promised an anecdote by
Oh
Rana at the
yeah.
very start, and
Well,
we have not
we'll
yet
talk
gotten
about
there.
it. We'll talk about it in Nikos. I want to ask what your opinion
Yeah.
is on Anubis, but for now, because it's a bit of a
Yeah,
stretched
it's a good
out.
round. This is a good round.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a stretched out, but for now, this is going to be a very feisty round over towards Holland. Kragan, oh Kragan, nicely done indeed. 2 kills, shocks down to 7 HP, and he's still alive. This man is a machine. Over on Masonic, they used to play some chunky games. They would play every single day for months, multiple best of threes in a day. They were the epitome of grinders, and now they've made their way over to a full-time roster, such as Ecstatic. I'm pretty sure, could be wrong, because it's been a while since I've spoken to him, but I think Kragan's still at school.
That's mental.
As in, like, school.
Yeah, that's insane. Still being in school and it's also going full time. At least you've got your options open at that point. The options for X-Finest in this particular round look pretty dreadful. Every single one of them. And it does point them towards A, but Shocks. He's on 7 HP. Cabby, that Sankyu wasn't heard. Hades is still aware it's due to the step in, and that's a free pick for Cabby, who didn't really need to go that aggressively. I mean, X-Finest weren't even pushed up onto the site yet. The communication on the side of Ecstatic lacking just a little bit, but X-Finest, they've got sight entirely wide open for them. Nobody even close to challenging Lobbin and Yusu over. There goes the Molly, but Shocks gets away here. Oh my goodness, Hades almost executes Shocks. But they're still alive, and even if Shocks dies now, right? No, he's still going to get a frag. That's insane. The information now relayed, and Hades will get the round.
That is huge from X-Finest. Really nice from Hades. Coming alive in this series a little bit early on now. 4-3, especially Shocks there as well, actually. The fact he's on, like, what, 2 HP, and he still gets 1 before he falls. I don't think he even needed to get that 1 kill. I think it still would have been fine, but it just makes life so much easier for the rest of the squad. And this international Polish-Swedish mix is not doing too bad early on their map pick of Dust 2, garnering quite a bit of momentum, but Salazar does have his AWP out. This is the first time we're seeing this man AWP on Ecstatic on an official. Prove to us why you're here. I mean, he's on a glass cannon, no utility across the board. I thought this is quite a harsh introductory to the AWP, but it would make it ever so much more impressive if he pops off then.
And there's only one chance to make a first impression, and this is it for Salazar. Like, and not this particular round, but overall this particular map and this best of 3 needs to be his if people really want to keep an eye on him. If he has a performance where it's like so-so, he's going to be swept to the side and thinking, okay, maybe somewhere in the future there's something there, but that's a quick reaction out of Salazar trying to make a name for himself on Twist, which is a good opener, but there have been better positions for Ecstatic and they haven't been able to convert them. So X-Finest, they're still boosting over the top and an oversight on the side of Salazar. So far out.
Such unfortunate for Salazar. You're never pre-aiming that position. That's a really unfortunate thing to have. Still, though, the advantage, weirdly enough, is in Ecstatic's favor. 4 versus 3 by Queenix, getting 1 kill towards the B bomb site. Snacks on that lurk, getting taken down. But Hades, a very nice aggressive position there. Is able to get the kill back away, tries to peek in and execute. Queenix will miss the shot, but he will not miss that second. Now in a 1 versus 1, no kit for Queenix, and Hades lands the shot. The Polish sniper rifle, proving himself time and time again on this X-Finest roster, and this will be no different.
And I like the aggression because before you mentioned he's a very passive upper, but now obviously that's something known by Ecstatic as well. So him changing that up and aggressing and getting feisty with it. That's great for X-Finest and Ecstatic. You lose yet another round where they were the favorite. They had that advantage multiple times, but they couldn't really convert it. X-Finest, that shows how strong they are on this particular map. It is the very first map, and it is their pick. But still, Ecstatic do not really look like they're contending as they've got no money left over as well.
Well, I guess while we have the moment, yeah, I think actually, yeah, the one thing about Hades, I've noticed that it's like he's a very passive AWPer, and then out of nowhere in these post-spawn positions or like retake positions, he just gets really aggressive. I've seen that actually a lot sometimes, and especially on Vertigo when I've seen the X-Finest roster play it, he just out of nowhere every now and again is like, I'm gonna just jump on headshot on the A bomb site and just kill everyone. It's like, oh, that's a bit like that's a bit off. That's a bit off-brand for him, but it works. So what are your thoughts on Anubis? Because I don't think anything's gonna happen this round, so we can just chat about Anubis for a bit.
I played it once, and I hated it with every fiber of my being. But that's usually due to my expectancy of myself, thinking I have to all of a sudden know the map and not just accept that there are some people that currently know it better, but I can study it more, and that way it will be more entertaining. So I don't think I'm qualified just yet to make a proper judgment.
Yeah, the first few times I played it, I really didn't like it, mostly because it was MM at 3 AM against cheaters. But then I was queuing with my good friends, Mr. Carl Swaggy Wilson and TVS, the players who they both play for Royals, and we queued into Anubis, and they're both like Anubis merchants, and they were doing like one ways and all that, all that sweaty stuff. But we actually queued in. It was like 3 AM the other day, and they bullied me into another game. I was like, I just want to go to bed. It's one of those that you won like 2 in a row, and they're like, come on, one more, Fred, come on. I'm like, no. And we came up against Siren from Spirit.
Oh, okay.
It was a scary affair, I can't lie. But we held our own and we won 16-14. So my first ever experience outside of MM on Anubis was beating a major semi-finalist, which I feel like
now you love the map.
I feel like, you know what, I'm in love with the map. I was also just thinking, I was like, imagine being a major finalist at 3 AM and losing to someone called Swaggy in a caster. Oh, I'd be fuming.
Yeah, no, that is unfortunate. On a new map as well. I mean, if people know one-way smokes on the Anubis,
to be fair, he knew some sweaty nades.
Yeah, and that's the thing with a new map, right? You're always going to have people who put in a lot of time and effort in order to actually study it, and then
however
they'll be able to get one. But look at this one, X-Finest to get focus back on top. Big Mike's nicely through with a saved AK, but he still gets closed down by Bliss, and you expect more out of him there. Kraken at least gets rid of shots, but all the user were arriving at the action. It's Queenix is the last remainder on site. Gets one. Snacks trying to engulf, but Snacks is out on his own, so he needs to win this battle. Otherwise, it's making that the more tough for Hades. But Queenix goes around, repositions, and Hades does tie himself into the fighting. Kraken from the mid will try, but the nade is not going to be good enough.
It gets him off the bomb, and it does stop him. That Molotov is not too far enough, and this is looking like a really good position for X-Finest. However, I was saying that Kraken throws a very makeshift flash, and it lands right in the face of Snack, so fully blinds him. This aggressive smoke allows Kraken to make his way out, and Hades, just unaware of where Kraken's going to be coming from, has the ideas around the smoke, and a nice little quick scope there. The Polish AWPer once again clutches up for his team, 7-1. This seems like such a closer game, but it isn't depicted by that scoreline. And Ecstatic, once again, unfortunate there from Kraken, but they are unable to secure anything. And I just look at the scoreboard, Cabby's yet to frag, man. You've got no one's positive apart from Kraken, who's 7-7. Like, it's not looking great for them. This is such a dominant start for them. Not a great opening debut for Salazar.
It is a very rough one because X-Finest, if you look at their previous results, Salazar are now on the board as well with the frag in this round. But if you look at X-Finest, the maps they dominate on, Dust 2 certainly in there, Overpass, to be Ecstatic with your rookie game and come up against X-Finest in probably one of their best maps, if not the best. We need to wait at least one more map in order to fulfill our judgment. I don't want to throw this kid under the bus just yet. And to be fair, 5-7 is absolutely not dreadful considering
opening pick this round. It's a very nice. Yeah. I guess Queenix has to step up here. He has got support from Cabby outside the doors, and okay, Queenix doesn't get anything, but Cabby at least gets one in a trade. There's a little bit of damage to Pleston as he's coming through the door. Drops the bomb as well, I think, with that kill. So he's just dwindling down the clock. allowing for the rotations to come in, which are actually very slow. These rotations are taking quite a while. And this is a round where Ecstatic, if they win this, it's going to be more impressive because they've retaken the B bomb site with no kit, and a smoke has just been replenished on door.
It's tough, though. Retaking B, there's just not a lot that you can do. Very minimal angles, and it kind of has to be this Mac through the smoke. Pleasant, he still manages to get that frag. Snacks tucked away, Hades with another one, but Snacks cleared out now. That just leaves Hades. The kit, however, is not in the position, and Kragan, he might be full time, but I don't know whether he's got time for this. I don't think so. No, indeed, he runs away.
Does he survive? I don't know if he's got. I think he does survive. Okay, yeah, he will survive. But like, if there was just one kit somewhere, it would have been a different story. Unfortunately, that will not be it. And Salazar, like, he's done great there to get the opening pick. However, it just hasn't been. It just hasn't been kept.
And that one kill out of Hades is good enough for them to win the round. Had he not gotten that frag, he was so low. Just one bullet would have been the round in favor of Ecstatic. But Hades managed to hold on and stand his ground, and then just plays around with his position. Very nicely done for X-Finest.
Seems like they can't do anything wrong right now on Dust 2, and I mean Hades is definitely a helping factor to that. That Nathan Quinn, like it's set up so perfectly, but if he just kept it maybe a little bit longer, it would have done like 100 damage here. But the flash is coming out. Ooh, a little bit unfortunate there. Cabby, even though he has that nice little howl, it does not matter. He's not going to be able to get the frag. And Ecstatic full yet again without any retaliation. And if anyone's probably wondering why Ecstatic have such awesome skins, because they're actually co-owned, I think it is, or is it owned fully? But there's a Zippel has some sort of ownership in Ecstatic, and obviously everyone knows who Zippel is, the big skin man himself. He's actually, I remember he was with the team out in Malta when they were at the RMRs. Very supportive for this team. I know he actually watches a lot of their games. He tries to get them streamed and stuff like that. He's overall pretty supportive, and it's good for a team like this, especially with quite young players. But the problem is they're not looking too great on the scoreboard right now.
Yeah, it's looking incredibly rough, but still, X-Finest, their economy is not necessarily at a point that you'd expect to see in a 1-9 scoreline. So you can see every round Ecstatic are keeping it close, but they're unable to tip it in their favor, and that's starting to be a huge problem with X-Finest. Just two players who are showing up pretty massively in key moments. In terms of frags, you can see that X-Finest have got a lead, but I mean, this is a huge disparity in terms of scoreline and the stats to back it up with the X-Finest. They've just got that clutch factor, and perhaps that comes with the experience that they've already been able to gather up. And as you mentioned, Ecstatic still a relatively young roster. And Dust 2 could also just not really be their map, and they're kind of playing it in ways of, okay, well, we'll just study X-Finest and we'll see. But still, I mean, this has got to feel bad.
Yeah, it's definitely a. We haven't really seen this much today. We haven't seen this one-sided affair, but we were just talking about skins. I think there's some. I saw a Howl being dropped last round, so the Howl's back in play. I know there was a massive mass purchase of M4 skins and sell of A1S skins when the buff came and the nerf came through. But big shout out to our partners over at BizSkins. Banner is down below. If you want to go check them out, you can go buy and sell your skins in the safest place online. But there will be a tactical timeout for Finest ending now. And you can see on the scoreboard just the difference in kills, really. You have Pleasant, Hades, and Shocks just powering through. Hades kind of getting those last resort kills. And then Ecstatic, you only have one player going positive. And the average kills are about 6, maybe 5.
Just to do the math on that.
There's a reason on my history major.
I think it's a 5 point. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, all right. Thank you for your debut, Salazar. Goodbye as well. Cabby getting aggressive. So Ecstatic, they are actively talking about changing something around, and the aggression works out. Catches off Shocks, and he's able to retreat as well. Pleasant, so incredibly low. This could be his death indeed. It is. Peeks into Kragan. His demise is met.
Okay, success now. This is looking good. Salazar is the first to fall, which is never great for his I guess confidence more than anything. Because this is his debut. Like you're definitely getting in your own head. I feel like at some stage with this, especially if he is a quite inexperienced player. But right now, Cabby dodges that flashbang, and he's still that was very very close. But he does secure the kill on Snacks. That could have got very very dastardly if he didn't get that kill. Because it would have been a 3 versus 3, for instance, and a lot of space opened up for the X-Finest roster. But Twist, even though he got shot at first, Kragan had the jump on him. The AK does prevail with that wallbang. 2 versus 3, 2 players, well, a player on both sides, very, very low. It's going to be a run boost with the AWP, but he's not going to find anything because no one's even remotely near to giving up anything.
There's been plenty of rounds where Ecstatic are in this exact position, but they don't manage to convert it. Twist incredibly low in the nade. Oh, Hades actually on site, and this could elude. Indeed, Hades is going to go for the plant, and the nade is not going to catch Twist, and it barely does any damage anyway. Hades, just the 1 point. But Cabby still tries to look over the top, have a sight. But now he needs to be afraid. There's an AWP there as well. Hades allowed to go so aggressively up on the site. Nobody's keeping an eye out, and that's another one. Now it's just a 2v1 from Manx against Hades and Twist, and the AWPer. Twist, he's got it all on lock. I mean, in this particular round, he's the AWPer. A little bit of a reversal of the roles, but X-Finest do get their 10th.
I thought that was it. I thought that was at least a second round for Ecstatic. It was looking so good for them. And then they just kind of get owned on that post plant. That was a super nice round, especially Twist picking up that AWP at the last second. Hades just showing he can do it with the rifle as well. 13-4, he's having an absolute madness of a game. He's going to continue that with a leg onto Queenix.
So rough. It's yet another round where Ecstatic, they have got their foot through the door, but it just gets slammed shut anyway, no matter what's in between. Next Finest on their 10th. Salazar about to be up against Hades, and that's a simple battle you will win if your opponent pulls out a pistol. There's more on the horizon. Plessin, he's now picked up that up. Salazar, he's feeling that more. He's still challenging, and he's still being on the lookout, but Plessin is not giving him too much snacks. Meanwhile, all the way over at the B, he's stepping out into the sights of Cabby. Probably thought that more Ecstatic players would have been rotating in by now, but that's at least the information. And you can see the acceleration in X-Finest. They are immediately executing up on the site and trying to get a spot so they can get front row seats to a round 1.
Yeah, this is looking like it's going to be inevitable, I think. A smoke short as well is just even further putting it into the mud. You've got also you have Cabby with this second AWP up close and personal. He's going for this cookie style, and that seems like such a hopeless attempt of a retake. You have someone jumping up and down with an AWP, and then the AWP just solo peeking short. X-Finest, 10 rounds to the good. This is looking like domination like no other. And if they continue this form going on to Vertigo, I feel like we might be seeing something of a similar trend. Very sad, I think, for this team that Dust2's taken out of the map because they're looking pretty good at it, aren't they?
Mate, X-Finest
this is depressing.
Dust2 or
yeah, this is
chef's kiss.
This would be 9 out of the last 10 games that they've won.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like to preemptively call things. But I mean, if stuff like this happens,
it's hard. I agree with what you're saying, and to be honest, I have sat here and in moments like this where it is like this is so one-sided, but this is like ridiculous. This is actually domination.
But okay, it is domination. There have been moments where Ecstatic just come up short. So, in terms of comeback recipes. Okay, sure, Ecstatic have got one of the ingredients, at least, of an entire grocery list. They still need a ton more, but there's something on there. X-Finest on 12, that just seems way too far to come back from. Queenix doesn't even manage to get the one, and
also the T side.
Yeah, like X-Finest have just got a short angel on their shoulder the entire time.
I think, because, you mentioned as well they peaked at top 19. They were, I think that the peak of the top 19 was a really weird one because they got it during the player break, I remember, and it was like We've just gone up like 5 places by doing nothing. I think the general resonation for them was in and around that middle top 20 or sorry, top 30 page. They were like top 30, top 20 for ages because they won the Pinnacle Cup 4 and they went to then the Pinnacle Cup Championship and LAN, did well at that, made it out of groups. Anarchez was a big key feature for that. He was actually the second highest rated player in the tournament going into the playoff stage. And they were genuinely just doing really well. And then when Anarchez left, it seemed to just all tumble away. They came back after the player break, and it just wasn't looking very good. Now with this new roster, it again took some time to settle in. When Hades came through, it was awful. That there was no cohesion. It actually looked quite bad, if anything. Snacks, I wasn't sure if was going to be the answer to it after Kriaz left, but it seemed like there was some personality conflict between the team after talking to some players. It felt like this was actually the best outcome overall, and the fact that this team actually continued surprised me. After Finest as an organization crumbled, it did feel like that maybe would have been closed doors for this team and this core of players, but with the experience they have, they've really pulled through, and they're playing some serious Counter-Strike right now, and this is a great exhibition of it.
And the very first map of the best of 3 X-Finest are stomping over Ecstatic. Manx, he's not going to be able to get this round in their favor. The best thing that he could do is get a few frags to his name, but even that goes awry in X-Finest. That one round now feels like so valuable for Ecstatic. You know, they're clutching onto it. But, I mean,
like
it's something that doesn't matter.
My round?
Yes, please. I like this so much.
I like this round so much.
I mean, against the X-Finest, I guess that's what you have to do. That's, yeah, a tough L to be taken. Through the water. Like, what is this, man? Like, Shock, she can't do that and actually get away with it.
Shock's actually unironically as a second AWPer. I have seen him double AWP. I can't even remember where it was that long ago, but like I have seen him do it before. Also, that nade just seems to not hit Snacks at all. Yeah, 13-1.
Oh.
It's gonna be 14-1. Plessum he's a really effective entry fragger, and especially when I was talking to just like talking to these players. So I hung out with them a lot when I was in Sweden. I just you know, you happen to end up talking to them quite a bit. And sometimes Plessum does get in a mindset of like he sometimes tries to do things and they just don't work. He still tries to do them. Right now though, Max the IGL is just taking things into his own hands and might win the round for them.
Tap the defuse, and there's still 2 left alive, but that's Hades off the card.
What?
Yeah, okay, so it's not 14-1, mate. Okay.
Okay. Max just went, yeah, sure, it's me now. Okay, finally, something, right?
As soon as we think, okay, well, this round is surely going to go this particular way. It's been so topsy-turvy with how dominant this has been for X-Finest. Ecstatic managed to at least have a gander and double up their scoreline in the very last round of the half.
Yeah, I mean, regardless, I feel like that. Yeah, Max has done really well here. I will give him that. Yeah, actually, he's done really well. I think that's a fair play to him. But yeah, what I was saying, Pleasant sometimes struggles to what's the word? Change up his playstyle mid-game. So when something like this is working out so well, it's just like it's perfect, really.
They're gonna go quickly long as well. X-Finest just vacating the spot. Hades trying to get to safety, but leaving his teammate out to dry in the process. But Hades, he'll wetten up the long with some blood spilled. That's just blessing. Snacks on sight. Entirely blind. Snacks can't do anything anymore. And Ecstatic, at least in a 4v2 to win the pistol.
This is interesting. And I think this will probably result in an exciting round, right? I don't think X-Finest... yeah, this probably... even though there is a kit, I think that is going to be quite improbable.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're even going for it. They just want to save over that kit for the next round. Perhaps buy up some scouts. But I did see somewhat of a resemblance of X-Finest in that last round. Just getting a bit too eager to show off and have fun with it. That could ripple through if you get out of that mindset. It's tough to get into it yet again. But Ecstatic, I mean, we can make so many arguments of how a comeback could happen thus far. The reality is that Ecstatic are still miles out, and they have to do it barefooted as well.
What do you think the highest scoring Ecstatic can get here?
Ooh. I'd go 6, because I don't know why, but X-Finest seem to win 16-6 a lot.
Yeah, I feel like 6 is a pretty good scoreline as well. However, right now, they've actually got the opening pick, but Snacks is a Mag 7.
Yeah, I don't know where he's going to be using that.
This T side is actually looking pretty good, running up long. And I think they know that Twist is car as well.
Yeah, and he's going to get sprayed down by Cabby, together with Kragan as well, but Kragan doesn't get credited with an assist. That should at least be a 4th, but as soon as X-Fighters started buying up, that's where it starts getting perilous for them. This is where Snacks is using it.
I can't.
Right.
It kind of makes sense. I mean, I don't think
so
he's.
afraid.
I think there's. Yeah, I
Oh, no.
don't think he's gonna get tested here at all. They will go. I mean,
Are you sure?
He's got 62 HP, Max 7 smoke. When they come towards him, there's not going to be a huge amount of time left. They're going to have to commit. I mean, like, he's literally going to have to hit every single bullet cleanly. Smoke's coming through. He hears it now. 3 flashbangs. Lurk smoke might actually benefit him because he can play around it, but Kragan's holding for this. They're coming through now. Oh, and he goes into the smoke. The flashbangs are good. And Pleasant will not be able to find anything more. I almost believed.
Yeah. With the way this map has been going, there's been crazier stuff happening. I mean, Snacks getting a 4K to finish off this round would have been the wildest thing, but Ecstatic, they do manage to elude him, and Pleasant, I think his time is also limited. And the scout is going to be a thing of the past, the next finest. He's going to have to go through Cabby with a little bit of not going through there as well. I like that. You know, some Ecstatic, they can't count themselves out. We all can do it, but Ecstatic need to keep true and still keep on believing, and perhaps even have that little bit of arrogance in that of, yeah, we can come back.
I really like the enthusiasm, but I feel like those 6 rounds that you were mentioning is probably going to be it, just on the basis of you get to see you're going to get to 5 here, and I say you maybe get like a lucky one maybe thrown in there towards the end, but I think X-Finest, I don't see them crumbling on the city side. I feel like when they just get the guns out, when Hades gets his ult, for instance, that's when it's like it's just going to start looking a lot more formidable. And also, some of these skins are genuinely unreal though for Ecstatic. Like the more I look at them, the more I just randomly like, oh, it's a Dignus House Hollow. Oh, okay, calm, yeah, sure, yeah, sure. Oh, okay, yeah, like just like a random Dig Hollow on a random Galil. Like, oh yeah, calm, and like Kragan's got a dirty glove knife AK combo.
Was it due to the shadow, or is that just a plain Galil as well?
No, it's not. It's a skin Galil. I think it was like the. I don't even know. I don't even know what Galil it would be, but it is a. God, it's not a plain skin. I hope so.
That's why it would have been crazy. But this is just so pretty to look at. Not the scoreline, but like, you know, at least
know what
they're going out in flare.
I think it's like a. I think it's a blue. Yeah, it's the blue titanium. It cost €1, and you've got a €1,000 sticker on it. Make it make sense.
Oh my god! Bro, I love those Katowice stickers on like a bloody P250 sand dune or something as well.
Nah, that's I'm pretty sure there's I think somewhere in the world there's like an I Buy Power on one of them, and it's just like make it make sense.
It's so funny. It's like, I don't know why I find it that funny, but it's just, you know, imagine I've always had this idea, right, of getting a Ferrari, but then by removing the motor and making it like a 45-mile-an-hour car. That can be like counted as a scooter. So you have like a big Ferrari, and then it can't go faster than like 30 miles because of 45 kilometers.
That would be awful. I mean, like,
It would be so funny.
what worst comes to worst, at least we are not on a Pix and we didn't unbox a NIP sticker.
Yeah.
Life could be worse. Life could be worse. If if you're ever upset, you can always just think about that.
Yeah.
But for now, this is looking like a very nice setup from X Finest. The only problem is Ecstatic are actually perfectly countering it. Kraken also winning that duel is amazing. It's kind of pulled the rotations a little bit further away, and it's given them the man advantage. Snacks was already playing retake towards the B bomb site. Now they're at a man disadvantage. It's going to make it increasingly more difficult. X Finest, I say you save this, to be honest.
Yeah. Snacks even lurking on CT side as well. But then outside of the bomb site, not contesting. I mean, if you're the only one over at B, you have to give that up. But X Finest, what they're doing is keeping themselves in tone. It's a 4v5, and it would have been overzealous to go for this, but Kraken, he's still infiltrating, and this is exactly what Ecstatic have to do. They can't let it get to their heads and think, okay, we've won the round, and that's it, right? They're continuing upon their play. Kraken pushes through, he loses his life, but it's about the motto. It's about the idea behind it, and that's still good enough for Ecstatic, who will now get their 6th. They'll still be far beyond a comeback position, because especially with X-Finest saving over, you'll have a contestation next round and the round thereafter, and then the loss bonus is going to set in. It's an uphill battle the entire way.
Yeah, and like X Finest still are playing. Like if you just look at it's still like comparing the scores, like Manx the second highest or the third highest fragger has the same as the lowest fragger for X Finest. Like you compare the scoreboards and they just always go in favor of X Finest. To be fair, you do have Kraken who's had a really consistently quite impressive game, and that's another really good start actually. Double AWP out, Pleasant already being tagged. Salazar with a nice little I Power Hollow on the scope, but it doesn't matter when Twist is just aiming and spraying you down as you're running out of long. Ecstatic, they have to get lucky. You know, so for X Finest, you kind of just have to get lucky once. You kind of have to have a Twist who just holds a spray down through long doors and gets 2, and then the AWPers just farmhouse towards middle. That is perfection. Ecstatic, they do still have money in the bank, for instance, 2 more buys. The only problem is now is that you've just slowed your chances of getting slimmed. It's like, exactly, you only just need one round like this where you almost like, I think it's fair to say, you just get lucky where Twist just holds a spray and they just decide to walk in front of you. But we've been talking about skins quite a lot, Hyperia. If you do want to pick up some of yourself, make sure to head over to BitSkins, our partners for the CCT tour.
Yeah. Yeah,
that is not the start you want.
And Queenix is going to run into a fancy little surprise as well, and
it's not going well.
This is what I'm talking about. As soon as X Finest, or I say I'm talking about it as if you were preaching the comeback, but I mean we've both been on the pretty same line of as soon as X Finest get those guns in order, it's looking dire for Ecstatic.
I think it's just like it's unrealistic. I think in a position like this, like this has been that CT that T side was so like it just felt like the gun rounds. I was like, I just know what's happening. Like, and it was also just how clinical everyone was. Like even Snacks, who's going negative right now, was just running around killing people. Hades 22-8. Realistically, what can you do about that? And he's still playing a very passive position. I think this is what I was saying. Is like he's not necessarily quite inherently an aggressive AWPer, and he has sometimes had flares of aggression, but by and large, he hasn't. You know, he's not a non-aggressive person, and it's actually helping X Finest quite a lot. Oh, that nade.
Oh my goodness, yeah. Just continuously those things happening is going to be rough. But a 2v4 with Manx getting the first frag. Pleasant also down low. Manx takes so much damage due to the molly, and Snacks will go chasing down. Kraken hasn't even got the bomb down. He's already getting over well. Next Finest on 15.
What can you do about that when Snacks just decides, you know what, I'm going to run for the smoke, kill the AWPer, and then just jump kill Kraken? Like, what can you do about that, realistically?
Pray that it doesn't happen again, and hopefully the next map arrives soon.
Like, he jumps, I'm pretty sure he just... Yeah, he kills in midair. Unlucky.
Yep.
Technical pause? Oh, Ecstatic got a technical pause. 6 to 15. They need to win 9 in a row flawlessly if they want to come back. This is not the Ecstatic that I assumed I would see today. Salazar had a very, very quiet T side. I'm not sure if he's got a kill yet on the T side, maybe one, but he's. This is not the debut that you'd want to be seeing after Ecstatic. We haven't seen play for a while. They had a really good start to the year, qualifying and doing quite well for things like the RMR, for instance. And sorry, when I say year, I mean like the last 3 months when they've had this new squad, when they brought in the core of Masonic, Kragan, Cabby, and Queenix to join the likes of Manx on who was rebuilding the roster, and then you had Brazer, who was the old Astralis talent, Orpa, who's recently been replaced, as we've been talking about. They had a good start as a squad, as a core, and since it just hasn't quite had that same resounding effect, the next finest, almost like on the flip side, they fell off while Ecstatic were doing well, and now they're back again doing well.
Yeah, it's currently looking like Ecstatic are indeed going to get 6 rounds, so I'm happy about this, somewhat. I'm at least correct to my guess, which was a complete gamble, but I feel like Ecstatic, they can't really care about this map too much, and they're going to have to look at Vertigo in order to contest just that little bit to try and bring it to a third. But I think those 10 minutes in between are enough to shake off a loss like this. You're able to step outside, go for a tiny little walk, either outside your garden or whatever. At least step out of the room that you're currently using, and to get rid of that atmosphere and refresh yourself for the very next map. But it's not technically over, even though it kind of is.
I believe. You know what?
Shut
I
up.
feel like they can do this. But yeah, no, I do agree. I feel like, especially so, Ecstatic, these core, I was talking about Masonic just grind they put in. I feel like they're still very inexperienced when it comes to top level of gameplay, but god damn are they experienced in playing officials. So I don't think this is going to be too much of a problem, and I think will be able to quite easily shut this off.
Yeah, I doubt that you're able to turn into a professional player without a mentality like that. If you're going to be stuck up on...
You'd be surprised.
Yeah,
You'd be surprised.
Like, overall, you do need a strong mentor, or at least be able to shake it off, because otherwise, also in a team environment, yes, you might still function when you're absolutely livid and you want to punch your monitor 3 times over, but others are going to be affected by that as well. So usually it's not a positive team environment.
Oh yeah, like if you've got someone sitting next to you just going down the mic every 3 seconds, like that's probably the most demoralizing thing you could ever have in your life. Like, without even a shadow of a doubt, that's awful to have in that team atmosphere. But it does come to a stage, it's like, and I think it's especially for someone like Manx, he has got these younger players under him. I think Cabby is maybe the exception. He has got a lot of experience within the Danish scene, playing for the likes of AGF and Lyngby Vikings for quite a while. And honestly, same with Queenix. He's played in and around the scene since like 2020. But I think especially looking at Kragan, even though he's gained like over the last year, maybe year and a half, gained so much experience.
맥도날드 좀 가져다 주시겠어요? Fancy mac and cheese? Oh, Mac? My God!
Can I go to McDonald's after this?
Sure.
McDonald's not mijn dag niet.
You went to McDonald's without me? Wow. I mean, you could have asked. Sorry. Can't need an apology.
Game tomorrow. And he was so like, he was like, wait, what? And I was like, yeah, I know, right? I was like, it's gas. And he was so like, he was so shocked. He was like, we haven't spoken since, I think it was like, I think it was 2018. We haven't spoken since. And I was like, yo, I don't know if you remember me, but you carried me in open. Yeah, like that Atlantic team, I think I've just checked the Power Liga ratings. They kept their spot, and I think they did make playoffs. They just about. They came the last place on playoffs. So it's like, okay, so you've gone from like that level where you're struggling against the likes of Tricked, Masonic, for instance, to now this, and I think that's a big step up that seemingly, for this map anyway, is showing he isn't ready. A lot of typing in chat, and we haven't got an update of what's happening. So I think, if possible, you want to send it to? Should we send it to a short pause, Theory, or have you got anything else to say?
No, I've got nothing, mate. I've outed my problems with no problem, guys. So
no problem. You know what? This flame for no problem guy, my boy, you know, don't my boy Daniel, don't want to be don't want to be throwing shade to him.
Okay, I'm gonna get a right punching in the gut in the break,
bro.
mate.
At LAN, I'm gonna beat you up because of your insults to my king. But, yeah, I think this is a big stop at momentum though. Like X-Finance, you know, they're kind of chilling. Like they're obviously still going to win the game, but it's more like this momentum going to the second map. I feel like definitely has been just maybe reduced this a little bit. But yeah, I think we have I think we have got an extended pause here, so we will be showing it to a short break. Do not go too far, guys, because we will be back very, very soon. Good morning, good afternoon, hello everyone. How are you doing? X-Finest, they are back live. Let's get back with it.
Yeah, we were talking about how much this would be a gust against their momentum, but X-Fighters, hopefully they've gotten everything sorted out, everything is all right, and they managed to get back. And Twitch, he was the only one who hadn't bought up before we went into a break. He's now all ready to go, and X-Fighters, they're still just looking to close this one out, but if there's any moment, and the entire story around this is ecstatic, are unable to come back and are probably not going to manage at any point. But if there's anything to facilitate that, is a tech pause and X-Finest not being in the game anymore.
Going to be a B pop ecstatic, throwing everything to the wall. Snacks has got support here by Pleasant with the AWP. The flash is not blinding Snacks whatsoever. He gets the first, but quickly traded out by Queenix and Pleasant. Ooh, bye-bye, going the same way. Nice little headshot there. And this is some success from Ecstatic. You said 6 rounds is all they're going to get. Well, maybe be 7.
Finest, I doubt they're going to go for this. It's a B bomb site that they're going to have to retake, and the molly or the smoke goes over as well, but they won't even see that. They're way too far out. And X-Finest, indeed it might be a 7, but for X-Finest, they've still got so much util that they've got saved over as well. Their economy is sturdy, and overall, these rounds lost for X-Finest aren't as detrimental, not in the fashion that Ecstatic need them to be in order to break that economy.
Double AWP, easy peasy as well, come out. Nice there from Queenix. Like, he's had a very, very slow game. You know, he's got 7 and 16. It's very good that he has stepped up here a little bit. And what, you're going to have to get 8 rounds in a row flawlessly. Any belief? We got any belief?
I don't know, mate. You were the one to take that role, and I told you to shut up. So I feel like I for one, can't, and for two, I still don't really think so.
I want to believe. I really do want to believe.
Same. I mean, I absolutely love a comeback like this and the craziness involved with it. But with how strong X-Finest have been on this map and how strong they've shown themselves overall, like, I just can't yet see a way back until Ecstatic get like to the 13 mark.
I think I say double digits. I think if they hit 10, that's when I'm like, but I'd say not until 10, you know? I think 10 is when I'm starting to be like, maybe let's have it. And it also depends how those rounds are won. I think that's a big, big thing as well. If they're clean, then I got it. But if not, then ooh, and Twist, that's a lovely play there. You see Ecstatic, they were setting up for something, and that kill has also just stopped all the momentum.
And that's the frag. That could be one of those round enders. Finest, they don't need much. They've won a plethora of rounds on a deficit. Now with an advantage, and Manx as well, the player to lead the charge and get the final round for Ecstatic on their own CT side. Taken out. That could be a blow to the morale, and Hades, he sets up to try and deal with this short pusher. But as soon as Hades is overwhelmed, that's it. There's one big lock, and now they just need the lawyer to open it up.
Yeah. These flashes, they have to be chained perfectly. That's the first. Fully blinds him, knocks him off the corner. Second one being pulled. There it goes, but lovely little counter utility. Look at that grenade, how much damage it did to literally everyone. Hades, 22-8, covering behind here. He hasn't died yet. Behind this Molotov as well, Twist is here to help. You've got 2 players in CT. They trade each other out. Shox is coming from long as well. Actually, Shox is holding long. And Hades, lovely little quick scope at close range there. Knows that Salazar is close. And Queenix on low HP is going to be in quite a difficult position because he is all alone in a 1 versus 4. He has to win this to keep them in the map, and that will not be the case. Shox reveals himself from long, and that's 16-7, 2 X-Finest on their map pick. Very nice indeed.
I mean, looking at the pictures of Ecstatic was a damn light show. They were just lighting up and going back again, and then another flash came through. They were entirely blind, trying to engage with short, and then you've also got Hades, who's played so passively and just sat back the entire time. It's been an absolute spectacle over on Dust 2, but hopefully for Ecstatic, they managed to get back into the swing of things of Vertigo, and we're going to see that after a quick little break.
Finally, I found what I was looking for. Now that my search is over, it's gonna be a tough choice. But fortunately, no need to choose when you can just have them all. Buy and sell skins on bitskins.com. Your one-stop shop for all CSGO skins.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault, and the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
Dust 2 was unsettling, but hopefully that dust has now settled, and X-Finest, they've got something to prove now as well. It's mainly Ecstatic who have got the more proving grounds, to be honest, because Ecstatic, obviously, they kind of got swept aside on Dust 2, but they've also got Salazar in there who's trying to make a name for himself. X-Finest, however, apart from Dust 2 and Overpass, they've been in a pretty dire position, it seems like, in terms of any map outside of those two. And X-Finest, now it's time to show us, show the world that, look, yes, you're still X-Finest. Your org didn't really work out, but you have to prove yourself on a different stage. And hopefully, their match can start quickly. There's still a technical pause. They're trying to get everything sorted out. As we had a technical pause at the end of the previous map as well, so apparently those issues still have not fully been sorted out, at least. Hopefully, we can get this underway, and in the meanwhile, we can talk about some statistics on this particular map, because I talk about that one side isn't really strong on this particular map, but both have been having a tough time, losing 5 in a row on the side of Ecstatic, and only previously, about a month ago, were able to take down Mew on this map. And Mew is a team who were playing their first HLTV map overall. Like they didn't really do too much. So Ecstatic, even though yes they have broken that loss streak, it's still not necessarily something that we can heavily count upon. But it is their map pick, and the timer is ticking. Don't know whether it's going to go back, but no, the timer ticking is not a fake. And let's have a little tester to see whether Mr. Grimy Rana is back as well.
Hello.
Hey!
And we're very interested to see how this one's going to go. I think last time I saw X-Finest play, it was actually a pretty impressive showing. So hopefully they can do the same here. And Snacks slow off the mark there, but balled by Armor. Ecstatic, well, they're not going to be still off the mark. They're going straight towards a bomb site. Plessin, first point of contact, will just take it and fall away.
Ecstatic, they need to come out of the gate swinging, I feel like. Really shake off that previous map. And if he's been able to take ramp, and Queenix is going to go around the corner, and it's a pretty pacifist site take. There will be some returning fire, but apart from that, X-Finest are going to have to relent and wait for the reinforcement. What's going on the side of Ecstatic? Multiple bomb plants coming through. Now he's going to get sprayed. The bomb does only barely go down, but that's dangerous. Ecstatic playing with fire, and how much it's cost them does allow X-Finest to get back into the rotation as well. Hades tapping away, but now he's just swept to the side by Salazar. Last one left alive in a 1v3, and he has to have an ace in order to close this one out. Plessin closes that distance, and it will be Ecstatic or X-Finest winning the pistol round.
That was really nice, I thought, from Salazar. Like, he gets, especially Hades on the flank. When Hades is coming down, Salazar just absolutely owns him. And if just someone else on his team was able to step up, there could have been a very successful round win for the squad. But no, that will not be the case in X-Finest. They will allow the bomb to go down, but they will claim the round. So I think Ecstatic will be buying back into this one, I would assume. And slowing it down. No. Just a single Molotov. And okay, yeah. Buying last second.
Yeah, don't want to let anything up. You got to fake yourself out as well, of course. There's a relatively strong buy. Only Manx out there with a Tech 9. Oh, Cabby. Caught out in the open, but now we catch somebody in return. Snacks, however, is still able to get that A1S and plop it into the head of Cabby. Snacks playing almost at the back, and another one in his favor. And this is why the A1S is still so strong. You can spray through without giving away your position, Hades. Right? I mean, the smoke dissipates, and yeah, he just goes down. A bit too ambitious.
Sorry, that was an unreal nade. It landed on the career there. In the meantime, Shox is pushing all the way from the bomb site, and he might not even be needed. Okay, he will come in and swoop in and literally tickle those last two players, because the amount of damage that had been inflicted was immense. And Ecstatic back to losing ways. X-Finest back to winning ways.
And I talked about this a little bit when the internet was a nuisance over at yours, but for neither of these teams is the history something that really backs up this map choice. On the side of X-Finest, they've lost 4 in a row now, and against Gamer Legion, fair enough. Against Saw, these are all pretty detrimental losses, like 16-4, 16-7, 16-6. But then you expect over on the opposite end for Ecstatic for everything to be all right. Hold that thought for a second, though, because this MP9 is about to get a lot of mouths to feed. Short, that's a fourth. Nope, Twist takes it away.
Come on, come on. Give him that, he's lit. Come on, that's unfair. My boy, reigning from Estonia, is unable to secure the ace, but what you were saying, continue your thought process.
Yeah, and then for Ecstatic, they've also lost 5 in a row. They are all a lot close, like 16-13 and 16-12, and also against teams like Gentium, Zangol, Heroic. But their only win in recent-ish time is against Mute, a team that they played on LAN, and that doesn't really have any familiar names on there. So for Ecstatic, the history doesn't really look strong.
Yeah, I think you're right there. It isn't looking too great, is it? I think I was actually online that tournament against Mew. But yeah, no, you're completely correct there.
Oh yeah.
And Ecstatic, right now though, they are on their first gun round, and that nade, I thought that was going to do a lot more damage. Plus, the fact he gets one from a position where he was smoked, they were all shooting at him. He's even to get one with that FAMAS is not too bad. And these two M4s, 2 A1Ss. No, sorry, wait, what? No, an A1, an A1S, and 2 SMGs for X-Finest are going to be looking to belittle these AKs from Ecstatic. 55 seconds left, and the Danes are looking to execute on this A bomb site where 3 defenders are residing.
Hades still keeping the mid secure, but that MP9 used so aggressively. There's a bit of cannon fodder. Tiny bit of util damage, but Cabby is also so incredibly low, and there's still 2 nades on the side of X-Finest, and now through the smoke goes Twist. That's annoying for Crag, and he's going to have to look on from the perspective of another, and there's just set up with those nades ready to go. Do an insane amount of damage, and Cabby, he's still good for 1, but Cabby gives up his position, and he's incredibly low. Yet against Salazar, last man left alive, does get the 1, but Twist is able to immediately trade thereafter in the first buy round in favor of X-Finest.
Very nice. That was a really good round, especially with the lower weaponry to do well. Shox is a grand man. Shox is like, okay, no, it is 100, he has 10k. Maybe like, maybe I actually buy the M4 here. But yeah, this is looking really good for X-Finest right now. They're up against the lower buy of Ecstatic, and this is a city-sided map, but I do feel like it's one of the more city-sided maps where you see a lot of teams gaining confidence on that T side. So Ecstatic with this early loss is not the most promising.
And having to go with just a few Tech 9s as well. This is just tough overall, and RAM control is so pivotal on this map that with just 2 Deagles, I mean, you're going to have to pop off if you want to get this round. Talking about skins for a second, Snacks had a spicy A1S as well. I really do like that.
Yeah, I was just looking at Hades glove knife combo, the Doppler phase 3 with the I forgot what the gloves are called, but they're so nice.
You're actually advanced brain though in that. I just see pretty colors and think, oh, nice.
To be fair, I'm like, I just know enough, like, I know, like, just enough to sound advanced, but realistically, I'm just, like, I'm on the iceberg, you know? Like,
Oh, yeah.
I did a bit of work for a skin company in Cologne when we did interviews, so it was, like, a skin-based company, so I was asking, like, they would kind of, like, I was with them learning stuff, you know?
Yeah, smart. Ecstatic. They're going to try and learn as well, but I think they're just getting taught right now.
Ooh.
Yes, indeed. And the spanking arrives. To be fair, still 2 left alive at an A1S. Not entirely impossible, but still you don't favour them at all.
Yeah, this should be pretty easy. Kragan, he had a really good map on Kragan. He was actually one of the, I'd say, the one player on Ecstatic that was, like, continuously doing really well. Could give it a little bit of a one-way here, actually. But make sure you don't spam the railing there. That railing is made of like titanium. I don't know if you experienced it, but like if you spam it, you literally just, it's like GG. Like you do like 2 damage per shot.
Oh, okay.
It's so annoying.
Yeah, that's something you have to take into account. But he was nicely tucked away. Kragan gets a kill for his troubles as well, getting sprayed from every which angle, and X-Finest, they will get their 5th. Ecstatic will return the buy immediately thereafter. Jux, oh, okay. Oh, well, that now doesn't look as pretty anymore. He's still going to get a kill for it. Yeah.
That's really impressive.
Yeah, even with the fire ticks.
Yeah, like you're still able to get through that. Cabby just running to his death there. Snacks just like, oh, grand, okay, sure. And they're trying to go for this double boost on the right side. It wouldn't find anyone, I don't think so. And they're not going to go. Oh, they're still going to go for it even after making noise. I think Manx, if he goes up here, he might get caught off. Or they just, he's just going to divert them. And it's actually going to be pleasant to give himself a little one-way on top of this default box. In the meantime, the bomb is on Salazar's back. He's all the way deep ramp.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, an interesting play there for Pleasant, just like spamming and then reloading pretty much in a very open position. Manx. Oh, Manx is opening up this bomb site by himself, but he can't do it all.
Oh, no.
He tried to do a little bit too much, and he actually may be the reason why they lose the round. If he had maybe tucked and waited for his teammate, it would have worked. But Queenix, surprise attack. Bye-bye. They did not expect that. He's just following in his IGL's footsteps, and that's perfect. Twist now in a 1 versus 1 because he's denied the bomb. Molotov as well. Oh, baby, this round is continuously delivering, and he's going running. He's going for a marathon. He's put his Nikes on, and he's gone sprinting. Queenix has tried to search for him, but he hasn't got the bomb. Time is ticking down. He's going to have to commit to A now. Twist, you mastermind.
This is brilliant. I mean, Queenix, he's so convinced, but as soon as a Twist threw that molly, he's got another one now locked up as well, so he could even just win the round. He was going to be too slow, so he'd have to make steps, but Twist, he's going to come from an angle where Queenix does not expect him at all. Maybe at some point, Queenix thinks something is going on there and starts looking around just a little bit, but for now, Queenix entirely focused and, yeah, free execution. It's just a plain hope that you can pull through there. But X-Finest, they get another gun round under the belt.
Yeah, like genuinely, that's such a. I think Twist has got definitely. I think you can argue the fact he's got lucky that Queenix has tried to search for him and he's got away without making any noise. But yeah, really weird round here. That first kill, bad from Pleasant. Second kill, really nice from Manx, but it shows like a level of discommunication that Manx can just go and peek out and Hades isn't looking at him, but really nice from Twist. 2v1, perfect. The IGL showing why he's the brains of the operations.
I guess for X-Finest, since they never really banned this map as very first, and you are pretty bad at it, that's an extra motivation for actually studying this map. If you have another ban that you like to use on a different map, yeah, you're going to have to study this. Otherwise, it's way too huge of a counter pick. And right now, it seems like X-Finest have put it in the work, even though Ecstatic are just coming up short. But that nice little intricate play on the spot, thinking I'm going to lob the nade and then molly it, and then immediately skedaddle, run out and try and get the back creep. Just gets the timing. And Manx, meanwhile, he's the player popping off on the side of Ecstatic, gets the open.
Yeah, he's got all his kills right in these last 2 rounds, or he's got majority of them anyway. Shox is being baited in perfectly. Hades can't get anything, but now Shox reveals himself a little bit too late because he does let his Orpa die, but it doesn't really matter. matter when everything is just going so well for them. Kragan and Cabby left alone now in a 2 versus 3. Plesson's holding for one of them. Ooh, going around CT here actually is a nice play because he will get checked, but Plesson bamboozles himself by blindsiding him in that smoke. 2 versus 2, winnable.
Yeah, they do know the position, at least of Kragan and Cabby. Oh, now that starts being perilous for Snacks.
USP.
Kragan is so low. It's just one hit that he needs, and Kragan jumps around, but now the orb comes out, and it's another one shot with Cabby. He's got one locked up as well, and puts it into the temple of Snacks.
You know what? That was almost really impressive. I thought we were going to have a, old classic 2015 Snacks come out, but sadly that's not going to be the case. I thought, the Big Apple is here. But in the end, it will be... He does get the first, which I guess is good enough for some damage, because the money for Exotic, you can see that they have the AWP saved over, obviously, because they picked it off the dead body. But by and large, it's a really fickle economy for them. And X-Finest, they don't have the AWP, but they do have at least enough to go off on. And if they win this, they'll be back to being quite comfortable, plus probably picking up the AWP. Cabby, ooh, getting a... the fire is hot. Thank you for testing for us.
Yeah, sometimes you do need empirical evidence in order to know for sure. Maybe it's just one of those glitch ones, but Plesson, yet again, this time he doesn't blind himself by the smoke. There's 2 rounds in a row, by the way, that he's been killed technically through smoke that he set up himself, which, isn't really ideal, isn't really pretty, but he manages it this time around, and it's a pretty crucial one because Ecstatic, they could get knocked back on their butts after getting a good round under their belt, which could accelerate. But look at this position, I'd have shocked. I mean, how often do you check this?
You'd be surprised, but this is such an angle and a half. Like you check this area, but you wouldn't check. I think that. I think you'd see him by accident. You'd be checking the headshot part. Yeah, you can see that like they have gone for it, and now because he's been able to just move left. He has played that perfectly. There is no better. Chef's kiss. Muy bien, Mr. Shopsy. And 7-1. Finest, they do it flawlessly. Mwah, mwah, mwah.
Oh, that's so beautiful. The first one. But it seems like they're so unaware as well about shots even advancing.
He's actually just done, because they're like, oh, in the corner, and then he just goes increments further and further out, and they just never expect him. But fair play to him. He's done that really well. But if you want to do something really well as well, and if you want to go pick up some nice, cool, snazzy skins for your AKs and AWPs, make sure to head over to BitSkins, our partners for the CCT tour. Banner is down below, and when you go buy something, make sure to say hi from us. If you buy anything cool, screenshot it and tag us on Twitter.
I mean, Ecstatic, the skin man behind the org, but he can't really do too much right now. And Ecstatic are trying to figure. Yeah, I mean, it is a skin man.
He's Mr. Zipple, the big skin man, big skin man. He follows me on Twitter, so for me, he's the skin man. I'm being biased. I need to keep that. I need to keep that follow. I need to make him happy.
Of course. But Ecstatic, they're trying to figure it out amongst themselves right now, and they're calling a tactical pause. They just don't really have a comfortable situation in terms of money. And even though the 7-1 looks entirely out of line and unable to come back from, it is still T-site Vertigo. And even though this is not around that is going to be in their favor, most likely, they still are able to buy up in the round hereafter and try to adapt to whatever X-Finest are trying. Even though they called the time up perhaps a little bit too early, since there's not too much to discuss in terms of strats.
I think for Exotic, you just group up and you pop somewhere. Salazar's saving for that AWP. He hasn't got too much in his... He's saving a lot. He's literally got Glock double flash smoke. So he's going to be throwing the utility for his teammates. But Snacks, you dirty, dirty boy. He is pushing all the way down. Look at the rotations now. They can focus towards mid and B. Twist. Yeah, bye. Just that's all the utility out as well. That was the utility man, as we were saying. And he will get 3 before he falls. Oh, sorry. He only gets 2 shocks. Yeah, shocks gets 2. Shocks is 15-4.
Yeah, he's on something else right now. Snacks is doing very well as well.
Yeah, Snacks there. Like that round, a lot of it went well because of him and how he did aggress down. He even gets a kill at the end.
Ecstatic, they'll be able to get their full buy going, and they didn't necessarily care about the previous round. Oh yeah, that is a very clean combo.
That Manx one is, ooh, yeah, that's a very nice emerald. And I think, I can't remember, I'm not good at glove names, but yeah, very nice. Either way, regardless of this, X-Finest, they're looking to further their lead, and this is a very good start. Nice smoke deep there, it forces Kraken to push out in front of it, basically just straight into their crosshairs. And yeah, this is
no, Snacks! What happened?
How are they winning?
I thought he was gonna pull out his knife to get the knife, and then he turned around and saw like, oh, Snacks is done for it. Still, Snacks managed to get the frag. Ridiculous. Absolute scenes.
Out of context Polish CS right there. Because you've just got Hades and Snacks just no respect. Ecstatic, they're being put in the mud on that map pick. This is speed running. They're putting us back on time.
Yeah, this is crazy. Ecstatic are getting flattened right now, but Cabby, he's not done just yet. Still 2 frags, and he goes a little bit deep, does a ton of damage on Hades, but he was already low. Just trickles him down that tiny tad bit. But X-Finest, they get another round that was much needed for Ecstatic, and they steal it away. And hopefully we can have another look at what happened. Oh no, Snacks, he fired it. Oh, he sliced, whiffed, and then still got the kill. Man.
He it rendered me speechless. I just had no idea what to say. I was like, what's even happening?
Yes. I mean, it's just terrifying. If you walk away from a position, you hear a knife behind you go against the wall. Usually that means you've just escaped death, right? And then you still do die. But Ecstatic, the life force is slowly getting drained.
Double digits met this early on would be quite something. Last time I saw X-Finest play was against Illuminar in the playoffs of one of the CCT, and they looked ever so good on that, to be honest. And it doesn't seem like they're changing it up at all. That nade from Snacks is just not going to actually do it because they were all on the other side of the box, but it was still doing a little bit of tickle damage. And okay, maybe getting a little bit overextending there. He does just aggress a bit too far. Twist is already behind them. I mean, but Pleston might kill them all before he gets there. And yeah, no, Cabby's like, okay, I got one, and they're right behind me again. Right, okay, cool.
But in the last 4 games that X-Finest played on this map, they were only able to reach double digits once. Like, and now they're doing it within the first 11 rounds.
All I'm saying is that they are playing good right now. This is like a new, reformed, confident team who seemingly are playing on vibes, and it's like, I will say that, to be fair, those games that they were playing recently were what's it called? Like they were in that era where I was saying that they were playing well. So it's actually quite surprising that it went that badly. The Copenhagen Flames one, like it's in a grand final. I think you can kind of give them a little bit of a benefit of the doubt with that one. But in this, they've got the confidence brewing. They're going for it, and they're not letting. What they're doing so well is that they're disrespecting Ecstatic. That they're not letting them have any space.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and what I did see at the end of Dust 2, we were talking about them playing more with vibes, that X-Finest did let off the gas a little bit. They started having fun with it. It wasn't as serious, which, can also be punished, but it's so key for a team to just have at least somewhat fun, even when it gets serious. And that just shines through right now. X-Finest, they look phenomenal and Ecstatic. I mean, I just feel bad for Salazar. It is debut, and this is currently not looking like it for Ecstatic overall in this particular best of 3.
I saw his tweet. It's like, the first day I'm wearing an Ecstatic jersey, and it's like, that's really cool to have, and this is how you remember it. being bogged around by X-Finest, and like you just haven't really been able to touched the game, it feels like, and now they're executing on, and look at the utility, look at this counter utility. Twist has even got a Molotov for when he rotates in, and Hades just goes, yeah, you know what, I want to push. That's a good first pick. And I feel like it's going to continue in this manner. Cabby, okay, that's a nice, okay, these are good entries. Cabby and Salazar, Plesson only going 1-for-1 as well. That Molotov going down a little bit too late. The flashbang is going to just blind Mangs, and this looks like a round where it's like they might actually take this home.
They've got 2 players left alive, 2 flashes on those. The 2 kits. A lot of 2s. That doesn't mean anything. Manx getting close with shots now, getting taken out by Salazar, and it's not a nice dinner date. Twist. Is he going to go for this? Yeah. Okay. Twist, that's a bit too bold.
That would be...
That'd be outrageous.
That would be stupid if he got that. But I think... Yeah, I think that would be like such a put down. It'd be unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yeah, good for. I think this is good for Exotic. Like 5 rounds, if they get the next 3 remaining, I could believe there being some sort of level of comeback ability.
There's hope on the horizon.
But I'd say you'd have to get these next 3. I think, and you have to. Yeah, next 3, 100%.
And the economy for X5 isn't split at all. So
yeah,
yet again, it's a case of Ecstatic getting close, but not close enough, not actually pulling it across the line. And that does lead to scenarios like this, where if you get this round, you might be able to get the remainder of the rounds by default. But look at that nade, Cabby. Might as well put it in his back pocket.
What can you do about that? I'm surprised it didn't do more, because it was under him. I thought it'd do over 50. But I guess, I don't know, CSGO nades literally don't make sense.
Yeah,
it's Plesson. Okay, I was going to say, Plesson actually, if he dry picked that and just fired, would have killed him, because he was blindsided. But aggression from Twist is actually going to get punished there towards the B bomb site. So that would be an entry for Queenix there. That's definitely some sort of pleasure for them. Snacks a Molotov landing on him, forced down to the open. They're not going to actually swing upon it. But in the meantime, everyone is just dying one by one for this CT side. And it's like the B bomb site will be the point of attack, and it's all down to Shox with his AWP, who eliminates that mid lurk. So, ooh, there's a potentiality where he pulls us off. He doesn't expect to be this close, and that's a nice entry again.
Yeah, it's a 2v3, but X-Finest economy down in the dumps, and they're deciding to probably save. I mean, they're slowly but surely making their way over, but I can't really imagine them going for this. That would just, especially with an AWP and an A1S as well. You've still got so much to work with in that very next round, and then you're able to carry it over and try and deny Ecstatic any single round after that. You know, just give them 2 and get that last one, because even with 4 rounds, this is still looking up for X-Finest. Everything is still pointing towards them, but Ecstatic are starting to get more frisky with the opening frags. There have been barely any of those.
Yeah, we saw Queenix on Dust 2 towards the end on that B bomb site. Do you remember when he just walked in and killed them? Like, if he can kind of do that now for these last 2 rounds, a little bit more consistency, then I think that'd be very favorable. And for round number 14, penultimate round and a half, I think it will just be more of an eco here. Use the A1S or try get something gimmicky, but by large, it will be more looking for an investment next round. And you can see there's like 2 levels of aggression. They do get punished.
Shox also stuck at the back of sight. Had he taken into account that they could have been closer, we might have been able to see an entirely different. But Hades, oh my goodness, that was ridiculous. He doesn't get a single frag. He legs 2 players, but Hades put on his wings and became the devil.
That is incredible.
Holy!
I mean, like, is that enough?
I don't think so, because they're still alive. But
yeah,
bro,
that's the problem.
It would have been the highlight of the entire damn day, of the entire damn week. He was flying around the corner.
That's incredible. However, I'm just trying to rack my brain of like, is this going to be enough? And I don't know. I hope it is, because it'd be funny if it was. But you've only got 2 players on this bomb site. The pistols are perfect in this range, but Queenix actually with a high IP plays the first to fall. Oh, this could be falling in some sort of sense of problematic. And Snacks does get one of the low HP players and tags down one even further. Oh, this is bad for X-Finest. Look, everyone's here. And Hades, the aforementioned devil, is looking to find some more prey and put them further into the underground.
Shox That nade goes awry. Stopped by the electric
That's
box
good
shocks, now forced back, and that does a ton of damage. But immediately a smoke thereafter, and Hades will claim another victim. Salazar and Cabby, last players left alive, and they're going to boost around here yet again. There's nothing
is
spotted.
terrifying.
Shocks. Oh, you're playing with fire, but Shocks he does get the frag off the back of it. Hades now ironed out by Cabby. But there's still a 2v1 in place, and Cabby on 15 HP gets shot by Shocks, and it is enough. The Flying Devil comes through, and X-Finest get their 11.
So the impact Hades has had that round, he's legged 2 of them and got a kill. The 2 players he legged, he didn't kill. So, like, firstly, how has Twist got that kill? Bad team flashes. This, like, also, this terrifies me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like, of course he was jumping. Of course he was jumping. But I was saying that I feel like you need 5 rounds from Ecstatic here, and because they've only got 3, maybe even 4, maybe even 3, I feel like that's where the line may be drawn of how successful can they be the rest of this game now, seeing how they haven't got that 5. And this round, it first of all must win. If they don't win this round, that's when it's like, uh-oh, that's a really nice play from Manx, catches Stacks off guard and almost gets Plessum.
Shocks keeping him safe. Manx going to be dead and counted out for. Meanwhile, Ecstatic, they have found some success over towards the B bomb site, but now it's getting smoked off. There's a tiny gap, but there's nobody in that gap, so Twist is just going to play defensive. The rest of Ecstatic are going to funnel through. Hades trying to keep it safe, but Queenix, he's got the entry. Hades trying to get more presence onto the site, but scopes out at the wrong time, and Kragan will be able to punish him for it. Ecstatic, they will have won the round, and X-Finest, all they can do is try and sneak it away. They are actually relatively low, so perhaps this is not as bagged up for Ecstatic as one might think. Finest though, that's the entry that they need at Salazar. Taken out of the picture, and now X-Finest, they're trying to take even more press, and now with 2, and that just leaves Cabby. Meanwhile, Shocks is converting as well from a different angle. A one-on-one to end it all. Cabby, he's yet again in a pivotal position, peeks out a few times, gets shot up even more, but now the 5-7 come through, will be chased down, and X-Finest have got time to defuse as well.
I counted that out. That was the done round for Ecstatic, in my opinion. And X-Finest, they secure number 12. Such a dominant half, poised by Shocks. 22-6. This man's a walking highlight reel on Vertigo, and he is pushing his team further and further beyond their reaches.
Oh my god, Ecstatic.
4v2.
Yeah, look at that. How did Shocks get that kill? I mean, Salazar.
How did Plessum get that?
Basically, you can ask that with every single kill.
Like,
Holy.
how is how? At Ecstatic, they're probably racking their brains wondering how. 2 dual Berettas. I mean, 5A? Huh? Sorry? This really does just sum up their game, doesn't it? Ecstatic have pushed 5 people towards A, and X-Finest have pushed 5 people towards B. Unlucky. Unlucky. 5 rotate. I've never seen a 5v5 pistol round like this where everyone's had to rotate over. I mean, 1 flashbang, but it's blinded.
He's behind them all. But
wait, Snacks is not killing them. Snacks is missing. Snacks. Oh, the blunder from X-Finest. They get 1 kill on that. Ecstatic overpower them. They have no kit, but they just have the 4 versus 1. The Danes. I mean, Shocks is a beast, but, like, this is surely too much for him. Yeah, Kragan gets that last kill. Ecstatic, 4. Is that enough? X-Finest get the bomb down? I
mean, it's still such a long road, but it's at least good, right? Because it speaks to their morale and how they're currently feeling about this, and they still think there's a chance. Otherwise, they would have been easily swept aside in this pistol round, and the aim would have been off, and they kind of would have had the hope sink into their boots. But X-Finest, they return the buy immediately and want to stump this momentum build from the get-go. Ecstatic, this is a pivotal one for them, lined up, and they've at least got the opener, but immediately traded out by Twist.
Okay, we're starting to see a lot more blue in the feed, but for the Danish team this time. And speaking of aggression, you've got Queenix kind of dueling what Shocks and Twist were like on the B-bomb site. Oh wow!
Was Shocks shooting at Queenix, or
bit of a fall from grace there, Shocks? Unfortunate one. And Plesson, he's not going to expect a player behind him. He does, obviously, now because Max is shooting at him. But that's a good round for Ecstatic. They counter the force by really excellently. And it's a step in the right direction. But it seems like it's just going to be a Dust 2v2, right?
I mean, this time X-Finest don't have a tremendous amount of stats and history to back up why they would be actually pulling through. X-Finest look incredibly strong on their She-Hulk, but I also, yet again, saw a lot of ecstatic moments where they probably should have pulled through, but they did not manage to, and that is where X-Finest capitalized. Ecstatic, however, on that CT side, they could just sturdy up and deny X-Finest.
Are they going to get sturdy?
Perhaps. I mean, they could put some extra planks up to try and deny X-Finest. You know, like in zombies.
Dance on Shox's dead body.
Yeah, just elbows. Cheapos on his dead bodies.
Elbows though on the
draw it in the wall with the bullets. But I mean, not for Manx at least.
Yeah, this is
no.
Oh no, surely not, right? This please what? Okay, Kraken, respect your elders, cause Snacks, he is here to play, baby. What a Okay, he even thinks Cabby.
Goodness.
Sometimes life is just a little bit too unfair, is it right there? Salazar, Cabby, 2 versus 4, they're saving. Man, how demoralizing is that? Snacks is like, okay, guys, I go kill. And he just runs up, deegs 2 of them. What? That's mad.
I'll be honest, mate. The amount of times that I've had to hold in cursing on this particular map is
same,
out of the world. Like, there's so many crazy things happening that I can't wrap my head around, and it's just slowly but surely turning into mush. And the thing with X-Finest is barely investing into this round. They can still hunt. Yes, it's not as likely that they actually win the duel, but look at this Salazar. He has to hold on for his life. Does get another frag to his name, but it's scary, and it was another potent thing for X-Finest, another opportunity that they explored. But X-Finest, they barely got anything. Probably the most entertaining 13-5 I've seen in a while.
Yeah, I mean, like, X-Finest are just pugging it, pretty much, it feels like.
Yeah.
They are just running around, just killing everyone. And it's like, we had 5 on... Like, pistol round still racks my brain. This is a... Like, it's the fact they won it as well. I feel like I'm watching UKCS, but... 13-5. 3 rounds for X-Finest to close out the map, close out the series, go 1-0 in the main Swiss, and Ecstatic to go 0-1. Not end of the world, as we've discussed already today. Worse things could happen, but especially for points, you actually get more points if you go 3-0, for instance, than if you go 3-1 or 3-2. So someone like X-Finest, who their aim is the land finals, they want to be getting as many points as possible. And, not a great flash from Plessum, but I think it does the job. Cabby, that's a nice first pick. That's exactly what they needed. He won't be able to retreat, but it's actually going to help him because he's going to stay aggressed here, and I think he might see that there's just no one there.
Yeah, he was forced to initially with the molly landed behind him, but he is going to backtrack now as soon as Twist arrives. No, Ecstatic. Queenix is low now, so X-Finest. There have been moments where it looks exactly like this for Ecstatic. They've got a man advantage. They're looking pretty solidified on their defense. But Manx's position is an avidly checked one. And as soon as he peeks out, he's actually good for the one. Gets a headshot on Snacks. And at that point, I feel like you're happy with whatever you've gotten. Shocks pepper the site with nades. But the MP9 around the corner entirely blind. And it doesn't matter what gun you have. At that point, it's just a frag. And Kragan, he doesn't even switch out. He's just using the momentum that he's got with the MP9 to aggress even further. And Hades, as soon as he jumps up, that's where Kragan peaks again. And Ecstatic, they've just fired it back on this round.
Okay, not too bad at all for Ecstatic in this. Like, I think if they were going to win a round in the near future, that would be it. Like, you're instantly gaining back the momentum. And Kragan's starting to feel it a little bit as well. I think that's really important.
Sometimes it just takes one player to kind of take the charge and start fragging out. Look at X-Finest, for example. They've got Shocks on 24.
He's dropped. He had 22. He had 22 and a half. So he has dropped off a wee bit. Like, I know it's dropped off in a very heavy quotations, but like he hasn't had that same level of like, you know, he was literally getting 4 kills a round type thing.
Stuff where you do have to peek into them. Oh, bless him. Meanwhile, Twist on the opposite end has got a headshot. Hades decides that
2 bullets.
Oh, yeah, that's good enough. But sort of decision of Hades. Look at Mag, so aggressive, and he does limp up. Twist and still goes down with the ship. Cabby in the same exact position as he started the round in. Salazar, he comes to the reinforcement. Fair enough, but for X-Fighters to be caught off guard by that, but they are not caught off guard by Cabby.
Ecstatic are aggressing so much on ramp, and they're putting so much pressure and force. But the problem is they're doing it in a manner where they're going one by one, and it seems quite precarious. And the perilous nature of it is really coming into show right now. Salazar and Queenix, if they ever got to prove themselves, now would be the time. 7 rounds, Ecstatic are trying to hunt, and they're on a man disadvantage currently. 30 seconds left, and both players are here on the A-bomb site. But the bomb doesn't seem to be committing. Snacks taking some info, does dink Salazar, and you've got Shocks trying to fake face. He spots out both the players. They're literally got a combination of 18 HP, but it's all down to Swist. Equally, 22 HP, so tantalizingly low. And with the bomb going down, these players will know what is happening. Both will be coming from CT or Heaven, and Twist is residing currently on ramp. 1 kill on Salazar, a nade will do the job on Twist, a smoke. But the thing is that because of how low HP these players are, they're firstly being mega cautious. Look at this, man. They don't know Twist is this low, and that smoke just isn't able to be put down. They can't put that smoke down and stick it because 1 bullet kills both players.
Twist will start spraying, but they are going to stick it now. Twist, he didn't get a single hit on either of the players, and they'll have time enough to defuse that bomb. But Twist sticking it out all the way over at the stairs. They didn't use a single bit of Yuto except for the smoke, which, to be fair, I guess was 50% of their Yuto arsenal. But that's just so rough for Twist that he didn't have a proper sight on the bomb. And Ecstatic are getting now some rounds that don't really look in their favor. They're starting to convert them, and the chances are being kept alive.
It's so tight. You know what I was saying on Dust 2 earlier of like when they get in the rounds, it has to be clean. These are just not clean, and they're not filling me with confidence for the future. But what does fill me with confidence is Bitskins. Make sure to go check them out. In the meantime, Cabby is in the smoke with X-Finest. Cabby has become a terrorist, and he's behind them.
Terrorizing the terrorist. That's a good thing. But Hades still trying to line them up, but with the Deagle, that doesn't really matter too much. Cabby,
How has he
meanwhile,
got out?
has found refuge.
How has he not taken any damage and come out? Shocks is in CT. Huh? How is Shocks in CT form?
Yeah.
What?
How does Kragan check that?
Man, these Danish people are too good.
It's insane. It's absolutely wild. And with Twist and Pleasant left alive, can't really hope too much. And their chances are just dreadful. You're calling for a third map already. I mean, this is a round where X-Finals didn't really have anything invested into it except for a few Tech 9s. And on the side of Ecstatic, their economy, this will be a massive boost. Lose another player. Nope, they don't. And that's good for them because they are starting to build it up. And at least they're able to bring the fight to X-Finals if Finals do win a round. But now you're going to have a scenario. If X-Finals win 2 rounds in a row, that's basically one. But, I mean, that's pretty tough.
Well, if they win, if they win 2 in a row, they're a match win. So it's kind of like they are that close. It's like, but 13 is a score line where it's like you can't get complacent on 13. Well, you can't get complacent ever. But like 13 is like you're not really there yet. You got to be really careful. And especially when you've got like Galil's low utility AK, no arm, no AWP against Salazar who has an AWP. You got to be really, really careful with that. Even though he's not performing quite well, I think you still have that AWP diff. That's a good nade on Cabby. It literally hits him, and that is unlucky. Plus, and here's the nade hit pack, so he's instantly holding, and because he's done so much damage with the nade, the Galil gets a 1-tap potential.
I mean, Cabin has been having a dreadful time in terms of Yuto, and that as well to tie into it. Ecstatic are now fighting 2 players down. Manx he's residing on site, and he has some moments where he pulled through in a crucial moment, but it looks like Ecstatic are expecting the fake out. X-Finest, they're just committing the bomb coming in through ramp now. Shocks the builder of it, and the rest of X-Finest are feeling confident, and now Ecstatic realize, okay, they haven't gone for the fake out just yet. Now the Yuto comes over. Ecstatic, you need to make the hold of your lifetime. Twist entries, and with a 2v5, this might just be a save, but they're still sticking it out for at least a second, trying to get through the smoke and get some frags that way. Now with that bomb going down, that's just it.
Ooh, this is a strange one because I'm looking at the economy and Ecstatic have 1,400 loss, right? I think so.
Probably.
I would assume so because of the rounds they've strung together. Where, okay, so Queenix can drop one, Manx can buy himself, and then I guess you'll probably be able to scrape by on Cabby, but Dragon won't be able to drop Salazar and Orb, for instance. There's going to be no AWP. Even though it hasn't been instrumental, you still don't have that opportunity of just a pop-off. It'll probably be an SMG more than anything. So X-Finest onto 14th, and they're onto 14th in a manner where if they win this, that's GG pretty much. Or do Ecstatic go balls to the wall and save this and play for OT?
I mean, with Manx being able to buy up, Cabby also, like, Manx can even buy up an AWP for Salazar, so...
Yeah, true, actually.
I
Nah, he buys everyone else armor. Oh, how does Salazar get an AWP? Oh, he gets it from... Queenix at exactly 4,850. So he subsidizes utility for that AWP.
Perfect.
And I feel like this is when you really need to start looking at his AWP and being like, hey, where's the impact? When is it going to happen?
Yeah. I mean, Salazar, we've protected him over on Dust too, but right now, having an AWP invested at this moment, that's where you need to protect yourself. Cabby yet again up, aggressive in his head around the corner. Blessing will start spraying wildly. Cabby's head was nicely tucked away behind the wall. The molly at least equalizes HP with Cabby. This is 14-8. Like, it feels as if it's 14-14, but Ecstatic, even if they win the round, they have to win so many more in a row.
Not looking hopeful, I can't lie.
Yeah. Shouldn't. You know, snitches get stitches and liars gets their pants lit on fire, so.
Yes. I don't want my pants to get on fire. I don't want to give false hope to over two at the exact side. And just seeing where the AWP is. The AWP is on default right now.
Oh.
And the AWP is dead. They get caught when they're trading utility and Hades, who, yes, hasn't quite had that same aura of invincibility that he did over on Dust 2, still will be now securing X-Finest at least match point. They get caught with their pants down, on fire, ants in your pants, name any phrase you want. Ecstatic should get hunted here as well, to be honest.
There's a very applicable Dutch saying, which it doesn't translate as well into English, but it basically means from trading comes crying. Yeah, for Ecstatic, absolutely right now. I mean, they started trading that Yuto out, and I bet they're having their hands in their head right now, or their head in their hands. Just a disappointing moment where you're caught out into the open, and it's those tiny inconsistencies, even though 9 times out of 10, that might not matter. But the one time that...
Wait, what?
I mean, Shocks has been chatting off way too much, and Hades teaches him a lesson, mate. Come on.
I was just looking at the screen. Wait, so... I mean, fair play to him. Fair play to that movement. That's sick. That's clinical. He's owned that. He's read Shocks like a book. I mean, lucky for them. Yeah, lucky for them. They have like 6k each in the bank, so it's grand. But it's still like BM, isn't it? Really. Hades gets Hades gets a 3k. Except I do have 3 players alive, but he still gets a 3k. When it was like, was it like Rez got like a 6k or like Hampus when he first joined NIP? Because he just USP just like bonk someone as well. Yeah, all games aside, Ecstatic have owned this round all the way over on the B bomb site. They've just kind of killed everyone by one, and yeah, that is nice.
We've seen a 4K out of Shux, and his A's got taken away. Now, if he does get to that level, his A's can't be taken away, but it's all in his hands. 1v5 in order to win out 2-0 against Ecstatic, who we're hyping up quite a bit for this map. We're rather hyping down X-Finest for this particular map, and they have proved us entirely wrong. At least gets that first 1v1 under the belt, but in terms of HP, far and beyond subpar. With 48 left over, he needs to get some cleaner battles and going down the ladder. Yeah, that's just the end of his life. And Ecstatic, they're inching closer to double digits. And X-Finest, even though, yes, for that one particular round, it doesn't matter that you killed your own teammate, it might just have that ripple effect of elevating Ecstatic, thinking, oh, they're idiots. They just knifed each other. We're not going to lose against people who knifed each other at the end of the round.
I think it's for the more economy side of it.
Oh,
yeah. However, I think looking at this scoreline doesn't depict how one-sided this game is, and I think Shocks maybe has just gone, I've had enough of this. Good pick from Hades though.
Salazar at least returns. Cabby has been playing in the exact same position.
He's just
time and time again, and
it's been Pleasant every round.
Yeah,
Pleasant has literally just killed him like 4 rounds in a row.
Release eked him out and spotted him and forced him back. So that altercation for Ecstatic just isn't it, and they haven't boosted over once. They haven't really tried anything different. That really speaks confident to me. But oh no, they're getting back creeps, and Knights keeps a lookout. He does, but it's Shux to cut him down anyway. And now the position from Salazar is not as solidified. His back is exposed, and Queenix at least gets a frag. But Salazar, as soon as there was one that offered himself up, Lesson ducks underneath, but Salazar responds appropriately, and it's still 2-on-2.
Okay, because Queenix is not far away, but he's being held for now. Twist. Oh, that's huge. Okay. I was going to say, what's the timing going to be like on that peak? Is Queenix going to be able to divert himself away? Because you see that Snacks is actually on that B bomb site, but he's so cautious of there being a player pushing B because like Snacks is like, oh, look, I'm on the B bomb site, but there's no one here. Yep, that's Snacks to end it off. The big Polish man himself, the legend of Counter-Strike, will secure X-Finest the first series win of first taking in the CCT Northern Europe Series 2 in the main Swiss stage. Ecstatic, a very lackluster performance, I think it's fair to say, over the course of this series.
And they weren't really given any troubles to X-Finest in terms of strategy, which is exactly what we were talking about with X-Finest not necessarily having this map too intricately in their arsenal. Dust 2, sure, fair enough, but it was 2 very similar scorelines, and you wouldn't even think that X-Finest just have an incredibly strong Dust 2. It's just a weak day out of Ecstatic, but that was only really evident on Vertigo. Over on Dust 2, they were able to contend, even though it's a 16-7 loss. When they were on their own CT side, it was all right, but overall, I mean, it's not going to have huge repercussions. It's the very first round of Swiss, and you were not the favorite from the get-go, so at least you're able to accept this loss, but it does feel painful.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's quite hard when you're Ecstatic because you have in both maps one person pop off pretty much. You have, I think in map 1, you definitely had Hades, who was 24-8, and then in map 2, you have Shocks, who goes, I think, 28-12 in the end. Or it's like, so realistically, what can you really do about that? And then you also have the depth of a player like Snacks who can just run up and kill people like we saw in some of those rounds. But we do still have a lot of Counter-Strike in play for today. We're rounding out the main Swiss, firstly with 9, another Polish squad that we see a lot of Polish players here. But 9 versus 777, the Norwegian team, and then right after that, the British team will end it off against another Polish team, Into the Breach versus Illuminar, and that will be the end of the main Swiss stage, and we will go into then the 1-0 and 0-1 brackets. And this is a very interesting and contestable main Swiss, and I'm really excited to see what the outcome is.
And thus far, mate, every single best of 3 had the potential to go the entire stretch, and the odds have been relatively close, but it's really about showing up on the day. But you get 3 chances. So this Swiss stage overall has been so incredibly fun to watch and to follow as well. But it is in the end, they're all doing it for points, right? And in the Swiss stage, you're not really gathering that too much, or at least not noteworthy. Where it's really going to start being into play is that top 3. And this is only the second North Europe circuit. There's 4 in total. And currently, neither of these 2 teams were in the top 10 in terms of points. So this is a good step forward to try and get there. You need top 3 if you want to reach the studio finals. But there's still so much more to be played. And the next up match, I mean, give your thoughts real quick. 9 versus 777, what do you reckon?
I think 9 win that just on the basis of their success they've had in the likes of ECL making conference, and I think 777, the fact they've got here is already quite impressive from my aspect. And then I think the Illuminar Insta Breach game, I think on paper Insta Breach are better, but Illuminar, well, it's like Insta Breach are better, but then they have the tendency of they have been quite inconsistent within these recent days, and there is some problems within the team. And then Illuminar, they have been. I mean, I've been looking bad. Morels and Mask have been popping off. So if the others can step up with them, I think that would be a really good game. But I think the 777 and 9 will be a little bit more of a one-cut affair.
And usually when it's a 2-0 and an 0, you're going to have to wait an hour. But this time, well, you're sitting pretty. You only have to wait about 10 minutes. That map is going live very shortly, and you'll be able in the capable hands of Hayes. But we are going to cut it out here for today. But that next best of 3 is coming very much. Let's stick around for the break, and you'll have another phenomenal best of 3. See you then.
Finally, I found what I was looking for. Now that my search is over, it's gonna be a tough choice. But fortunately, no need to choose when you can just have them all. Buy and sell skins on bitskins.com. Your one-stop shop for all CSGO skins.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Tired of boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellcase website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellcase, your world of expensive skins.
match is over. It's gonna be a tough choice. But fortunately, no need to choose when you can just have them all. Buy and sell skins on bitskins.com. Your one-stop shop for all CSGO skins.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Champion of Champions tour. Of course, we've got more Counter-Strike action to come your way. We just saw Freddy and I think it was Hyperia bringing you through that last game. Now, they told you it was going to be Hayes. I know you were looking for a handsome South African, but that's not going to be the case. You got me instead. I know, it's such a shame. But we've got a fantastic match to come. Of course, 9 versus 777. The Poles against the Norwegians, which is very, very exciting. These guys have both been on really good form recently. I covered a 777 game just the other week. Now, that was up against Illuminar, and we saw a crazy play. Honestly, the best Counter-Strike play I've ever casted in my 5 years of doing this. And yeah, it was absolutely huge. Now, it wasn't from 777, it's from Illuminar, but it makes that game stick in my head. Yeah, I'm interested to see how this one goes. We'll jump into the rosters so I can kind of talk you through what players will be here on the server today. And we'll kick things off with the 9 squad. So I'll talk you through these boys. It's Spero, Minio, Key, Kyler, Goofy, and Coach Norrock. Now, these guys are fantastic. It kind of, if you're not too familiar with the 9 brand, I know that previously they've had teams from various places. They had these mixed European lineups. I think they had a Turkish lineup for a little while as well. Yeah, this is a Polish god squad, right? These guys have been around many different rosters within the Polish scene. Spero, Minio, Key had their stint over on that Wisla Krakow roster where, yeah, they've had plenty of time and plenty of experience playing together. And I think that that's sort of a big factor coming into this squad, that, yeah, they've got that experience with each other. It's not necessarily a case of this being like a new team. These guys have all played under various teams with each other for some time, and as I say, kind of moving over from that Wisla Krakow roster to this one here, or at least the core 3 of it. As we move over to the other side of things, it's 777. Now, I keep calling these guys a Norwegian side, but Palman in the middle there, it's actually a Swede, and he seems to have a lot of fans, right? I was calling him Palmy the other day. I was getting told off. 1 in Swedish is N, apparently, so it's Palman. Kez, Palman, Mickey, Sly, and Trax with Coach Flex in there. Fletcher's in there as well. Now, these guys have been doing well recently. They've taken some big wins against some big teams. To be honest, a bit of a mixed bag, but yeah, I mean, an overtime win against Copenhagen Flames a few weeks ago, a close match against Ents, yeah, wins against sort of Genk, Kova, Apex Rebels, and Amiga. Definitely some silver linings, right, to kind of take away from their results recently. And even in the matches that they've lost against some formidable opponents, they've taken a map as well. They haven't actually lost 2-0 in a very long time. So when you look at their recent losses against Illuminar, Amiga, ODLC, things like that, they've always gone to that third map. The last time they actually lost the series 2-0 was 11 weeks ago up against Tricked, which is pretty interesting. We're going to jump over to the vetoes. We'll see what maps we're playing today, folks. And here it is. So, Inferno and Vertigo banned out first. Overpass picked by 9. 777 jump right into Mirage. And as Dust 2 and Nuka out of the picture, that leaves us with Ancient. Now, that's a little bit interesting. Overpass, actually both teams' best map, so neither wanting to sort of try and punish ban it, which is an interesting approach to it, to be perfectly honest. I'm quite surprised that 9 insta-ban Inferno, even though it's their permaban, it's also 777's permaban. So it's kind of bizarre that they've even sort of wasted their ban on a map like that. I would have much preferred them see them using that to maybe ban out the Mirage instead, or the Ancient, which they haven't had the best of results on. But anyway, that's both teams' best map, sort of without question. Mirage, a real stronghold for 777, but they haven't played it too much. They did manage to beat Illuminar in overtime. Close 16-14 game against Apex Rebels and a stomp against Genk. But of course, like, it's only 3 matches, so not a massive sample size there to go off of. On the contrary, obviously 9 have had a bit of a mixed bag of results. They've taken some good wins sort of last month. The most recent game up against Illuminar, they did lose it 16-14. But when you have close games like that, when they go to the full 30 rounds, you can sort of say it could have gone either way. And then, yeah, that third and final of Ancient's a bit of a weird one. 9 haven't had great results there. They did manage to beat Heat, which is a pretty huge win. And to be fair, the 3 losses that they have had, and this is where the data's kind of skewed, right? The 3 losses that they have had, 2 went to overtime. That's against Copenhagen Flames and Bad News Eagles. And the third was a 16-13 against the Static, and this was in the Rotterdam. Was this in the Rotterdam qualifiers or just in the main tournament? I'm not sure. But yeah, when you kind of look at it like that, there's a lot more to be said for their Mirage and how good they actually are on it. The fact that they're taking rounds like that off of top squads, going to overtime against the BNE, definitely shows sort of signs of, okay, it was Challenger League, not Rotterdam. But anyway, definitely shows signs of sort of not being able to close very well and things like that. But still signs of massive life. We'll jump quickly into a head-to-head. It's Keat versus Palman, and actually very similar ratings, but obviously a massive skew when it comes to the actual sample size of the matches that have been played. 9 have been playing a whole lot more HLTV level Counter-Strike recently, so obviously they're going to have so much more there in terms of the statistics and things like that. Now, to be honest, there's a lot to be said just for the fact that 9 have been playing a whole lot more Counter-Strike on that HLTV level. It just means that they're more of a staple for invites for these bigger tournaments and things like that. Ultimately, it does sort of put a bit of a hindrance onto 777 when it just comes to the experience and the sort of comfort in the server, I suppose. When you're used to playing this caliber of tournament week in, week out, then it doesn't phase you as much as sort of coming in for the first time in a couple of weeks. Without further ado, though, folks, we'll be jumping right into the game. It will be our first map of Overpass to get things rolling. And to be honest, I think this is a really important map for either side. I know that's kind of stating the obvious, right? But with it being both teams' best map, this is their best chance to actually get off to a good start, put one on the board early. Beautiful opening shot from Sly. My goodness, that is so crisp. Follows up with another. The fact that he's triple dippings, maybe a bit of a dangerous game. You need to get out of there, my friends, because they're piling on the pressure over towards Long, tucked behind the tree, continuing to tap way, but can't find anything. It's Sparrow to finish him off. With a man advantage, the CTs have found themselves in a nice, comfortable position. Sparrow, wary of his backside. Harmon in the meantime. Wary himself. Sparrow starts to press forward. Akez tucked right down into water. The pressure coming in. 25 seconds on this clock. They need to make sure these shots are crisp. If they die and the bomb goes down, then they're perhaps in a little bit of trouble. Akez spamming away. Palmer and Mickey finish things off. Well, that is one way to get it done. Really, really clean stuff there from the defense. 7-7-7. Not really missing any shots there, to be perfectly honest. Couple of really, really nice entries in middle. And then the follow-ups are just brilliant as well. Very, very well played from the CT side. Boxing towards short. Key about to be mowed down. Maybe not. Okay, I thought Trax would get a little bit more than he did there. Met with heavy resistance. Glock spam him away. He's overwhelmed. Key, in the meantime, starts to press up. Akez with a spam through the smoke. That for Mass. Oh my goodness. Okay. Not sure if he's heard the connection there, but follows up with another shot. Finishes off the job. Clean stuff. Round number 3. And some guns out here for 9, of course. AKs in hand. Sparrow actually going for that SG, which is kind of interesting. I'm a big fan of the SG. Only in certain situations, right? I don't just pull it out all the time, but when I find one on the floor, I tend to get a little bit excited because it can be a very powerful weapon in certain situations. Up close for Mass in hand. Goofy and Key working their way up towards Monster. Flash over. Akez here. Spamming away. Key maybe good for a bit of damage, but not going to be that kill he needs. 3 players stacked in water. The support flash is brilliant. And oh my goodness, it merits so much. Sparrow here with the SG. Tapping away. Kyler comes in to support. That's fantastic. Sparrow finds one more. They confirm that the last man's towards CT. Palmer starts to work his way forward. And this could and should be the first round on the board here for 9. They absolutely need it. Harmon holds true. Doesn't rotate just yet as he does hear the steps over towards connector though. Starts to work his way around. Not time to sort of reel it in a little bit. Oh, it's been a huge fake, though. Well played from the attack. 9. Head back over towards this B site. They'll put this bomb down. And for Palman, he is right out of this. Of course, wants to go for the retake, but no success on it. He'll be stopped in his tracks as he arrives on shore. Clean stuff, to be honest. They sort of just found these entries. There wasn't really a lot more to be said about it. They got onto this B site. They had a lot of success. Remember, folks, if you do want to head over to Hellcase, our partners, click that banner down below. They're running a $300 giveaway at the, sorry, a $400 giveaway at the moment, where there's lots of awesome skins you can go and check out. So make sure you click that banner and use code CCT if you do want to make a deposit, or even if you just want that free 70 cents that it comes with. Early contact into connector, nothing comes of it just yet. Goofy works his way up. Around these corners, Sly in towards long toilet, spamming away with these for masses. Of course, they've got enough to go for a decent buy here. They had a really clean round in their follow-up, so yeah, nothing to sort of be worrying about when it comes to the reinvestments. Obviously, other than the fact that the firepower's a little bit limited. Trax has got himself a lot of ground, though. Right in, a little bit messy onto Minio, but it's there. He converts. They press further forward. Axe on the angle. Scout in hand. Doesn't get the timing on the toilets, man. The flash is good, but his tag's even better. Needs to hit the head, but he can't. And as they continue to press forward, Parman takes one more. Goofy responds, but this round's fallen apart already. His teammates are gone. They're out of the picture. He's left on his lonesome. Glock in hand. He's done a whole lot of damage. He's actually making this happen. And Drax needs to arrive, and he does. Oh, my goodness. Goofy's done a hell of a lot of damage there and actually made that round a little bit exciting, but can't finish off the job. I do wonder if he had a few more bullets in that Mac 10, could we have seen something a little crazy there, but yeah, it didn't seem to be the case. Early peek into middle. Goofy falls. Of course, they've only got pistols. They're saving cash for that next round, so not going to be any major commitments into this one. Nice headshot from Minio to get things rolling, though. An opportunity here for 9 to make something work. And they're starting to build up the weaponry, right? The two players that have got Kevlar have actually managed to find, well, Key's managed to find a rifle. Minio's got that AK from the start of the round, so yeah, they've actually got themselves in a position with a little bit of cash behind them. Key. In towards Monster. Brilliant flash. Mickey and Drax, though. Well, they go hard. Sly follows up, but a lot of damage dealt there by what was effectively an eco round. Going into number 6, 777, actually looking rock solid here. They've really started to sort of pick up the pace a little bit on these CT rounds and equity in these situations. Number 6 comes with some rifles for the T side, but definitely some contingencies in the form of Goofy, especially down to that Tech 9. Minio with the extra investment in the last round, of course, going for that AK-47. Costs him some util and actually ultimately cost him his life early on as well. He aggressing forward. Ooh, couple of shots fired. Man disadvantage here for the T side, but still an opportunity to make this happen. Goofy tucked in. Starts to work his way around, back to middle. In the meantime, down in con. All right. Working his way forward onto the bomb site. Farming in the meantime over towards long. Oh, they're not clearing it. They've got no long control, and they're not looking towards that portion as they press up. Sly on the flank as well. That's a major, major oversight. I'm not sure how they've let that slip, to be honest. Such a huge mistake to...
When you are at your weakest.
And fear and doubt are a burden too heavy to bear.
Remember this. You are not alone.
PlayStation.
When I lose myself in when I lose myself in you.
They start to press up on long. Opportunity for some damage here for the Tech-9s, especially with Sly missing his shots like that. Things can really, really start to get out of hand quite quickly. That might just be what we see here. They edge forward. A 3v3, a very, very doable situation. One that could certainly swing their way. Kyler, big headshot onto Akez. And all of a sudden, this round really, really does have a bit of equity in it for them. Feels like a much, much needed new approach here. Fresh slate for the 9 side. That timeout's done them a lot of favors. Brax. Mickey trying to get back into this. Good flashbang over the top. Rennemeyer, there's still one on default. Gives a good opportunity for Trax to find him. But as the bomb taps, sprays away. Mickey takes the tag. Sparrow playing this nicely. And knowing there's no way in hell he's going to hold this defuse, especially when he's applying the pressure like he is. And that's exactly it. Things conclude. There's nothing more that can be done there. And that'll be the round swinging their way. Absolutely beautiful. 7-7-7 looking rock solid. But 9 are able to break them there in that one. Only the Tech-9s to do so as well. Really, really fantastic stuff. Obviously, it comes down to a 1v1, so they're not going to be rolling in money. The reinvestments are needed. But to be honest, they'd prepared for that anyway, right? They brought down to those Tech-9s, keeping some money in the bank with the intention of losing, and, well, not the intention, but the anticipation of losing and actually going for a stronger buy in this next. Sparrow, nice opening. They do take a tag of damage, but nothing more early on. Starts to work his way up. Fly on the angle, Sparrow, peek. Doesn't quite get the timing. Alive and kicking those. Sparrow. Oh my goodness, Sly. Can't get it done. Tries to go for a peek from the long toilets, and Sparrow's quicker to the trigger. Beautiful stuff there from the man. As Mickey tucked behind in Guardian. Oh, that's rough. Trade's consistent. Goofy finds another, and the numbers just keep swinging in their favor. Sparrow starts to work his way around on this angle. Mickey knows he has to retreat a little bit here, has to reel this in. Trax in the meantime over towards his site. Key's going to get to the angle a tad late. He's actually not going to be able to cross without taking contact. Trax is going to drop down into water, though. Wants a different angle on this, and it's the right call to make, but does put him under a bit of pressure here as Sparrow finds one more. And Mickey left in the 1v2 with not a lot left said about this one. Big flash, though, does manage to find one onto Goofy. All of a sudden, this becomes really doable. Sparrow with the AWP as well knows there's a chance that he could get overwhelmed here if he doesn't hit his opening shot. This is very, very important. Oh, there it is. Okay, crisis averted. Big round for 9 as they start to close this gap. They're definitely looking better here. Remember, folks, Bitskins, one of our partners here at the CCT Tour. Click that banner down below. You can head over to their website and check out all of their cool new features that they've got, including their peer-to-peer trading feature. Definitely worth checking out. Need to go over the top. In the meantime, Goofy here in Connector. This is, of course, a full eco from the CT side, but stacked up on this B bomb site, to be honest, gives them the best odds here at making something happen, especially with the bomb lingering over towards this area of the map. Early contact made. Nothing comes off of it just yet. And Key wants to stick around with this Magna, even if they're, in an unfavorable situation. Key stays on this angle, knows that actually if they do come his way, he's got that advantage with this automatic SMG. I think they have started to clock that it is a full stack towards this B site, though, so they will start to reel it in a little bit. Maybe head back over towards a nice shot from Barman. USP overwhelms. He's actually found himself an AK-47 as well. He has a chance in this one. Lack of Kevlar means that he can't really push out. Kind of has to stay over towards this dumpster angle. And whilst he's good for one more, trade will be there. Sly is going to arrive and wants to try and find that AK for himself, whether it be to do some more damage or whether it be to carry it across into the next. It's a little far out into the open, but he has a window to grab it here and get out of there. No, grabs it and peeks instead, and that'll be his demise. Key wants to find this final one with the MAC-10 because, it felt like he didn't have enough action in that round considering he had that SMG. He does manage to do so. Clean stuff from it. Weapons to come out here for the CT side. Key playing a bit of a bonus round here, which is kind of interesting. Nades come over. Key lingering with the MAC-10. Still alive and kicking as well. 50 seconds now on this clock, so already more than half the round has passed and no real contact made. Both teams playing a very, very passive approach to this. And it's an interesting way to play around like this. 35 seconds now. Look at where that bomb is as well. Nine might actually completely time themselves out here. I think they were expecting a little more aggression, something more here to come from the CTs. That's not been the case. Now as they execute onto the site, these jaws are so important. Minio takes a bit of damage, but the kills are there. Kyler with a crisp one. As Goofy follows up, the numbers keep going their way. And Mickey and Trax will call this off. They want nothing more to do with this round. They'll back out of there. They'll bring these weapons into the next by the looks of things. They're not going to be hunted too hard. Nine don't have a huge amount of cash, and they want to start to build it up a little bit. It's still early days in terms of the game and the half, so... yeah, not the time to be sort of overcommitting to some of these situations. Trax. Ooh, brutal. AK does more damage there through that wire mesh, so the spam ability much, much stronger. Bomb will explode. Mickey, the only man to stay alive, and look at that. His mates cannot afford to buy around him. That is absolutely crushing. But tactical pause here for 777. Time to chill out a little bit, work out what's going so horribly wrong, because obviously they had some brilliant rounds. They got off to a great start, and normally when a game gets off to a start like that, you can carry that momentum through the half and actually put yourself in a great position towards the later stages of it. But at the moment, they're actually looking very, very fragile. The gap has really closed, and Nine have got some wind in their sails, some momentum behind them. If it's their map pick, so you do somewhat expect it. But considering it's both teams' best map, this is really going to be a brawl, a scrap, and I really do feel that we could see something in the form of an overtime or something on those terms here. Very early to call, of course, but... Mickey. Oh, nice opening from Goofy. Of course, Mickey, the only man with a rifle, so desperate to try and have some impact here. Akers on short. Goofy with another headshot. Clean as they come, really. Shots through. But nothing to connect. It will be 6 here on the board for 9. I love that AK. Big Dick Hades. What a king. Shouldn't have been dropped from Ents. I'd actually done to the bomb there, but shouldn't make too much difference. They've got plenty of cash in the bank, so you can kind of just shrug something like that off. Going into this next, things will start to get a little bit interesting. 777 will have money in the bank once again to go for a decent buy here. A bit of an opportunity to swing something their way. Nades rain in as they're hungry for connector control right now. Bombarding it with nades. HE lands right at Sly's feet. I thought that would do a whole lot more damage, and it doesn't. Tickles him a little bit, but it doesn't actually have a huge impact there. Tracks following up. Big spray. Nothing significant to come from it. Harmon takes one more. The CT is looking like they're holding the fort quite well here. Max in the meantime. Deep peek into connector. Won't spot anything. With 40 seconds left, kind of leaning over towards long. They've still got a man in B. The whole plan is to just try and, catch someone out on a bit of a lurk. But by the looks of things, they're already being crunched. Nice response from Kyler. But last live with an AWP definitely doesn't want to be dying after time, but knows that his chances of actually swinging the round his way are incredibly slim. And he'll be caught out there in trying to do so. So, rough stuff, to be honest. 6-6, 7-7-7 do put themselves back on the board, and for their sake, it's actually a really, really good round, just in terms of the momentum and actually a little bit of confidence behind them. Really, really important for a team like this at this sort of stage in the game. Pressure once again towards the B site, leaving the bomb behind though. Goofy flies up, takes contact with Mickey, but it's Parman to find that entry. Brilliant start for the man. And Akez up close and personal. Wants to take this duel. There it is. Finishes things off. A flawless round for 7-7-7. Not what I was expecting at all, but yeah, fantastic stuff from them. They really do start to swing the momentum in their favour. They break the bank of 9. They come into this next with, a whole load of confidence. Close, the pistols. It actually really feels like a recurring theme here. As soon as they go for that change of pace, as soon as they get some Tech 9s in hand, weapons like that, they actually have a lot more success just throwing themselves at their opponents, trying to take these aggressive duels. Mickey up close to short. Mini. Oh, what a headshot. Getting it done. Sparrow follows up. And as the spams continue, Max takes another head. Perfect stuff. Shot from Trax. And it seems like these pistols won't get too much out of this. Goofy had a window to maybe try and commit to a plant there, but not going to do so. So an opportunity slips away. Oh, Parman, what a shot onto Goofy. Brilliant stuff. Things start to look good here for the 7-7-7 side. Obviously taking a few casualties up against pistols there, but that's okay. They've got more than enough money. The economic damage is not going to be significant at all. They'll come into this with actually a double-up setup on Sly and Palm, code CCT is what you want to be using if you do want to head over to our partners over at Hellcase, folks. Got loads and loads of fantastic aces up for offer, up for grabs. On offer, I should say, I suppose. In the corner. Creeping through this smoke. There it is. Goofy Mickey tracks everything going left, right, and center. And in the 3v3, things start to get interesting. 777. A little bit. Double down on this B bomb site. One over on A in the meantime. 9 are working their way around long, so he's in for a bit of a nasty surprise, especially as he starts to actually creep over towards that area of the map. Oh. Potential to take some contact here. Minio jumping around, making a whole lot of noise. Surely this will be heard. Communicated, perhaps. Palman starts to fall back, knows that the AWP has to go huge, and Minio hits the headshot instead. Beautiful time for him to step up and go big with it. Continue to press forward. Nice headshot. And it's absolutely perfect. Bomb will go down. Sly completely out of the picture. That's going to be the half, 8-7. Really, really fantastic stuff. Of course, Sly, there's no time to be falling away or saving anything like that in that situation. He has to just commit, and that's going to be the half all wrapped up. 8-7, as I said earlier on. I see a potential for overtime here. These two teams are so evenly matched. Well, pistol round, an important one for both squads. For 777, it's a chance to maintain this lead and extend it further. For 9, it's a chance to actually tie things up and try and swing them their way. The pistols press forward. Kyler here on the A bomb site, ready to take some contact, hungry for a fight. Oh my goodness, Sly and Mickey are tearing his mates apart though. This is a horrible position for him to be in as they continue to press forward. He needs to hit those headshots. He's running out of bullets. And ultimately he does. Runs dry, there's nothing left, and his teammates continue to fall like flies. The round completely slips away. 777 will be able to take their 9th. That's a fantastic round for them. Look at this again, just some crisp headshots from this P250. Up close to this smoke. That's trying to do some damage here as the flash goes. Okay. The T's have turned it and he's fully blinded, having to spam away. He'll drop, of course. That'll be the round signed, sealed, and delivered there for the CT side, of course. Oh, sorry, for the T side, of course. Bombed down. Nothing more to come into this. Round 18. That was something a little more interesting. Rifles out for 3 on 777. Mac 10's on Palman and Slight. Grenades start to come over. Minio hears him from a mile away. Deagle in hand. He's the only man that's actually... In fact, it's not just him. Kylo's got a little bit behind him as well. Remember carrying across that from the last. So, yeah, just a little bit of extra cash to with. Flash to come over the top. Barrow. Oh, okay. Almost had the time in there. Instead, executed from the backside via the Mac 10. Minio's Deagle goes pretty huge, but it feels like it's too little too late. If it had done that at the start of the round, then I think that would have put the wind in their sails, and the extra pistols to support could have swung the round their way. But of course, it's kind of a dying 1v5 hurrah. I don't think there's much more to be said about it. And there we go. Things, of course, finished off 11-7. Close stuff here from 9. Of course, they recognise the importance of this round. This is their map pick as well, and I've stressed throughout this entire map and this series so far that both teams are really good on Overpass, but them losing their map pick as the favourites in the series as well would obviously be dire for them. Cares. Oh, big kill. 777 are looking good right now. They're looking comfortable. Aka's still pressuring forward as well. That nade lands right in front of him, but still with 97 points of health. Oh, man. Okay, that's so disastrous. Nice off angle from Kyler, but again, it's kind of one of those too little, too late situations. Oh, it's ridiculous. Bomb will go down over on the A site. Kyler completely down and out of this one. Has to fall away and save that M4. Whether or not it'll be allowed to is another question. Parman's already on the hunt with that AWP as well as a dangerously playing. Doesn't look like he'll aggress any further forward than this. I mean, that's so huge. And the CT's had such a massive window there to actually find that kill. Just really, really big whiffs there. He on that corner. Obviously only sees a knee and elbow, but yeah, too focused on his teammate there and connector and gets overwhelmed. Pistols here for 9. after that quick timeout. 12-7, 5 rounds in it. A long road ahead for the CT side to try and claw this back. Of course, there are some 5-7s. There is Kevlar behind this. Kyler with that saved M4 as well. They're trying to put him in advantageous positions to find these opening picks. It's the only way they know that they're going to be able to win this round. Oh, Kyler. It's a big kill for him to find. Spots him cross, knows he'll go for the repeat. The 5-7s just need to go big here on the B bomb site as Goofy finds an important headshot. A to rein in. Airstrike on his location, but oh my goodness, this is falling apart for the T's. I was going to say a 2-man advantage. Now it's a 3. Mickey and Palmer might just fall away and save in this one. Mickey's by himself as well. That AWP over towards long. Palmer's saying, what the hell has happened over on B? This is a disaster. And it does come off of the back of Kyler's opening pick there. I mean, Goofy's gone huge. Goofy's like the man of the hour so far this round. But yeah, Kyler's opening pick with that M4 just does kind of put that doubt. And also, not just that doubt, but also the fact that they've said, okay, well, we know that they're going to be on a pistol buy. Kyler's going to have that one M4 that he saved from the last. So yeah, an opportunity for them to just go into what would in effect be a free B bomb site, knowing that that M4's over towards the A toilets. Awesome stuff from Goofy. Here it is on the replay. It's nothing too splashy, right? It's not like he's hit any kind of crazy one-taps or anything like that. It's just consistent. Played that situation really well too, knowing that the nades have come in, the molly follows up, and yeah, he's stuck there, right? So gets himself down to water, puts himself in a nice little head angle. So really, really solid position to be in and actually sort of capitalize out of that situation. But Armand. In the meantime, on the AWP. Trying to come in, Akez. Over towards Monster, Kyler. Beautiful positioning, has a little gap around this smoke to work with as well. As Slice starts to press up, it's just as this smoke fades, and Kyler knows he's a little bit stuck here. He has got support from Sparrow on the site, but the flash is brilliant. Clear his angle, okay. Question marks as to whether they'd actually commit to that fight. Trax finds it. As they do push forward, Sly in the toilets. Oh my goodness, that smoke's not landed where he wanted it to. They actually start to reel it in a little bit at the back of that smoke. Missing, not expecting Minio to aggress though, brings the numbers back to evens. And with 20 seconds on this clock, they need to get a wiggle on. Still 2 players towards this B site. The rotation's coming in. Trax thinks the only man there will be towards Monster. That's not the case. Really interesting off angle from Key, and he'll seal the deal. Palmer's not even attempted to rotate. He knows the round's over. And that'll be that. A 9th on the board for 9. The magic threshold that they need. Maybe I'm reading too into their name. Tactical pause here for 777. Enough to go for one more buy here around Palman's AWP that's been saved. He had a nice little luxury that... Yeah, he had 5k in the bank. Even if he does die there, he's got enough to go for a another AWP moving forward, but didn't need to. Does manage to carry it across, so yeah, solid stuff. Grenades fly over. Molly towards the stairs. They press forward. Sly flies up into playground. Kyler, in the meantime, taking some control towards long. Ooh, almost. Neo, nade to come in. Does do damage before he falls by tracks, but yeah, whilst it's a good bit of early damage with the AKs on the other side, not going to make a huge amount of difference. Sparrow lets one cross. We'll be able to relay that information. Key actually starting his rotation as well over from the B bomb site to try and take care of this man that slipped through the cracks. Palman, though, on the angle. Kyler not quick enough. The defense falling like flies here. Sparrow has to hit this shot as he pulls the trigger and misses the first. Trax knows he's got about a second and a half there to peek and find that kill while the bolts pull back. It's a freebie. Sly caught out by Key in the corner of the bomb site. Should be traded. No, okay, they call it off. They say, okay, well, we've seen one towards the bomb site. We actually think both are probably here. So let's head back towards B. That's exactly what they do. Rotations will come in the nick of time as well. Mickey maintained this control, knows that no one's got an aggressive angle on short, and has heard things go quiet. You can take a bit of ground as well as they start to rotate through. Smart play, smart positioning from him as well. Goofy and Key might want to call this off if they don't find a kill in the next couple of seconds. They'll go for the boost. Mickey, oh, the timing's impeccable. Tucks himself behind that concrete. Here's some boosting as well. The molly will force him right off. There it is. 9 call this one. They get the hell out of that. Big round of 777. That's going to put them on to 13, and I think at this point, this is going to be really hard to recover, to be perfectly honest. You're at a point now where it's not this contentious game. Nine's economy isn't looking too shabby. Saving a couple of rifles there as well has done them like a couple of huge favors. Might be time for a little bit of a change of pace. Okay, there it is. Key. Nice aggressive early pick. Palman trying to go for that fight with the AWP. Whilst he does lose it, his teammate's there for the trade. So solid stuff. With one in the meantime as well. Oh my goodness, this is really starting to happen. Pressing up. Ooh, Kyler and Trax. Got the tracks. One, but that's fine. Mickey finds another headshot. Goofy left 1 on 3, and this round is done and dusted. 9 can't do a whole lot more here. Goofy wants to have a crack at this. They know that they're going to be on a buy in the next anyway. They've got that lost bonus. They've got the money behind them, but oh, it's allowing 777 onto 14, and that is rough. Rough, rough, rough. I'm not doing an impression of a dog. couple of nice trades. To be honest, this hasn't been anything too exciting, right? This has just been consistent Counter-Strike. This has been slow approaches, nice shots, and consistent trades. Really been the narrative of this match. Slow approach here from the T's. The spams come through. Just patience. Sheer patience here. Obviously a buy from the CT side, as I mentioned, but not the strongest of it. 777 still showing that they're no strangers to actually run down this clock, and they've been quite consistent at still converting the rounds off of the back of it. Key and Goofy with a little bit of a different setup, and it works quite nicely for them. Key needs to win that fight, and he does. Now under pressure from Mickey and Palman, but it doesn't matter. Minio's there to support. 14 seconds left, and Palman once again calls this off. There's been quite a few situations here where he's sort of not looking for those opening fights. There has been a couple of rounds, don't get me wrong, where he's been pressuring into short. He's been quite hungry to find those duels. But yeah, a few situations now where he's just sort of counted himself out of some of these fights and said, you know what, I'm going to play to length. I'm going to go for some of these more passive duels. And if I don't win them, or if my teammates don't have success on the site, then I'm just going to fall away and save. This time doesn't have that luxury. Won't be able to carry that AWP into the next. Palman hungry for a dueling connector. No one going to face into him. 9 have been quite passive with their connector control. They have had someone there often to just deploy a couple of early nades or the likes. Ooh, okay. Opening kill from Key. And the bank could be broken here for 777 if they can't string this round together. This certainly could get interesting. Mickey pressuring forward, AK in hand. Palman in the meantime expecting a deep peak. That's not going to be the case. 9 have got the man advantage. It would be foolish for them to try and pressure for a fight here. Boost to come over the top. Palman. Could be huge instead. Oh my goodness, Sparrow picking them apart. 9 are making this comeback happen. Sly up towards long. 9, of course, the favourites in this series. They've been slow starters here on Overpass. Now coming to life in the later stages. This is everything. Sly's position worth its weight in gold. And gold he finds as he strikes it lucky. Too big for Sparrow, not blinded by the flash, but misses the shot regardless. Has to follow up with a no-scope and buys enough time for Key on the flank. 14-11. This scoreline really does start to close up on what looked like a little bit of a sealed fate here for the Polish squad. is now right up in the air. It's anyone's game. Number 26. And a full eco here for 777. Skylar. A nice early entry, but of course shouldn't be too contentious here. It's really about damage control. You don't want to be losing any rifles in a situation like this. Sparrow on the angle, pistols pressuring forward. Okay, a little bit of damage dealt. Sparrow, my friend, you need to get out of there. You might get overwhelmed. And no, okay, crisis averted. He finds the kills. And 9 are on to 12. Early nade, Sly. Oh my goodness, they've got so much ground up connect to hit. Kyler on a much deeper angle. Akez, in the meantime, just anticipating that aggression towards Monster, and it might actually come his way. All of that early contact on Akez starts his rotation, maybe a tad too soon. Wants to support his team, though. Minute 15 on this clock, tucked behind the smokes. Oh, a little bit of early damage dealt. But I feel like Kyler comes off to that. Seven definitely got off to a worse start here in the round, just when it comes down to health. They have taken a lot of control, though. Toilets, banana, long is all theirs. Now, they haven't had to really fight for it. They use the util to swing it their way, but still a powerful position for them to be in, especially with Sparrow missing out on the timing. Oh, he was on the angle for so long. Pulls out the flash at the wrong moment. Has to take a load of crazy fights to stay alive. Well, crazy fights certainly is one way to put it. 3 beautiful flicks to get it done. Okay, Mickey. That's a fast headshot. And all of a sudden, a 2-on-2 that actually somewhat favours the Norwegian squad. Goofy pressuring up. Knows that Sly's got to be here. Oh, apparently he doesn't. 2v1 for Minio this round is disastrous. Sparrow's got to be scratching his head, kicking himself, shouting at his teammates, saying, what the hell has gone wrong there? I found a huge 3K. I'm sure we see this on the replay. Here it is, partially blinded. First flick's beautiful, second's even better. We don't see it on the replay, but the third's crisp as well. Oh, that is just ridiculous. Not a round you can afford to be losing there if you're 9. 7-7-7 with a quick tactical pause. Probably serves a couple of purposes here. Number 1, a chance to cool off a little bit. Number 2, an opportunity here for 7-7-7 to kind of cook something up on the fly. Something a little different that'll catch 9 off guard. Feels like they've not had a lot of success in recent rounds, and that one there was off of individual heroics. It wasn't off of the strategy working, not at all. Remember, folks, use code CCT on Hellcase if you do want to go and check them out. Free 70 cents and a 10% refill bonus. And number 28 underway. Mickey, Parman, tracks. In fact, all 5 leaning over towards this B-bomb site, and a lot of work to be done to close this out. Of course, a buy up here for the CT side. Doesn't come without some issues. Minio down to that MP7. Mickey pressuring forward. Key with a nice entry, though. Goofy follows up. Palmer and Drax just absolutely shut it down. Kyler on the angle. Okay, taken out. Clean stuff, 2v2, an opportunity to make this happen. Minio's MP7, which formerly I'd regarded as a contingency, is actually the thing that gets them back in the round. And Sparrow Zork finishes off the job. Big kills, 1v1, obviously a far from convincing situation, but I don't think they care how they get there as long as they get over the finish line. And that's what they're looking for right now, 15, that magic number to take us to OT. Nice opening shot from Trax. Weak buy here as well, so interesting that they're actually making this work. Oh my goodness, okay. Maybe for not much longer. Tyler really recovering this nicely. Back into the 2-on-2. Pressuring forward with the AWP. Akez trying to make something happen here. Of course, a glass cannon. He's got nothing in terms of the armor behind that sniper rifle. Buffy. Waters dumpster, 30 seconds left to tick, and he's all by himself. His teammate is miles away. Minio, oh my goodness, actually peeks up, spots the man, but doesn't fire off the shot, knows that he can't get this done alone, so he'll call for his teammate's support, but they're going for the 2v2 retake. They'll allow the bomb to be planted. Goofy knows with no util and only an MP9, there's no chance he gets this done. His teammate coming in. Oh, Minio converts when called upon. And it's all on Akez's shoulders to try and take this round their way and stop 9 from getting onto 14. He's hearing the steps. Goofy taps the bomb. Oh my goodness. Neither had a kit there. But a wide swing, a Ferrari peak from the MP9 gets it done. Brilliant stuff there from the CT side. It comes a hell of a lot closer than anticipated. But does, of course, swing their way. And to be honest, it really does feel like individual heroics that swings that one their favour. Key with a big double kill over towards Long. That was exactly the start they needed after taking that early casualty. Tyler in the toilets. This is to take us to OT. 777 have now got money behind them. They got it so close in that last round with hardly any investment behind them. Sly up close. Is long toilet. Spots Minio, but doesn't pull the trigger. Gets hit by the nades, though, as Kyler finds a headshot elsewhere. Oh, my goodness. Follows up with a support. Sparrow with one. Palmer only able to trade. Needs a heroic play here. Needs to swing the numbers their way. Sparrow still popping shots, sticking around, overstaying his welcome. Palmer will punish him for that one as he continues to aggress. Oh my goodness, Akez. This means everything right now. Spots the head, needs to win the fight, and he can't. Palmer there for the trade. Needs to go huge, sprays up, 1v1, taps the bomb, applies a bit of pressure, but reloading out in the open. What are you doing? That is such a ridiculous mistake. I'm lost for words. Why is he reloading out in the open like that? He had that in the bag. Not just reloading out in the open, but seems to have no sense of urgency to get into cover either. Whilst he's reloading, he's completely exposed, right? But he's still shift walking over to default. That is such a ridiculous mistake to make. Big opening shot from Shro. Now we're in overtime. It really is anyone's game for the gate. And it does seem like the CTs, 9, have got the momentum in their favour. They've come off of the back of quite a big comeback. They're looking brilliant right now. Icky, Palman. They've got to be frustrated, right? 2 rounds on the bounce that have come down to these sort of 1v1 or 2v2 situations. Plenty before that as well. There's got to be a point where the frustration really does kick in. You start to drop rounds on the basis of, yeah, just kind of losing that momentum, that morale that was fueling you previously. And stuff, of course, from 9. Rifles to come out again here. Of course, it's overtime. Rifles. AK-47s. Of course, Palmer's still on that AWP on the other side of things. Sparrow only with a single sniper. We have seen them go for a double up a couple of times this game so far, but they opt against it this time around. Drax pressure him forward. Shot from Sparrow. And I really do feel like if 9 can actually win this map and sort of pull off this comeback, take it convincingly in OT, I really do favour them in the series once again. Of course, they were the favourites in the first place when they got off to a slow start here. I was certainly worried for them. Maybe could let this series slip away, but now they're in their element. They're showing sort of how powerful of a squad that they are and how they usually perform. Flashes come over the top. Present here in the toilets. Big shots from Kyler through the smoke. And once again, 9 just not even dropping members here. They're looking so convincing in these overtime rounds. As soon as they've got some money behind them, as soon as they don't have to drop down to those FAMASs, those SMGs, they're just the better side. And consistently, they're swinging them their way. 17 to 15. Remember, they had a decent T side as well. aggression here from Minio again. Money just about here for the T side for them to pull it out in the last round of the half. Tracks with a nice opening kill as well. Minio maybe getting a little too big for his boots there. A little too aggressive. Like a Molly, track to arrive at the party. Patience is the key here. Man advantage for 777. They know that this is a must-win round for them. And they're able to take it. Clean as they come. Kill after kill. We barely see any of them because it just happens so quickly. Blink and you miss it. The round's over. And Sparrow left in the 1v5. Of course, it's one who will go for us. The last round of the half of the time anyways. They got loads of cash. Pressures forward. Misses the shot. Could have been the start of something great. Trax will finish him though. 17 to 16, whilst 9 looked super convincing. Convicting, you could even say. AWP's out once again for either side, of course. Plenty of money. Goofy here in the playground. You're close. Oh my goodness, the contact. Oh, it's everything, and Key completely whiffs. That should have been a free kill for him. How are they falling apart here? They were ready for this monster aggression, and they're still losing the fights. That's ridiculous. Goofy left in the 4-on-1. He'll lose his jewel. Completely blinded. Brilliant support flash. That is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Everything crumbles. Mickey, Trax, go huge and get everything done there. Ooh, big shot from Sparrow. Sly behind this smoke. They'll be walking up. They won't be making any noise, though. And this round's so important. Worth its weight in gold. This is for 18 for either side. I'll put them onto map points here. Whilst it is 9's pick, I feel like it's the pick of both. I will hear one running back, but doesn't do anything with that information as he starts to regress as well. Oh no, I thought he was checking his corners, but he's taking his knife out. Still takes the fight. Oh my goodness. That is ridiculous. I can't believe he's ready to take that duel. Minio finds a follow-up. 9 now with a man advantage. C4 going down. Not going to do anything to deny it. Needs to wait for his teammate support. And Trax does manage to find one through the smokes, but Akez dies in the meantime. Mickey pressuring forward. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's so awkward. That is so rough for him. Disastrous, in fact, as Trax aggresses. Smoke to go on the bomb. He's going to have a crack at just trying to hold this defuse. And, oh, well, he taps it. Oh, man. Oh, either throw the smoke and commit to it or don't. He didn't have time there to tap it and take those fights. As soon as he confirmed it was an AWP in the toilets as well, just take the gamble. Anyway, didn't really feel like the round was over anyway, so doesn't make a huge deal of difference. But keep pressuring forward. Big headshot onto Mickey. Goofy following up as well. Okay, this is looking like 9 might actually be able to put the final nail in the coffin and close out this very lengthy map that actually really hasn't been able to prove favourite here. Both teams battling it out. I called overtime from what? Round number 3, round number 4? Purely on the basis that these two teams are so good on this map. So many close matches recently against other squads, and obviously so back and forth at the start of this one as well. Parman left all by himself, a 4 versus 1, and that is going to be his fate sealed. 19-17, 9 will be able to take the map. Their map pick, of course, so they will have to sort of be thrown onto somewhat unknown territory in the next, but that will conclude things. Clean stuff in the final round of it as well. And yeah, perfect stuff. I'm really not sure what this little bit is here. It was here yesterday as well. I think it's... Maybe I changed the colour of the lighting. Anyway, that's going to conclude map 1. Really solid stuff from 9. We're going to be jumping to a short 10-minute break. When we return, we'll be back with map number 2 of this series to see if they can take it in 2 bites or whether we need to go to a 3rd to settle this. So, yeah, go grab yourself a drink, but don't go too far. We'll be back very shortly.
Finally, I found what I was looking for. Now that my search is over, it's gonna be a tough choice. But fortunately, no need to choose when you can just have them all. Buy and sell skins on bitskins.com. Your one-stop shop for all CSGO skins.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault, and the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
Welcome back, everybody. Map number 2 underway. We just saw 9 pull off one hell of a comeback. It wasn't anything too crazy, right? But it really did seem like 777 were in control. And things started to slip away from them. It went to overtime and they lost it there. A map up as the favourites in the series. Now onto their opponent's pick, but starting off on their CT side. A Mirage one that they've had a mixed bag of results with. Not wins, but a lot of close matches against a lot of top squads. I think 9 should be feeling relatively confident. Oh my goodness. Confidence may be an understatement as Key doubles up so clean there. Kyler with another. And that is just fantastic. First on the board there for 9. Couple of early clean shots to get things started. And then, yeah, just a masterclass at the end there. 777. Coming into this with little to no investment. No one's bought yet. Maybe we can see a couple of P250s. They did get a couple of kills. They could justify it. Okay, there we go. Palmer goes for a P250. That's what we see, though. The star player, the imposter, the Swede amongst the Nords. Oh my goodness, they found a free A site. Oh wow, what are 9 doing? They've given up the bomb site completely for free against a full eco round. Knowing it would likely be a full eco round as well. Okay, well, they only take 1 casualty, and that will stay that way. Parman completely out of there, hoping that he can catch someone out towards middle. This has kind of been read by Sparrow, but... yeah, bouncing between the 2 angles. Diffused will, of course, come through, but yeah, it shouldn't have even been a bomb plant there at all for 777. 9 have just gifted them that one. It's quite a big luxury. It comes with an extra $800. Parman spots a foot, hopes that he can bait him into the angle. Falls, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, he's not expecting anything there. Of course, he's only got a P250. He's happy to fall in that situation. Grenades fly over. Parman on an AWP. Molly in as well. Goofy in the meantime takes 1. Good start here in the buy round for 9. Given the fact that they're up against a full investment, the rifles, the AKs, that AWP on Parman, Nicky dropping early is going to be a bit of a problem for them, perhaps. Minio as well. Lots of damage dealt. Him and Goofy low on health, but Kyler's here to support. Another big frag. Could have pulled the trigger on the HG. Actually throws it this time around, and oh my goodness, so well placed and well timed there, expecting one to cross out to the van. That is masterful, and Parman doesn't expect Minio to be creeping up below him. A flawless round from 9 in their buy. Number 3 really does look good for them. A little bit awkward there, trying to jump up and retrieve that AWP. Won't be able to get it, but they've got plenty of cash in the bank, and all 5 players stand alive. Definitely does them some favours. And it is Minio just spotting that head. Brilliant, brilliant stuff there. 3-0, 777 with no bomb plants except for that second round where they were given a free A site. Yeah, and hardly any kills. In fact, no kills in that last round. Do not have a lot of money, so they'll save the cash for the next. Of course, they've got that max loss bonus to go for the buy. We did see that Hellcase banner popping up, folks. Remember, if you do want to head over there, use code CCT. It gives you a free 70 cents and a 10% deposit bonus. Needs to come over. HGs. Oh, okay. Almost finish off Mickey. The one to go into top mid. It's just an absolute shutdown. Not quite a flawless round. Scout does find 1, but not far from it here for 9. I think Sparrow will be happy to buy an AWP next round anyway, so even though he's not going to be too happy with dying there, it's like something he can sort of, yeah, shrug off here. He does hear the steps over towards the palace. He's going to get up into positions, take care of it. Mickey, knife out, swaps to the Deagle, and Kyler is actually there to steal the kill from Key. He'd done so much work there to position himself for it, but it doesn't matter. The round goes their way. And we move. 4-0. 9 looking rock solid right now. Not showing those early signs of weakness as they did on their pick of Overpass. They're actually looking a lot more confident, a lot stronger. And I think there's a lot to be said for the fact that, yeah, they were able to take that first map over the edge, and 777 sort of letting it slip. It's definitely going to knock their confidence a little bit here. Not that that's really been too prevalent in their playstyle so far, but certainly could become the case. Especially if the rounds continue to go in the enemy's favour. Big shot from Palmer. Nice opening kill. Feels like a while since they've won that first duel. Key takes a tick of damage from the molly as well. They know exactly where he is, and they can continue to carpet the floor with fire and finish him off. Kyler with a nice head shot with a 1v5. Will try and do some damage here. They've got money, and they know that their opponents don't. So as many kills as he can get here is what he's hungry for. Knows that the round likely not really in content here. Mickey on the other side of this smoke. Timing's everything, and Kyler gets it in his favour. Now a 2v1, and all of a sudden this actually becomes winnable. This would be completely crushing for 777 if they let this slip. It's already really rough for them. Kyler, yeah, okay, now he has no time, so he will back off from this. But 3 kills and able to save that AK-47 as well is ridiculous. 777 gonna need to pull out those reinvestments. The money not really gonna be there. We will see AKs and util, but yeah, back down to 0 cash for them for sure. Couple of nice early entries for 777, but certainly humbled. I'm not sure how Sly hasn't won that fight, to be perfectly honest, but yeah, clean as they come. Timing's unreal there as well towards the ticket box. Weapons out again. Sparrow with another AWP. Parman, oh, almost hits the flick. Doesn't quite though. Minio there just to get that early info. To join his teammates, they will actually look to re-aggress into mid and try and take back this control that was somewhat lost from the early play there and towards connector. As soon as that contact was made, they backed right off. They didn't actually get anyone over towards the boxes. This time they do. They've got that presence. It now leads to concerns for a latencer in middle if we do see this execution come through on the A-bomb site. That's going to be the plan. Minio here holding for it. Distracted now by the players coming out of Palace and the ramp. All of a sudden he needs to start to be careful. Smoke in place. He'll back through into bench. Wants to go for an aggressive fight but spammed away. Not much he can do about it. Trapped with a nice entry. And Key tagged right down through that smoke as well. Oh, what a denial. That's brilliant from the man. Low on health, knows he needs to go for a sacrificial hero play, and he does. Skyler's positioning, so important. Beautiful shot onto Palmer. The player in Palace anticipated. They know one's in con. Sparrow misses the shot, though. That's everything. Oh, no, it's all falling apart. And Sparrow left in the 1v2. Go on, go for a pop through the door. Oh, wow, okay. Thought he was going to have a crack at the box there. Sly so low on health. And it felt really well played up until this point. But a 2v1, Sparrow, what the hell can he do here? Full belt of util, and Sly's missed the key shot. A freebie for him, to be honest. Sly, oh my goodness, okay, doesn't burn alive there either. So 4-2, 777 take it, but really, really by slim margins. Couple of missed AWP shots is what dictates that round, to be perfectly honest. And Sparrow hit a shot on the connector player, then it would have gone their way. Had the AWP shot hit onto Sparrow, then the round would have been closed out a little bit quicker. Tactical pause here for 9. They got off to an amazing start, but they know that this one's starting to slip away from them. They know that that working formula isn't working anymore. These last couple of rounds that they've lost haven't been too bad either. It's not like they've gone for any kind of major commitment plays and it not worked. They've just lost these duels. Struggled to fend against these full executions as well. Once the smokes go down, they're trying to span through them and actually being punished for that. Molly comes in. Here on the other side, in short. In the meantime, into sandwich. Really slow approach here for 777. It was that working formula over on Overpass. This time around, they've gone for this really slow approach. It doesn't seem like it's working in their favor. 9 haven't gone for any kind of aggression off the back of the silence. They have deployed a lot of util, though, so as we go into the late execution, there is not a single piece of utility on this CT side. They've got the kits, they've got the firepower. At least they've got one kit. Big frag from Minio through the edges of that smoke. Almond does take one back, but still the man advantage in the CT. But does win his fight. Lowell falls onto Palmer, 1-on-3. Surely no chance he gets away with this. Okay, does manage to isolate one fight. Finds the kill, but yeah, 9 play that 2v1 situation perfectly, knowing he's got an AWP. Just beak him at the same time from different elevation. No chance he finds both. Not unless you whiff horrendous, like can't hit a collat. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide either. Couldn't retreat. 5-2. 9 looking good here on their CT side of Mirage. And I like the fact that, yeah, off of the back of losing a couple of rounds, they called the timeout. They've got 4 to work with, so why not utilize them? Both these teams with a bit of a support network behind them as well. They've both got a coach there with them in this team speak. And yeah, they just use that opportunity to take a little bit of a break, talk things out, change their approach a little bit, and it works nicely. I'm away. Oh, Sly, what a headshot. Minio's been the man that's consistently been getting a little over-aggressive. He has been finding these kills, so fair play to him, but yeah, he's the one taking the big risks. Kyler right now, 11-1. He's going above and beyond, and Sparrow, once again on his AWP, maybe down to lack of opportunity, hasn't got the frags up yet, but now, timing perfect. Takes his time onto Slight. But Palman quick to respond. 3v3. Black's creeping forward. Might not expect Key underneath the wood. Key's not going to peek out wide enough, though, to actually do anything about it. And I quite like Goofy's position here. That's brilliant. Mickey able to trade it, but information confirmed. Bomb working its way round to ramp. Kylie, you need to move, man. You're over towards bench on B. All of the sound cues being made on the A site. Goofy's here alone. Come on, bomb's gone down. Get a wiggle on. Easy to make that call through our rose-tinted goggles, but it really did feel like they had that information a hell of a lot earlier than was relayed. Goofy may be expecting it to just be a lone lurker. Still in that situation, I'd gamble up. Smoke in. Goofy, there's one to your left. You need to be careful. AWP confirms his position, but Goofy still walks in blind. 5-3, 777, put another on the board, and that really did feel like 9's round for the taking. They had a brilliant setup in the 3v3. They were able to momentarily swing the numbers in their favor. That was traded, fine, but it feels like Goofy did nothing in that round. Absolutely nothing. Just sat over towards Wall. Didn't swing to trade out his teammate. Obviously, it's a bit of a risk to do so, but as soon as his teammate dies, confirms that there's one on top of the wood, bearing in mind his position's completely incognito, that was a chance to swing out, trade it, bring it into a 2-on-1, get that info as well. Instead, just stays tucked away, doesn't call the sound cues on the site. Maybe he does, but the call's not made for the rotation, and here we go. Starts to play into the B-bomb site. Goofy up on the boost. Whiffs horrendously on the first, but crisp onto the second. Kyler in this smoke. Takes out the sniper. Palman gone. Oh my goodness, these pistols doing so much work. And with Sparrow taking another, tracks in the 1-on-4, and he's only got a Mac 10. This round's gone horrendously for them. And this is the 9 special. The number 9 on the menu, saying, you know what? Why on earth would we go for a buy when we can just pistols and steal their guns instead? Absolutely perfect. The Deagles are crisp. They snatch away AKs and an AWP. Surprised that Key and Sparrow haven't swapped yet. I suppose lack of Kevlar makes a little bit of sense here. Track starts to work his way up with the Mac 10. Bearing in mind they've got no armor, he does have an opportunity to do a bit of damage here, but 1v4, I don't fancy his chances. His timing here as well has been impeccable. The damage dealt, but spam through the smoke. Oh my goodness, that is filthy. Big kill from the AK on Minio. Sparrow finds himself one of those automatic weapons as well, so the rifles all carried across. Actually take all of their opponents' guns. Mac 10, that can be left, that can go. They don't care. Goofy's died, and that could have been Goofy's weapon, right? But he doesn't want it. Everybody else taking those AKs. Minio, Key, Kyler, bring them into the next. Sparrow dropped over Key's AWP as they do a little switcheroo. Rifle now in his hands. Full eco round here for the T side will allow 9 on to 7, at the very least. Kyler. Launches a flash, nade to come in. Oh, good nade to come in as well. That's fantastic. Well, that's one way to get it done. Clean as they come. Following up the kills. Rifles carried across as well. 777. Of course, it's an eco round, but I think one that they were hoping to get a little more equity out of, and they can't find anything there at all. Flawless stuff. Round number 11 comes with a bit of mystery. 777 with some cash behind them, of course. Nades roll in, Sparrow up close. He's playing a really dangerous game with this AWP, but with video support, might be able to still make it work. Spams away, Sly taken out. Oh man, this is brutal. Absolutely brutal. The round slips from their grasp. Alman left in the 1v3. What the hell could he do here? Does manage to get that bomb down, but you know, the 1v3 jumps up onto the box, making a whole lot of noise. And the thing is, they know exactly where he is as well. Coming up from Con, CT, and Palace. They know the only place he can be is Ramp or Tetris as they clear out all the angles. Palman does find one, but Kyler's there for the instant trade, so brilliant stuff. Really, really perfect. Felt like a couple of kills went 777's way initially, but it just picked apart. Good tactical pause here for the 777 side. Nine with 8 rounds on the board. If they can take another, then they really, really are in a very comfortable position. To be honest, I think they're feeling confident. They're feeling comfortable now already, but here come the big guns. Sparrow on that AWP. Slow stuff. Minute on this clock. Slight. Akez working their way up. Oh, okay. Flash in. Sparrow forced off the angle, but re-aggresses. That's ridiculous. Finds the shot, and it's really clean. Palman does get one back onto Minio. Once again, caught and get a little aggressive there. Maybe a little too much. Tyler still 16-2, going above and beyond. What a time for him to step. Molly through. He with a big kill. Pressing forward. Goofy. In position towards Sandwich. Mickey takes one more, but Goofy not anticipated. Sly. Ooh, comes in just the nick of time to save his teammate. But I don't think it's going to put the round into contention. Or maybe it puts it into contention, but I don't think it'll swing it their way. Just a sliver of health on tracks. He's already been spotted, headed back towards connector. Bomb planted for this position. Tucked in jungle. Sparrow's missed his shot. Kyler with full HP, though. Flash has fully blinded him. Really messy, but does manage to win it out. A 9 on the board for 9. And to be honest, again, they don't care how they get there. They don't care if they're losing gunfights on the way or taking a lot of damage. The key here, the important factor is that they do actually win these rounds and accumulate them. And that's what they've been able to do quite nicely so far. Spamming away. Minio above this smoke. Well, oh, it all comes down to timing. A nice angle here, but issue is as that smoke starts to fade, Palmer will spot him. Sparrow up close. Oh my goodness, that's so sick to find too. Sly trades it, but that early advantage they've taken gone as we find ourselves in the 3-on-3. Not for much longer, but key position is so huge. They do flash it. They anticipate the fact they may have lost the ramp control, but actually throwing that flashbang does indicate to him that they're aware. That doesn't matter. Palman's still able to find that shot. Goofy left in the 1-on-3. It is a round that I think he probably has a go at. They've got a bit of money behind them. Wants to do some economic damage. Spots one. Good spade. Takes him out. Mickey, interestingly, doesn't move a muscle there as well. Could have swung out to try and save his teammate in that duel, but... yeah, backs away from it. Goofy. Looking for an exit. Really not going for this round at this point. Just wants to make sure that, yeah, no one's kind of pressuring onto him, getting a little too aggressive. Of course, he'd punish if that was the case. Mickey and Parman, they'll get out of here. Parman making a whole load of noise as well. Oh, timing. Oh, my goodness. That's huge. So sick from Goofy. Oh, we thought that the AWP had blown towards him. Oh, it's gone. That's rough. Could have been a sniper for them, but actually taking it away means that there won't be the money to reinvest one here for 777. So winning the round, but at what cost? They lose 4 members. And it was a clean start as well. They had 3 alive in the post-plant, the 3v1. They've lost 2 on the exit. Rock solid stuff here for the 9 squad. As once again, the buy comes out. With AKs in hand. A slow approach towards this site. Pharaoh still lingering tracks here as well. They start to head over towards this site. Kyler, oh, on the jump spot, sees them. That's it, cover blown. Kyler here ready as well. He can call for reinforcements, and they need to be quick with these frags, and Sly certainly delivers on that front. Sparrow with a big shot, but, oh man, it really does feel like Sparrow kind of overcommits in some of these situations. Always looking to be the hero, always looking to have these crazy, flashy plays, and often that's his demise. Yeah, really doesn't favour him, to be honest, in these situations. Hits a fantastic shot here, but just needs to bide some time, right? He's found himself a great kill. His teammates are rotating him from short. Okay, the same outcome probably would have pursued there with the flank in place towards top middle.
Time is running out. The prophecies say Fimbulwinter leads to Ragnarok. War is coming.
We don't really want war. All that blood on your hands, on your son's hands.
Fate only binds you if you let it. We will make our own destiny.
PlayStation.
When I lose myself in
Double Julie's in play here for the CT side. Not sure how strong the Norwegians' defense is, but it's going to have to be. They want to try and make this happen. Mickey here with the Julies. Palmer on the other side of things. Takes his duel with Kyler. Oh, that's perfect. That's exactly what you need. And another, just to add insult to injury. Goofy with one more. For Goofy. Well, lovely Scottish Jewelry's not really worth saving here, but of course the bomb in enemy territory. He does want to try and find a couple of kills, wants to try and do a bit of damage. Damage he does. Finds himself a kill and gets Akez down low as well. That slide over towards the A side. Akez is up close to him. Still definitely a chance to make something happen here. Goofy spams away. Sly will be able to finish things off, and there it is. Round number 17 will go the way of 777. And a much-needed round win for them, to be perfectly honest. As I've said many a time, guns out, guns out here for the defense. Double MP9s in play, M4s out as well. 3 of them, in fact. But the Glocks right now do not want to be dying to these SMGs. Unfortunately, that's not really something they can control. They walk right into the blender. The SMGs tear them apart. And that's amazing. Rock solid. Buy up here for the T side, and honestly, maybe not finding any kills in that last round is a bit of a blessing in disguise. 777 do not have a full rifle setup here. 3 kits in play, bit of util, but Trax and Akez on a bonus. Still on these MP9s. Could cause them some issues as we move forward. There's up close, key on the angle. Comes down to patience. Who breaks first? Pressuring forward. Spots Akez. Sprays away. Goofy's actually found the entry in the meantime. Follows up with another. Sly can trade, but it confirms that he's on this bomb site. And as the peak comes in, they will take care of him. Minio with another. That's going to be the round here for 9. Trax down and out of this. MP9 in play, but not a lot he can do. And he'll seal the deal, finish things off 11-7. 9 looking rock solid once again. Quick replay. We get to see how things unfolded. 11-7. And 9 are looking solid again. Buy out. AK still here. Of course, they saved 3 members in the last, so the reinvestment's minimal. Just pistols on the other side of things. 777 trying to keep a little bit in the bank to go for later investments. Slide, Deagle in hand. Mickey does find himself 1, but refrags there. Fly over on short as well, doing a little bit of damage as they actually aggress through the apartments, but Palman's there for a double. He follows up. Kyler here with an AK-47. Oh no, turns away, thinks a flashbang's coming. This is ridiculous. They're losing to an eco right now. And Key left with a slither of health, but not much chance in this. What on earth has just happened? It's not even like there's been any crazy individual play. It's just Nine walking into a B-bomb site that's stacked with Deagles, and they've been crushed by it. Terrible, terrible round to be losing. Minio, oh man, blasted through that smoke. Good start from Mickey. Should have been a free trade for Key, but Parman's too confident. 777 are really starting to claw this back. Now they've got the guns out on their CT side. The confidence flowing through their veins. Spare actually spotted one there, but doesn't pull the trigger. Gets into ladder room instead, where Sly's ready and waiting. Knows that they've lost that short control, and there is a chance that he could have crept up. That information definitely relayed by the window player. Goofy in the meantime. Oh no, tag with the tag. And it's actually a dink. Gets Sly so low, but I don't think they're going to be able to finish him off here. Kyler tagged down as well. He had such a great start. Actually, not too long ago, he was 16-2. Now 19-7. Still pulling off some great heroics. Having a great game, but definitely a step down, right? Mickey following up as well. And there it is. Round number 20 goes the way of 777 as this gap really does start to close. Remember, it was a 10-5 half. They had a 5-round lead, and now it's just within 2. And through that smoke, Parman doesn't get what he hoped for. Mickey, in the meantime, posted. And towards underpass. Kyler here, lingering. Not to jiggle out and take contact with him. Mickey spams, finds him. Huge kill to take. Akez, in the meantime, piling on the nades, piling on the pressure here. Into the palace area. Minio with a huge headshot. That's exactly what 9 need right now. Still a man disadvantage, but of course a bomb site obtained. The smokes and molly start to rain in. Mickey here in connector. Spams. Almost finds Goofy. Not sure how those bullets don't connect. Sly in the meantime, flanking play. Perfect stuff from Rab. And actually pulling the trigger a little bit late there as well. Gives him a bit of space to get out. Goofy finds the trade. And Mickey and Trax trying to pick up the pieces. But as Trax walks in alone, Goofy still picking heads. Tearing them apart. Mickey does manage to trade it back though. And Goofy's heroics go unrewarded. That is ridiculous. Unfortunate outcome there for 9, considering such a huge round, such a close one. Nine with now only a 1-round lead, and it's looking like that might slip away from them right here, right now, in round number 22. With just pistols to work with around Goofy's AK, but he's able to buy off for the fact that he got some extra kills last round, and he's actually overinvested into this a little bit. His teammates are still on sort of 1,500. He's down to 600. They do still have that max loss bonus, though, so he will be able to buy into the next. Regardless, big kill from Key. Kyler follows up. finally hits the 20 mark. Goofy going big elsewhere as well. Over on the A bomb site, Key doing a bit of damage onto short. Won't be able to convert the kill, but does at least confirm that there's one there. Gets the info. Slight down to 84. Palmer in the meantime with a flash into CT. C4 goes down. Spro only with a deagle. No Kevlar, nothing else behind it. Goofy with a rifle, but no health. And Slight finds a big kill. Oh, Goofy needed to win that duel. Not connected onto Palman, and he swings out the duelies to finish him off. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Scoreline tied up 11-11. It really does feel like Nine have been coming closer in these pistol rounds. When they change the pace, they go for something a little bit quicker. And it's worked really, really nicely for them. The issue, of course, is just the fact that they've not been able to close out these situations. 2v2s that have been very winnable. Not necessarily favourable, but definitely winnable. Not been able to get it done. Big headshot from Akez. Vinio following up as well. Okay, Mickey bites one back. As Key follows up elsewhere. A man advantage now here for the CT side. Mickey pressuring forward. Molly over the top. Key still here, lingering. And a nice headshot puts it back into a 2-on-2. They've found themselves in these situations plenty of times. And they've not been able to close it out. But at least this time they've got rifles and Kevlar behind them. He's spamming away, won't be able to find the entry. Kyler still here as well. Jiggling. Oh, Trax can't take it. Nate comes in, firebox, damage onto Kyler, and again, it looks like Nine are going to let a post-plant situation slip away, but they haven't cleared firebox. Jumping on the spots, Kyler not seen, oh no! This is how it all goes wrong. Kyler pulls the trigger on the Palace, man, delaying time, jumps up, and oh my goodness, that is beautiful from Kyler. And they're not expecting him there after the HE goes off. He will go down with a ship, he'll die to the bomb, but that's okay. Woo! That is brilliant from Kyler. Absolutely brilliant. Needs to come over again. Big kill from Trax. You pressure their way forward. Akez still here, lingering towards the ramp area. Key, walks right into the angle. Akez good for one, but Kyler quick on the trade. Still the man disadvantage, though. That's the problem. HG does tons more. Minio in middle. His position's so important right now. He needs to open up the door here. He needs to get something done. Oh, contact does lots of damage, but can't find the kill needed to bring the numbers in their favour there, or at least bring them back to evens. Arm spotted, Sparrow almost finds a kill there, but knowing that Palman's in jungle, there's no way they get out of that alive. The crossfire perfect from 7-7-7, and the scoreline ties up 12-12. Round number 25 is where we'll be headed to see who can pull ahead. It won't be money for the T side, though, is the issue. Of course, that loss bonus still in their favour. Won't be at the maximum, though, I don't think. I think it'll be at 2,900. So, yeah, they're sort of at the 3.5k mark. I think we'll see probably Tech 9s and a faster play. Tech 9s do come out. They've had a lot more success with these situations. I said previously, right? Rounds like this is where they do get the job done. At least they've more consistently been able to get that bomb planted and get a little bit closer to winning rounds. Trax does spot one cross. That's going to be valuable info. No one rotating off just yet, though, to come and accompany him. Could just be a lone lurker. Now the flashes come in, though. So far, they don't seem to have much of a grasp of what economy they're on. So the Tech 9s come flying in. Trax overstays his welcome a little bit. Almost gets overwhelmed. But Palmer's there to support. The double AWPs on the B site is always such a dangerous game. But Sly to stop them from being overwhelmed. 13-12, the scoreline goes. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. Thirteen to 12, double AWPs in play, Palmy and Slight. Palmer, he scored. Molly into top middle, Sharrow not there, he hasn't crossed. Kind of creeping in from underpass as well. This could be a big play for him. Mickey and Windows, somewhat unsuspecting, but obviously aware that the potential is there. Smoke comes in. Now they've got the middle control. Sly here towards the ladder room as well, just holding top mid. Tyler finds the opening headshot. Sly still kicking around. Mickey takes one back, so a 4v4, but Kyler trades it. Man advantage now in their favour. Feels like the first time in a while they've actually had an advantage as they press on to the bomb site. Damage through the box, but Akez still here. Sparrow needs to come and support, and there we go. They forced Akez back. At least that's enough for them to get on the site and get the bomb down. Still retaining that man advantage. Flash over the top. Minio. Doesn't see anything on the cross. Trax here on a bit of a late flank, though. Minio holding his back lines, and Trax thinks he's got a freebie, but anticipated and executed. One goes back the other way, but still the man advantage here for the attackers who are just trying to defend this bomb. Stay away, CTs. Bomb tapped, worried that he's in that smoke, but Kyler spams it and takes care of him anyway. 13-13. 9 are able to tie things back up, but it does feel like they can only really deliver when their backs are against the wall. When they do have to pull off a round like that. Stop things from slipping away. Had they have lost it, it would have been 14-12. They recognise that that's not a scoreline that they'll be staring down the barrel of. So, yeah, they pick it up, but you know, some of these rounds really coming a bit too close for comfort. For my liking and surely for theirs. Warps in play, Palman and Sparrow with one each apiece. Of course, no money left here, though, for the CTs after this round. If they lose this buy, then they will be in a little bit of trouble. Trax aggressing forward. Sparrow on the angle as well, but he has crossed. I don't think Sparrow realises he'd come off of it for just a moment. Right up in the corner, Key does find the entry. Actually takes another as well. This could be a chance for Trax to sort of backtrack a little bit here to go and help his teammates. They're falling one by one, but he hears go for Sparrow. Mickey actually takes one elsewhere too, so a 5v3 becomes a 3-on-2. And even though the numbers and the odds still in their favour to close out this round, Naricty and it definitely slipping. Key finds a fourth, though, and that's surely got to be the final nail in the coffin. Trax has found an orb. He will be able to carry this into the next by the looks of things. Oh, okay, they're going to hunt for him. Maybe they don't want him to save this sniper. They know the economy's fragile. They know that if they let him carry it across, it's going to be very, very dangerous in the hands of Palman. Oh, Minio misses the jump. Knows that Trax is there in the ladder room, though. No, apparently not. Oh, is it going the wrong way? You've run right past him. Trax will be allowed a freebie. They will be able to confirm that he's still on short. There we go. Knowing he's going to go back into the ladder room. Key here on the angle. Go on, Trax. Peek it. You're a dead man. Swaps out to the AWP of his own. Oh, Trax. He's done so well to stay alive there. So well. We'll get out of it. 14 to 13. 9 will take the lead. A massive round from them, but to be honest, the man of the hour. It's Key. He went absolutely huge there. Stellar, in fact. 27 to 13 on Kyler. Key catching up with him. 22 to 19. Of course, 4K in that last. Bolstering him from that 18 frag mark. Sperra's having a bit of a rough time, to be honest. He's on 10 kills. He's really not been able to have too much impact with that AWP. Quite consistently being caught out by Parman. That's really been his Achilles heel. Taking that AWP duel, he really does seem to struggle against the Swedish sniper. On the other side of things, whilst Parman's going above and beyond, Akez is having a bit of a slow one here. $400 giveaway from our partners over at Hellcase. If you do want to go check it out, there's a banner down below in the Twitch panel. Just go and click on it. Use code CCT if you do want to sign up to the site, but you don't even need to enter the giveaway. You can just go onto the Gleam link, retweet a couple of their posts, or check out some cases, and it enters you right in. Good opportunity for 9 to take 15 up against a really lackluster buy. Enough money in the bank here for 777 to invest in the next. They have found the early advantage, so 9 have got to be really careful right now. Smoke's giving them a bit of space here towards middle and short. Minio on the other side of one as well in connector, just making sure nobody aggresses. Spots an arm. Mickey wins the fight, though. Oh, no. This is looking scary. Goofy spots a foot, doesn't pull the trigger. Could have gone for a spam there, but opts against it. Doesn't want to give away his aggressive position. Mickey finishes things off. Nice headshot onto Goofy. 14 to 14, the line goes 7-7-7, pick up a round that not only did they really have no business in winning, but I don't think they were expecting to. There will still be cash to go for a buy here for 9, but it just feels like those unfavorable rounds they have success in, and everything else they just don't. They've been pretty weak, to be honest, in some of these situations. In the meantime, AWB posted into connector. He scopes around, won't see anything around the edges of that fading smoke. Mickey, though. Oh, Sparrow, big shot. That's perfect. Pressure in a little further forward. Minio still in connector. Flash, that's brilliant as well. And I'm not sure why they don't have this kind of cohesion in some of the rounds where they're up against the weaker buys. It really feels like they're solid in situations like this. This has been a fantastic round for them so far. They've used their utility, they've played off of each other, they've traded well, and the communication's clearly there. Last round, they were being picked apart one by one. We could see another overtime here. 9 will be able to take 15, but 777 will have enough cash in the bank to go for a buy in the next. Akka's down to $0, but to be honest, he's had a very minimal impact in this game anyway, so putting him down to like an MP9 or a FAMAS in the next shouldn't be too much of an issue anyway, to be perfectly honest. Sounds really harsh, but it is the reality. Map and series point here for 9. A single round could close out this match for them. Push them on to the next stage with a win under their belts. Some really clean kills here in the round. Sly, obviously, with that one towards window. And yeah, then I don't want to call it a fadeaway, but yeah, just almost like an exit frag, catching out one that's hunting for you over towards B, but we don't see a whole lot more from 777. Their third tactical pause to be used here, and potentially their last, unless they're able to win this round. They need it. They need it bad. I think they recognise that just as much as we all do. Mickey spamming away, does manage to find one. Massive kill from him. Mickey follows up with another as well. And all of a sudden, things start to get interesting as they pressure forward. Trax follows up with one more. And the nades rain in. Key might be able to get this down. A man disadvantage, but over towards this B-bomb site. Spams away. Goofy left in the 1v3. Doable, but not favourable, as he does take the first. Information where at least one of these remaining members lies, but can he get it done? No, Mickey around the edges of that smoke takes him out. And a brilliant, brilliant round there for 777 to take him to overtime. Flawless stuff near. Clean as it really comes here. You see 777 just looking fantastic in those situations. Cool, calm, collected. 9 last time round, though, were the kings of overtime. On Overpass, they were fantastic once it got to those later stages. And here, once again, finding that opening pick, it's Sparrow to do so. Good opportunity for some big damage. Goofy will creep out. Player over towards the triple box, but yeah, no major contention just yet. Sly and Akez bite back. Lots of damage dealt. Nothing will go their way, not just yet. Minio takes one back. 3v3, and Akez still on a slither of HP. Scary reality might be about to face him. Tyler on the other side of this smoke. Good pounce. Slow approach. 45 seconds left to tick on this clock. Minio, Kyler, and Sparrow. Lots of work to do. Big double from Trax, though. That's beautiful. What a time for him to step up and deliver. Kyler jiggling in. Wants one over towards Short. Doesn't want to pull the trigger just yet, though. Knows that there's going to be more on the bomb site as it drops down. The movement. Oh, it's so perfect. So perfect from Trax. He dances around aggression and catches it out as it comes. Beautiful opening shot there from Sparrow. I thought that might be enough to swing the round their way, or at least swing the momentum in their favour. Just wasn't. Couple of great early kills over towards that A-bomb site, but as soon as they head over to B, that's Trax's turf, and he's having a good game. Nothing too standout. It's really been Mickey and Palman going above and beyond. Ooh, close. Tyler's definitely slowed down since moving over to this T side as well. I'm interested to see if that that kind of star impact comes back as we move over to the second half of OT when they're on their CT side. Could be an opportunity for him to life. Obviously, his CT side was where we saw him go absolutely huge earlier on in this map. Flash to come over. Key pushing out of the palace. Kyler with one as Palmer finds one himself, but of course instantly traded. Sparrow misses an all-important shot, but a difficult one to hit, to be fair. Molly good as well. Forces Sly right out. Mickey towards the stairs. Pre-fired by Minio, but still wins his duel. Sparrow takes one back. The CT player drops. Key over the top of the smoke. Spots him, but it's Sparrow to hit the shot. Double kill for him. 16 to 16. They're looking good right now. Look at these entries again. So clean. I can't believe Minio's pre-fired Mickey on stairs like that and actually not won the duel, but yeah, Mickey super quick trigger there. Incredible reactions, fast response. 16-16 though, scoreline tied up. Oh man, Sparrow again. Missing these key shots that he needs to be hitting. They're coming so close as well, but yeah, just whiffs that he can't be affording to make as a sniper of his caliber. Oh, Key. That's ridiculous. Kez not ready. Palman caught his pants down as well. He's been such a thorn in their side, and whilst he's not been putting up the biggest numbers, that's a whiff from Slipe. Yeah, whilst he's not been putting up the biggest numbers, he has been so sick. So many big impact frags in swing rounds. A man advantage in this situation. Sly and Trax in a 3v2. Soon to be retake situation with 2 AWPs. Okay, they've got util and they've got kits, but neither of them actually primary AWPers. A late lurk, a late flank here from Minio. Sly does find one. Minio's a little bit late to the party. You need to speed this up. Your teammate's trapped on the site. As he shifts his way forward, a smoke will stop him from peeking right into Sly, but as he hears the scopes to his right, he knows he's got to be scoped it. Surely. Okay, doesn't want to take the fight yet. Doesn't want to reveal his position, but as time tick, that should mean more time for Sly to expect, but no. Kyler jumps up on top. The molly goes into new box nicely, or firebox, sorry, but he's able to jump up and take care of things. 17 to 16, 9 take the lead at the end of the first half of OT. And bearing in mind how good their CT side was, I think they might be able to close this one out. But we'll see how things go. 7-7-7 have definitely looked solid here on Mirage. Code CCT is what you want to be using. You see it right there, 10% deposit bonus and $0.7, so 70 cents for new users as well. Even if you don't want to deposit and gamble on the site, you get some free money to open a couple of cases. Do 2 mil specs, a rainbow case, a couple of case battles, something like that. Early spams, Palman looking for a duel here on short. No one going to come his way. Marquez and Trax already low on health. That doesn't seal the deal, but definitely causes some complications. They boost Goofy up. This is a cool position for him. Nice with the big opening headshot onto Minio as well. Start to press forward. Tracks. A great spot here. Goofy. Still up on the boost. They work their way around. Slight. In the apartments, big kills from Sparrow and Kyler, and I think that's going to be that. 20 seconds left on this clock. Goofy, they still don't know he's up on the boost. Is spotted by Akez, so now in a bit of trouble, and okay. A round that was looking done and dusted comes down to a 2-on-2, and it really felt like Goofy's positioning there would be sort of the be-all, end-all, but wasn't the case at all. Key coming in from short. Okay, spots out one. Oh, the AWP misses. Barman. That was your chance. That was your opportunity. Hits the leg. Follows up with a spam through the smoke. And Key's able to get things done. 18 here for 9-2. Map points. That's quick stuff from Parman, seeing that from his POV, but yeah, not a lot that can be done there. 17-16. Bit of a last hurrah here for 777, trying to pull something back. Sparrow misses his shot, and I don't know if I should criticize or commend the fact that even though Sparrow's not hitting his shots, he's still going for these opening duels. Certainly shows that he's hungry for it, right? He's not sort of mentally out of it, but also maybe should reel it in a little bit, given the fact that he's not been connecting. Mickey, that's so huge. That could have been a double kill from Goofy to get him back. Mickey's walked out of Palace and actually anticipated that really nicely. Big couple of follow-ups. Sly able to finish things off. Rifles out again. AWP on Palmer and Sparrow. Opening kill from Slight. Good moment for it as well as Mickey takes another. I think we might be going to double OT as Akez. Oh my goodness, that is crisp. Headshot from Kyler, of course, around the little have a crack at, but surely down and out of this, and the 3v1 does quite nicely bait out the AWP shot. This spam away, Mickey will be able to finish things off. So 18-18. We're going to double OT, folks. 18 to 18, rifles out again, and 9 still on their CT side. They had actually had a much better CT side in the first half, but here in overtime, they sort of fell short. The A sightly really the Achilles heel for them. Flashes into middle. Oh, it's an absolute brawl, but Trax does come out on top on. Firing away, man advantage here for the attack, but bomb yet to go down. And whilst they have sort of got control over towards this A bomb side, the C4 is yet to work its way through. So Sparrow might be able to deny things as he's still got control of the site itself. Goofy coming up from Con. This could all fall apart. 777. Perhaps have become a little complacent here. They certainly have. Goofy with a big headshot brings the numbers back to even. Sparrow shows his cards but can't connect the shot. Doesn't want to peek to deny that plant either, so the C4 will go down. Wastes his molly as well. Could have been used onto the man who's now lingering towards the firebox. Goofy. Oh, he's gone completely quiet for ages, though. They have no idea where he's going to be coming from. So many different positions. Sparrow finds one right through the smoke. Last man over towards firebox. Sparrow just clearing out these close angles. If Mickey peeks, even though he'll find the kill. His position now. No, the massive whiff. No, Goofy. Oh, my goodness. Oh, that is terrible. That is so bad from Goofy. Do we get a replay of it? We get a replay the rest of the round. I'm sure we'll see this whiff at the end, though. That is so ridiculous. Oh, he's just down to his last couple of bullets as well. Oh, it's just dumb. Goofy's got to be kicking himself for 777. Yeah, calling a little pause, to be honest, just to kind of cool things down a little bit. Probably you see that the team speak would erupt there after a round like that. Number 19 rounds for 777. 9 looking to tie up this scoreline now. Block from Sparrow, but no kill. Mickey taking key as well means that his support is gone. And Sparrow, what are you doing? Knowing that they're up close like that, knowing that they're about to swarm in, commits to the angle up close, pulls a smoke out. Minio now called upon to go huge, only good for 2. Can't find the final bullet onto Trax that's needed, but still a massive play. Drops the bomb out in the open as well. Has to be retrieved here by Trax, but Sly, catches Kyler trying to get cheeky. And Goofy left in the 1-on-3. Good opening kill, but tagged down to 46, and they now know where he is. Flash in. One over towards triple. Goofy. Ooh. Almost catches one out. Trap on the flank, though. Goofy definitely not going to be checking his backside. If he does, it'd be incredible. But Akez puts a bullet in his head anyway, so it doesn't matter that that flank is a little late. It's 20 to 18. 777 take the lead. And I can imagine the morale just evaporates after 9 lose that clutch situation. Oh my goodness. Look how much control 9 have taken towards the Palace. Now, still good positioning from them. 777 are able to reaggress, and it almost kind of baits the CTs into a false sense of security of, yeah, Palace being clear and there being no early pressure towards this A site, when actually that's not the case at all. Bomb is still left over towards the T stairs, but Sly, oh, caught out by Goofy. Actually lines up both up. That's ridiculous. Only going to be able to make this 19, and at least it's not a completely disastrous CT side. He'll be able to finish things off. Big headshot onto Parliament. A flawless round. Just really, really bizarre, to be perfectly honest. And that'll be things all wrapped up. Close. Key will be able to find one as well. Getting a little too aggressive there, Akaz. Palmer in response does manage to find one, though. Getting super aggro with that AWP. Max here alone on the B-bomb site. He's got his work cut out for him, and Kyler's pathing there just doesn't make a lot of sense. He's walking out, his crosshair placement, not anticipating Trax's position there whatsoever. He crosses jungle, Bomb's going to be there on the angle, and there he is. He's good for both. 777, at the very least, secure themselves double OT, but that point here might be able to take us to a third. Neither team have been very good on that point. Neither team have been able to close in these situations. Not too long ago, 9 had a perfect opportunity to just finish off the job, win the series. Now, they're playing for their lives. They're playing for 2 rounds in a row to take us to triple OT. Stop us from going to a third map. Sly looking to deny that, though. Sparrow's had a really rough game. Yet to even hit the 20 kill mark. Big kill from Parman, but the trade is there. Key takes one on to Mickey. He's been a real thorn in their side. 42 kills to his name right now. Picked up the pace nicely. Bomb left over towards, right in front of the TV, actually. All 3 players start to work their way around to this site. In the 4v3 situation, 777 have doubled up on both bomb sites, so a 2 configuration. A chance for 9 to overwhelm these B players, especially. A Sly ventures further and further forward towards short and middle. 45 seconds left to tick. 9 have really been hoping that the CTs would get bored, get aggressive, but that's not going to happen. They recognise the importance of this round. Flash and Molly to come in towards B. The bomb's here as well. This isn't a fake. This is a commitment. Just seems really half-assed. Molly into bench does mean that they don't have to clear out these angles. Keep creeping up as well. Didn't see him on the mini-map. Finally able to bounce. Track's good for 1, but the longer he can stay alive, the harder this becomes. They do trade it. and the smoke in the window gives them space to get this bomb down. Knowing they haven't got short control, they go for the safe plant, but doesn't leave them with much in terms of post-plant positions. As Kyler caught out in the open, Akers can finish him off. 7-7-7 are going to take the second map. And only very, very narrowly. That's ridiculous. This has been a very bizarre game of Counter-Strike so far, but 7-7-7 staying afloat in it, not allowing 9 to swing it their way. As I say, we're going to be going to a third map. Nice kill there from Key, but I feel like it wasn't even that they took too long to trade it. It was just, in this sort of 2v2 situation, because they had to go for that safe plant on the L block. There's no post-plant positions they could go for, right? If they're in a position where they've been able to plant default, they're able to plant for short. Whilst that smoke's in play, they can go put someone over towards bench. They can put someone in apps or something like that. They didn't have enough time to do so. They had to go for that aggressive fight towards market, and they lost it. They got crunched from the man in short as well. That's going to be map number 2 concluded. We're going to be going to another short break, folks. Probably only 6 or 7 minutes. When we return, we'll be back with the third and final map of this series to see who's able to take it. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment.
looking for. Now that my search is over, it's gonna be a tough choice. But fortunately, no need to choose when you can just have them all. Buy and sell skins on bitskins.com. Your one-stop shop for all CSGO skins.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
Welcome back, everybody. We've seen a really bizarre series so far. Back-to-back overtimes on each other's map picks, but they've taken their map choices. Overpass going the way of 9, and Mirage going the way of 777. We're going to be jumping into the knife round of the third and final map of the series. We'll see how this one goes. Obviously, over on Ancient as well. It's actually kind of one of those maps in the pool where, and to be honest, one of the only maps where the knife round actually has a bit of weight behind it. If you can win the knife round, start off on your CT side, then you're definitely in a more favourable position. Now, to be perfectly honest, for me, things like that, I actually do prefer to start off on that T side, purely on the basis that it kind of gives you this this sense of anything's possible, right? Back to camera. All right, I'm here again. But yeah, it gives you this kind of sense of anything's possible, right? When you start off on your T side, even if you have a really rough half, you're 11-4 down, something like that, you say, okay, it's fine. We're on to our CT now. As long as we win the pistol, we can definitely make this happen. And there's been a lot of pro examples of that recently as well, where teams have been really far down on their first half, and then they move into that second. I think Mouse Sports, there was Torsey. There was an interview where Torsey said it during the major. I can't remember who they were playing against, but they went like 13-2 down or something, or 12-3 down at half time. They pulled off this crazy comeback on their CT side of Ancient. And the interviewer said, like, what was going through your heads at this point? And he said, at the halfway point, we kind of knew that we were going to bring this back. Like I said, it's okay. We're on the CT side now. Like, we still win this. And they did. So I think that confidence really does come with you when you're on that T side. But we'll see how things roll. Of course, 9 being able to start off on their defense is definitely somewhat of a luxury. Minio with Jawleys and a smoke dropped over by Key. He's kind of sacrificed himself a little bit here when it comes to the firepower. No kit, but he's got a flashbang. Might prolong his life. We'll see. B250 to take first contact, but Kyle are more powerful with that USPS. Molotov forces him forward. He had a choice to go in front of it or behind it, and he knows that he can't leave his teammate high and dry, so he plays in front, and him and Minio just absolutely shut it down. 3 clean headshots from Kylo to finish off the job. It's 1-0. Fine, get off to a good start. And it's seriously clean. I mean, that one felt a little bit lucky from Kylo, but these follow-ups are brilliant. So tempting with a USP at that kind of range to spam, but you've got limited bullets. As soon as you have to reload there, those Glocks are going to pressure you down. They're going to close that gap and you're in trouble. So they've done a really, really good job at actually keeping that distance, reserving that ammo, conserving. Barrow, a couple of nice kills. Oh, actually overwhelmed by the MP9. Only a single bullet was needed on the Palmer. For a full eco isn't bad at all. An opportunity for Palmans to find a third, but it doesn't happen. Goofy puts a bullet in his noggin. 2-0, the scoreline goes. 9 looking good. To be honest, not a great start from Video there. He's not actually done a single kill. He's done a bit of damage, but yeah, that's not going to cut it. (2-0), rifles out again. No AWP out yet, which is yeah, somewhat to be expected, but does mean that this aggression somewhat goes unpunished. And I love this CT approach to playing Ancient. And this is, to be honest, what makes it such a CT-sided map. When you actually throw that deep smoke towards the doors and you just take this control, I'm not sure what you're supposed to do as 777. You've just kind of got to sit on the other side of it, wait it out. There's been 2 smokes thrown now. So much time wasted. A minute left on the clock before they can not only regain control, map control that should be inherently theirs anyway, but actually even start to work out what they want to do here, make a move. Starting to creep up. No one from 9's been left behind. They applied the early pressure. They took the early map control in the hope that one of them would try and push through the smokes. Minio, oh, sticks around for a second headshot and finds it. Momentarily takes the man advantage, but can't reset his spray across there to find a third. Skylar, oh, that timing's brutal. I'm not sure if the suppressor was spotted there as well, but it doesn't matter. He's good enough for the kill. It's another dink as well, so Track's incredibly low on health. Vero starts to work his way around to the A site. Aiming once again, a huge factor. And Trax, with just a slither of health, actually wins his fight. Leg spotted. Palman should have been dead to rights there. And a couple of whiffs there, to be honest. It's well played from everyone else. Minio has a massive, massive start to the round. Kyler finds a nice headshot as well towards Donut. And a dink as well. He's certainly done his job. I love the pre-fire there on that second kill from Minio, though. That's super sick. But yeah, Kyler's done a good job there. His teammates letting him down a tad. I think Sparrow was expecting Trax to have crossed to the big box. Timing does get the better of him. Remember, folks, use code CCT if you do want to head over to Hellcase, one of our trusted partners here at the CCT Talk. Is up close to the Mac 10. Smoke rains in. Needs to come over the top as well. Sly up close. Vinio presses forward. Oh my goodness, okay. This 5-7 does a whole the damage. Sly does find it back, but only puts things into a 3-on-3 once again. He follows up with a headshot on that FAMAS. Mickey. Ooh. Not quite. He's able to finish things off. Nine somehow pull it off with a lackluster buy. They'll have plenty of money to invest into the next as well, says Rifles will come out once again. Brilliant round for them. Fly's done a good job there at that double kill, but yeah, just caught out. Awkward stuff with the smoke. He plays those situations brilliantly. Just with the pistols in play, 777. An interesting spot. Goofy in position to do some damage, just pistols, so should be an opportunity for Nine to farm some cash. Goofy, to be honest, wants to be pressuring forward, try and rack up some money with this MP9. There it is, a flawless round. Okay, the MP9 can't find any kills, but at least they take no casualties. Quick replay, nothing too flashy, but yeah, nice shots here. That's all they need. Needs to rein in towards bottom middle. Minio progressing forward as well in the meantime. Lingering as Akez takes a step back. That deep smoke does give them that space once again. The smoke into cave stops that sort of early overwhelming pressure being applied. Tyler over towards Donut, flash over the top, spams away, big kill for him. As Mickey finds one back, Kyler still delivering. This defense has been rock solid once again. And they are still bombarding. With Akez all on his lonesome, he had a really bad game on the first map of this series. Wasn't too bad on Mirage, but really slow start here once again. Coming away, Goofy. Up close. Once again, just against pistols should be another good opportunity for Nine to rack up these rounds. And even though it's nothing too definitive just yet, you know, when you're taking like an early 6-1 lead or something like that, it doesn't mean that the round and the game is going to go your way necessarily. But it is important to take these early rounds. If this was the other way, 7-7-7 will have already secured a solid half. So China regressing forward, spots one, Parliament tagged up low. Goofy. Good for one, a slide trades it back, and all of a sudden these pistols are actually doing a little bit better than anticipated. Sparrow arriving at the party fashionably late. Kyler with one back. Yeah, the bomb will go down. To be honest, with no Kevlar on Palm, and I think this is going to be too tricky for them. But all of a sudden, a 2v2. Kyler here as well. Flash over the top will blind Mickey, only partially. This AK still doing God's work as he finds himself all four. And 777 take a second round that they had no business in winning whatsoever. And it's Mickey's Kevlar to really give him that boost he needed. A really nice shot from Sly. Be honest, couple of really nice shots connected here. It's Mickey that does it all, though. Other than Sly's 1D, it's all on Mickey's shoulders with a 4K. And you know, in this scenario, his teammate there, Palman, is quite literally there as moral support. He's there to, well, act as the second man. As long as he stays alive, doesn't do anything too foolish and push out into the open or anything like that, it means that Nine have got to play those situations very differently. Now, to be honest, in that retake scenario, when they've got the man advantage, they play it very poorly anyway. Not trading off of each other, not playing together at all. The flash is good, but obviously wasn't good enough. Mickey wasn't fully blinded off of it. And yeah, it's a rough round to lose, but they've still got money behind them, so it's not like it forces them into a full reset or anything like that. Weapons in play. Okay. Oh, what a shot. Sly gone. Sparrow finds one back. Man advantage back in Nine's favour. D4 working its way around to the B site, though. And actually, Nine playing a really, really passive approach to this. So, yeah, quite interesting that they're somewhat allowing this site to maybe go into enemy hands. A Sparrow takes contact. If he hits the shot, great. If he misses it, then, yeah, Key's job here is to bide a bit of time. Call for the rotate. 40 seconds left on this clock, though. And 777 not committing just yet. Does actually mean that there is a real window for them to go elsewhere. Pullman caught with a nade out. Rough. They dance around. Minio should be able to deny this. Oh, that's really messy. Doesn't want to swing to try and finish off the job onto Akez either, who is currently 0-7. Not sure if he's James Bonding. Haven't seen his assist count, but he's having a really rough start to the game, and he'll become 0-8. Maybe we'll see him in the next movie. Arguing over who's going to defuse. All right, there we go. Defuse will come in. Nine will make it 6-2, and they recover things nicely off of a last round that was, yeah, pretty disastrous, to be honest. Aggression into middle. Minio. Oh, that's brilliant. Fully blinded. If he can get out of this alive, then it would be incredible. But he won't be able to. Overwhelmed. Tyler. Towards top middle. Not be able to get much done. Flash in. I'll take this cave control. Jaguar now theirs. Or Cheetah, actually. I always call it Jaguar for some reason. It's not Jaguar, it's Cheetah. Couple of big kills, though, from the CT side, and that should seal the fate here. As Akez is left on his own, and again, it's rounds that are just slipping into these situations where one by one the players are pushing in, taking these fights. It's nothing snazzy. It's no crazy multi-kills. It is just this slow default Counter-Strike that's falling apart for 777. Nine's defense has been great. Their crossfires have been fantastic as well. Yeah, not a lot more to be said. Over towards Long. They should be able to get a bomb plant here on the B-bomb site, but spams through the smokes might deny it. Minio finds one. But there we go. The C4 will be planted. So given the fact that this is effectively an eco round, they've actually done a decent job at getting the C4 down. Interesting position there as well. Mickey had actually got himself right up high on those steps to try and get an early and deep peek into that one, but won't happen. Won't go their way. 8-2. Barrow. Good angle. AWP about to peek into him, but will he have his weapon out? Will he be ready for the fight? Alternatively, they could go for a boost here. Smoke lands. Sparrow. Pot shot. Go on, pull the trigger. Oh, he has a little bit of a window. It's right on him. What are you holding for here? Surely the trigger's pulled at some point. No! A tiny bit too late. Kyler finds one elsewhere, though, so still the pressure applied here for 9. Goofy in position. Sly finishes in with a headshot. In the meantime, takes one back, but back into a 3-on-3. Barrow once again smoked off an angle. This is just all smokes and mirrors for him this entire map so far. Oh no, Sly walking through the smoke. Sparrow, you heard him take a tick from the molly. You saw him, someone anticipates it, and then he just took a nade out. Minio able to trade it, but Mickey gets right back in the picture. With a man advantage, 2v1, Palmer misses a key shot. He hasn't been as consistent with his sniper this map, and actually in the last map as well, as we're used to seeing him. Kyler in the 1v1, swings out wide, Mickey whiffs it. And that'll be the round going their way again. 9, make it 9. Well, 9-2, 7-7-7, having very, very limited success in this one. At least so far. Still a long way to go. It's still early stages here. In the first half. Big kill from Sparrow. Carla following up as well. This should be double digits. My goodness, they slow them down. There's not even any opportunity to get back into this one. 10-2, 9 will make it double digits, and that round slips away faster than you can even anticipate it. Absolutely fantastic. Ten to 2. Spamming away. Flash over as well. Minio. Oh my goodness. Completely overwhelmed by the pistols. Tyler here as well, behind this smoke, little gap in it. Oh, pulls the trigger. Oh, it's beautiful. Max is there to trade. Sparrow needs to hit these shots. He does. He's actually coming to life a little bit here on Ancient. We saw him very absent from that second map of Mirage. He is looking good here. Oh my goodness. What on earth has just happened there? Palmer catches Goofy. But Sparrow finds it right back. So the bomb down over towards that A-bomb site. Palmer now left alone. Does have a bit of a flanking play. Surely one of them has got to start anticipating the potential of this. Unless they've got some bad info. Key, you either need to get around this corner or one...
When you are at your weakest.
When fear and doubt are a burden too heavy to bear.
Remember this. You are not alone.
PlayStation.
When I lose myself in when I lose myself in you. Tonight at 7, 6 go. You see my rocket ship head up in the clouds.
This is my family. Every World Cup, we all get together.
Mate, let's go.
Vamos.
Karim eats goals for breakfast. Leo, he's one of a kind. With Sonny, everything's brow. Nobody's faster than Hakimi. Serge's style is unbeatable. You can't forget about your boy Storms. When football is everything, impossible is nothing.
A 10-5 here. Oh my goodness, especially with Akez finding 2 like that. Actually, he only finds 1. Sly to find the other, but 2 kills to his name now. Maybe picking it up a little bit here after his slow start. Sparrow and Donut, MP9 in hand. They got a two-man disadvantage here, but they don't want to count themselves out of this one just yet. Their opponents have pulled rounds together from less. Sparrow, mollied off, wants to play in front of it, tries to deny this. Plant does find a kill, but burning in the flames does a lot of damage onto the planter, but can't finish him off. Goofy flashes through the smoke, tries to get through the molly, but yeah, can't stick around in that one for too long. He'll find himself an M4 in the meantime, but whilst he picks it up from a fallen teammate, a 4 versus 2, last round of the half. No time to save, my friend, but taking far too long to clear these angles. Considering they got no kit, needs to speed this up and help Goofy, who's just getting stuck right in. And Key now with a 1-on-3. Very doable, though. All three of them are low. If only he was there to help his teammate just a moment ago. Big kill from him. Follows up with another. But Sly there to finish off the job. 10-5. 7-7-7 have done a good job to get to 5 there. Yeah, 3 on the trot at the end as well. That could have been a very, very different scoreline. But 9 have let a few slip, and I think that's going to be playing on their mind right now. Arguably, that isn't even a great half for them. Especially losing the momentum at the end there. They could really do with this second half pistol round. Pistols out again, showing Key to wield a little bit of util on the T side of things. 9 just, wow, funneling into this B-bomb site. This pistol round is worth so much. Mickey is whipping so many shots. Oh my goodness, how is he still alive? How has he got away with emptying 2 whole clips from a USP and not be punished for it? Maybe punished in the form of confidence. He surely can't be feeling too hot right now after whipping all those shots. Up close, Sparrow swings wide. Mickey's there. Okay, finally hits ahead. And Key on the flank was really relying on his teammates staying alive there now that he's fallen. Doesn't have such an element of surprise, but does come in unexpected. Oh, okay. Hits one head, but can't follow up onto Akaz. A little bit of damage dealt there. I think there was actually a dink through the corner of the wall, but yeah, it doesn't do all too much. 10-6, 7-7-7, pick up the all-important pistol. And things are actually looking really close here, considering like a 10-5 half on any other map seems one-sided. Here on Ancient, it's kind of the equivalent to an 8-7, to be honest. Maybe another overtime on the cards. That would follow this bizarre narrative that we've gone with so far. Course. Ooh, okay. I'd say just an eco round. Probably no chance at anything major going 9's way, but a nice Deagle head shot. That's another to the tally. Bearing in mind they're going to be on a full buy in the next. Any kind of damage here is valuable. Palmer takes 1 here as well, and not dying to the SMGs is really the important factor, and they won't. The rifles are the ones to get it done. Couple of nice kills there as well, so kind of a break even there for 9. The buy in this next will be the one that's very, very important. Double digits here for 9. Of course, still, they hit it quite a while ago. Get back on round 12. Now as we move into the 18th, they've still not been able to take anything back their way. The scoreline was 10-2 not so long ago. Now only 3 rounds separate these two sides. Aka is getting aggressive towards the B ramp. He's running over. Sly finds that first. Goofy does fight back, though. Punishes Akez for getting as aggressive as he does, especially after finding that man advantage. There's no real need for him to swing as he did like that. Brings things back into the 4-on-4, and these kind of situations, especially with enough time on the clock, do somewhat favour the T side. It spreads out those defences. He's got a better chance of going for an execution. They know that at the very most, they're 2 players over towards this B bomb site. Sly boosted up on the box. And a nice angle. The whole point of that angle is actually to take the fight in cave, but as they start to funnel up from ramp, they're still good for the frag. Trade there. Palman drops. A 3v3. Sly leaves him high and dry. Doesn't want to swing for the trade. Instead, wants to stay alive and play for the retake. And it's exactly the right call to make as Mickey follows up. All the kills go their way. Goofy takes one back, but Trax is there to find it right through the smoke. 10-8, 7-7-7, really starting to accumulate a nice comeback here, and they're looking fantastic. Another buy up here for 9. They've got that max loss bonus, so yeah, 3.5k kind of gives them enough to go for AKs, go for some Kevlar. They've actually all got helmets behind them, but lacking on the util. Interesting stuff, to be honest, that they actually prioritise the firepower over the util as much as they do. I would have expected to see a Galil or maybe even a half buy here to have a full investment in the next so that Sparrow can pull out an AWP. Not that he's been too great with it today. Ooh, nice shots. Man disadvantage doesn't cause them too many problems. A Sly bites right back, but again, Trax. What is going on? It feels like any time 777 are able to sort of take these advantages, there's then someone that just makes a really stupid mistake, and that's what Trax does right there. He aggresses for the support with Sly. That makes sense, right? But then once Sly finds 2 kills, get the hell out of there. He's falling away, but exposed, still out in the open, almost costs them. Teammates are able to recover things nicely. Actor starts to pick up some kills as well. Remember, he was 0-8 not so long ago. Okay, he's only got 6 kills, but yeah, he's starting to have more of an impact here, especially on this CT side. And in the later stages of that T comeback in the first half, the 3 on the trot, that brought them to 5. One round now dictates it. One round that separates these two sides. If 9 drop this one, it becomes quite a historic moment because that'll be 8 rounds in a row lost. Of course, they're only down to pistols here, so they'll be looking to sort of take the lead in the follow-up when they've got the guns out. But yeah, a scoreline like this is great when you've got a bit of momentum and a bit of economy behind you. Without that, it's pretty dire. And there we go. The funnel in with the pistols, mowed down by Mickey and Palman. Mickey maybe gets a little too aggressive there, but Palman's there to recover things. Fights right back. Dinks on both parts. Okay, Trax needs to be a little bit careful. If he dies there, then there's a chance the C4 could be planted and a little bit of extra money goes their way. Not that it would have done a huge amount for them. They still had enough money to go for a full buy here. Sparrow still, of course, can pull out that AWP at about 60-50 to work, but yeah, big stuff. Keeping 4 players alive and up the scoreline 10-10. 7-7-7, looking fantastic here on their CT side. Remember, folks, one of our trusted partners here at the CCT Tour is BitSkins. If you do want to go and buy, sell, or trade skins, then make sure you check out our partners. They've got so much to offer. Brand new snazzy website, peer-to-peer trading, and loads of awesome features for you to go and check out. Slight finds the entry once again. It's Goofy to trade it back, and this B-site looking pretty vulnerable, to be honest. Sparrow does manage to take one back as Goofy follows through, and 9 can finally not only put their first on the board on this T side, but actually put their first on the board since, what, round number 11, round number 12? It's been a long time since they've had any equity in this game. Or at least since they've been able to take any more of it. Jack saving that M4, no one hunting too aggressively for him, so we will be able to carry it across into the next. There is one a name made on the minimap. They seem close, but in reality, they're miles away from each other. So, whilst it's been an incredible comeback, the lead will not be taken just yet here for 777. Still a great opportunity for them to do so. But an economy on the cusp of collapsing. Maybe an opportunity here for 9 to make something work off of the back of finally finding something that works on their T side. Doesn't necessarily mean it's the magic recipe. But it could mean something. Boosted up over towards the ramp. 9 looking for some early info. Nothing spotted just yet. For 777, Palmer not on that AWP. He's definitely slowed down a little bit in this last map, but doesn't mean he's playing bad. Sly jiggling over towards the B ramp as well, about to take some contacts. They head over to him. Okay. Doesn't spot anything, but here's the info. Deploys the smoke. There's less than a minute on this clock, so this util can now start to be used to delay. And they've been very smart with it. They haven't been deploying it early. Got some to work with late round when 9 are kind of hoping that the CTs will have deployed all their util and won't have much to work with. Still 3 flashbangs. In fact, 4 flashbangs, 3 HEs, incendiary yet to be thrown. Minio and Goofy with 2 very important frags. The Sparrow finds one more. It all really falls onto Trax's shoulders here over towards this B site. In fact, the A's bomb site, sorry. He finds that first headshot. Yeah, the trade's there. He shuts it down. Slight. Back to saving ways for him. 12-10, the scoreline will go. And yeah, 9 are starting to make this work. They're starting to look convincing. Two-round advantage and a likelihood that it becomes a third here, as there is very, very little to work with for this CT side. 777 down to a few pistols around. Sly saved M4. They're not playing Kevlar around it either. They know that they need to conserve that economy. They need to keep that money healthy for them to go for a solid buy in the follow-up in the next round. In order to do that, though, have to make these sacrifices, and in that buy round they have to make it work. Assuming they allow 9 onto 13 here, that buy round will be worth everything. The issue is that 9 have not been very good against these pistols, actually consistently throughout this series. As soon as they're up against, they're playing so coordinated against the guns, and then as soon as they're up against pistols, they just kind of throw it all out the window. They forget Counter-Strike fundamentals, they play individually, and they get picked apart by them. Sparrow seems to get flustered as well when he gets met by a 5.7 instead of a rifle. Often whiffing his shots. We've seen it again quite consistently throughout this series. Goal from Kyler. Okay, maybe a little bit of weight off their shoulders, maybe a bead of sweat. Disappears off their forehead as Mickey tagged through that smoke. Akez on the other side of it. Mickey finished off by the nade, and it's all on Akez's shoulders. Okay, crisis averted. It was a 3-on-3 that actually looked very doable there for 777 for a moment, but things recovered there by the 9 squad, and they're able to swing things their way. They're looking good now. 13-10. As I say, a little bit shaky, but consistently they have been better against the rifles than they have in those pistol rounds. So 777 have to bite back here. Palman once again with no AWP. He has got that M4 out. He's got all the util as well. I think they probably could have been out, or could have pulled out an AWP if they wanted it. Going to sort of add up the util here, but yeah, maybe would have had to go down to a glass and an ops against that. Goes to the rifle instead. They've had some success in these situations, but in the last few rounds, definitely struggled. 9. Taking control here towards A main. The one defender on this site is Trax. He's towards Donut. He's got his teammate there much deeper as well. That's Mickey holding towards middle. Bit of a crossfire situation going on with him and Parman. Minio up close. Molly to be deployed. Surely a flashbang to accompany a peek by him as well. Maybe the boost. Okay, Kyler up top. Able to confirm there's no one in Temple. As the nade comes over, Trax has to be careful here. If he overstepped, might get caught out by the man boosted up. It's Kyler. Still alive and kicking, still lingering in this position. And it could be a good opportunity here for 9. If they do want to make this call, they have to do it now. To start to walk back. Leave Kyler boosted up, walk back. They've still got control of the B area. They've still got one in T-spawn, making sure that no one's aggressed through mid. So that could be the play here, especially as Key finds himself one over towards B. Potential for 2 things to happen here. Either the bomb to work its way back round to that B site and Kyler to just stay to catch off the rotation, or the hope that a CT's rotated off of the A site, headed over to B, and therefore they have a window of opportunity to execute, and it is going to be the latter. But little do they know, there's not been the rotation. Trax is still here on the site. He's got his support from his teammate as well over towards Temple. Trax good for 1 headshot, but Sparrow follows up. Kyler with a big one as well as he drops off for the boost as Key spams away. Akez low and spotted. They've confirmed that he's not over towards the A site. They can safely get this plant down without contention, without any issues. He's being hunted. He's being hunted hard. He's got $50 in the bank, and, well, 9 know it. Letting him save this rifle does not make a lot of sense, especially when so many of them are above 5 figures as we go into round number 25. 14-10. All the money in the world for 9 to work with. On the other side of things, now the max loss bonus, but in that round there, only 2,900. So no investment can come out, just pistols. They'll allow their opponents onto 15. A 9 who got off to an amazing start in this map. Then some weird 10-round buffer, or 8-round buffer that I suppose we don't talk about, which actually allowed that scoreline to tie up. Since that point, they have been fantastic. The last 4 in a row have worked very well in their favour. Maybe the curse of the pistols could plague them. Sparrow losing his life early. Once again, the AWP are not able to take out a P250 or a 5.7 getting aggressive, but that's his trading. Minio there to cover. Kyler with 1 catching the man aggressing out of A main as well. Key with another in the meantime. Flash is good, but blinded. A little bit messy. Okay, Kyler and Minio get it done. Kyler actually blinded by Minio's flash there. That's okay. That's why I left in a 1v4. Oh, can't get anything connected with the deagle there either. So a little bit of damage done onto Minio, but other than that, the kill onto Sparrow was all that they'll be able to take. 15 to 10, 5 chances here for 9 to close. They will have to do so against a proper buy round here, though. Seems like it's been a while since we've seen Palmer on an AWP. Used to seeing him at the very top of the scoreboard. Now we see him bang in the middle, and to me, it really does feel like that his frag count has been down to lack of opportunity more than sort of lack of anything else. Certainly hasn't really been a skill issue. He just hasn't been able to pull out that AWP in as many rounds as I think he would have hoped. Great here since they moved over to this CT side and actually started to lose rounds as well. Obviously, so many of those round wins are off of the pistol rounds, so quite consistently having to reinvest. If you could win the pistol and get free guns, it'd be happy days, but you can't. Barrow with a big opening. An amazing time for it. Key finds one. Oh my goodness. How have they let him slip through cave like that behind enemy lines? He doubles up, and that might just be it. Drax finds one, but Goofy here to catch out the rotation. Mickey seems somewhat aware of it, but doesn't hard clear. Goofy seems to know where the last man is as well. It's Drax over towards Candles. Nade or flying on his position. Does a bit of damage, but as Sparrow's coming from the back lines and finish things off. 9. The favourites do get it done. Maybe a bit of a long-winded approach to do so, but they convert it. 16 to 10, and a fantastic series overall. Double overtimes. Well, in fact, no, we did see double overtimes, but yeah, first map 1 OT, second map went to double OT, and then that third and final, maybe a little more convincing there for the 9 squad, but still fantastic, fantastic stuff. So 2 to 1, the scoreline will conclude. You can see the map scores at the bottom there as well. Brutal, 19-17, 22-19, and then a 16-10, which really, I think, doesn't really sort of do this series justice, to be perfectly honest. I think that 7-7-7 absolutely could have made this work in their favour. You can see from those scorelines, absolutely a chance that this could have gone their way. And we could have seen a very different outcome. We could have seen a 2-0 to either of these sides. We could have seen a 2-1 in 7-7-7's favour had they have won one of those OT maps. But yeah, disappointing stuff. Honestly, a real shame for them. I have got to talk to you. I was told earlier, right? I've got to talk about the main LAN tournaments and things like that. Obviously, these CCT events, a lot of people don't really realize this, but all of these sort of Series 1, Series 2s, and all kind of accumulate points for teams to actually qualify for that main event. So there are some big LAN finals that will be coming up. We'll take a look at, okay, there you go. The online series, got the open qualifiers, the play-ins, the play-in deciders, these group stages, which is where we are at right now, playoffs for all of these series, and then that Studio LAN finals, which we don't have the date for yet, but will be sometime in 2023. I think we might have like a provisional date, sort of roughly when we know where it's going to be, but we don't have like a set in stone dates. You can't go and buy tickets yet. And then that global finals in 2024 for all of our champions of those events. The global finals is going to be awesome. Massive tier event with some big teams. So very exciting stuff. And a lot to look forward to. That's going to conclude this series. You've got me again for another one. Hopefully one that comes with maybe a little more conviction, maybe a little more excitement. We'll see. But we're going to be jumping to a short break. And when we return, we'll be back with the second series of the day. So don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be back very shortly.
Finally, I found what I was looking for. Now that my search is over, it's gonna be a tough choice. But fortunately, no need to choose when you can just have them all. Buy and sell skins on bitskins.com. Your one-stop shop for all CSGO skins.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Tired of boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellcase website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellcase, your world of expensive skins.
Now that my search is over, it's gonna be a tough choice. But fortunately, no need to choose when you can just have them all. Buy and sell skins on bitskins.com. Your one-stop shop for all CSGO skins.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To come. The champion of champions.
Welcome back, everybody. We've got a fantastic series to come your way. Of course, Anonymo facing up against Into the Breach. Now, I always get mixed up with the Polish teams. I was about to say Illuminar, and I was like, it's not Illuminar. It's not Conwa. It's Anonymo. They all kind of blur into one for me a little bit. But yeah, fantastic lineup. I'm really excited about seeing Milky actually the server. I think he's a brilliant young player. I've watched him sort of play for a couple of years now, and he's really developed massively as a player in that time. Fantastic talent. And I think that this Into the Breach matchup is going to be a brilliant one. But yeah, we getting into this matchup, I'll take you through the rosters, of course, Into the Breach, somewhat British lineup. And it comes with a little bit of flair. A couple of players that I can talk to you about a little bit. So here we go. Dobbo, Adam9130, Cypher, Rusty, and Draken. Now Draken on that AWP. Coach Juve there as well, who plays a big part in all of the cogs. But yeah, Dobbo, super young talent, really fantastic player. He's been sort of known within the UK scene for quite some years now. I remember playing sort of LAN events in 2017. And Dobbo was there sort of taking these top 8, top 6 placements, even back then. And bearing in mind he's only 18 or 19 years of age now. He must have been maybe 15 at the time, something like that, which is kind of crazy to really think about. I just want to double check that. How old is Dobbo nowadays? Yeah, he's 19, and he's only recently turned 19 as well. So if you jump all the way back to 2017, he would have been like 15 years old. So the fact that he was, that good at that age is pretty incredible. Adam9130, a bit of a legendary IGL within the UK scene. He's played under a lot of strong teams and developed a lot of good rosters to, kind of make it to the top levels of the UK ground. Cypher, just an absolutely awesome fragger, really, really brilliant rifler. Rusty, of course, brings a little bit of Swedish flair to this roster. He was part of that Gamer Legion project underneath Adam's IGLing, and brought a lot to that project as well. And then Draken, that kind of superstar, all big bucks, and paid to come into this squad and actually do the heavy lifting, be the star player. The simple of this tier, perhaps, to try and pull up those big numbers and swing games their way, which is what he's been doing recently. He's been a really, really fantastic piece to this puzzle. There were some question marks for me when they first brought him in, and he wasn't delivering as much as I think everyone was expecting. But since then, his ratings and things like that have really increased, and he's looked really, really solid. So, fantastic roster on the Into the Breach side. We'll jump over to the other side of things and see who's going to be playing here today for Illuminar. Okay, Masked, Morales, Teo, Bialy, and Shane. So an awesome roster here as well. I thought that we'd see Milky play today, but that's not actually the case. They do have him in their roster, but... that's why. Because it's not Anonymo, it's Illuminar. You know how I was saying before that I get confused with these guys? There's a perfect example of it. I thought I was casting Anonymo. Why did I think I was doing Anonymo? Oh, man. Silly me. Right, so it's not Milkwad, it's Illuminar, and it's these guys. I was even looking at it. I was looking at the match, I had it open, I was like, yep, Anonymo. God, I am dumb. Anyway, lots of players with a lot of experience on this squad. Bialy, obviously, if you don't know who Bialy is, then you've been living under a rock. You can't call yourself a Counter-Strike fan, and you've been living under a rock for the last 7 years. He's a legendary Polish player, played under that VP project for a long time in their stints of success, sort of made top playoff spots in majors, won S-tier and A-tier events under that VP project years ago, brings so much experience into this squad that it really, really is so valuable. Teo, to go with that, bit of a star on Isako Bors. He's a fantastic player there. And strong player within the Polish scene as well. These players will have played with each other in various mixes and different sort of projects throughout the years as well. Shane, obviously part of that as NXT roster, he was a fantastic player there, and prior to that was actually under Isako Bors and Teo as well. Now no longer under Shui's IGLing. There's sort of maybe some question marks as to I think they were a bit of a dynamic duo, sort of Shane and Shui. I think they worked really well together, but Shui's gone on to bigger and better things. Morels and Masked as well, those former... Where did Morels and Mask come from, actually? I know Morels had a stint on VP quite a while ago as well. I got a VP jersey that's signed by Morels. But yeah, where was he prior to this? Okay, that's why I couldn't quite account for it, because he was on Illuminar back in 2021, but since May 2021, leading up to sort of earlier this year when he joined this Illuminar project again, he was part of some sort of weird projects, right? He was part of TPT, then he was part of Team ESCA Gaming, who, didn't seem to put too much of a mark down, to be perfectly honest. But we're going to jump over to the vetoes. We'll see what maps we're playing. I'm waffling on a little bit as we go into Inferno and Dust 2 being banned out first. Mirage picked, Overpass picked, and Nuke is that third and final decider. So if this gets done in a 2-0, then we don't get any change of scenery. Two maps that we've already seen played today, but to be honest, these two teams have got very, very strong map pools. Into the Breach, one of the only teams at the moment of this tier that are actually playing all 7 maps. You can kind of throw them on whatever you want, and they're pretty comfortable with it. They will ban out Dust 2. It's their lowest win rate map. And of course, Illuminar with their permaban of Inferno. That one's gone as well. But yeah, it does give you such a luxury. So they're able to play Overpass, which is a map that they're super strong on. Mirage, they're pretty decent on as well. I mean, they don't have the best win rate there. I think it's probably a bit of a punish pick from Illuminar. And then Nuke, that Decider, is one that Into the Breach are pretty good at as well. But yeah, a bit of an interesting approach that they play all 7 maps, to be perfectly honest. Like, as a team, you can absolutely afford to have a permaban, because in any kind of setting, you're always going to be able to ban out a map before your opponents can pick one. So interesting that they do flow float everything, but at the moment they've kind of discovered that Dust 2 is their least favorite. And a lot of teams, I think, are trying to move away from Dust 2 as well, as it won't be in the pool for much longer. I think we'll go to a quick head-to-head, see what players are the ones to look out for. Draken will definitely be on there. There it is. It's Draken versus Bialy, the two legends. Two players that go back 4 or 5 years were playing at a tier 1 level against each. Bialy on VP, Draken on Ninjas in Pajamas. And these two players would have been battling it out on the world stages. Now, maybe on the tail ends of their careers, but still putting up the big numbers. And yeah, high ratings to go with it. Draken and Into the Breach, in fact, actually played sort of twice as much Counter-Strike as this Illuminar squad, especially with Bialy in it, have recently. So yes, these statistics tiny bit skewed, but to be honest, I feel like there's a big enough sample size to take away from the ratings and the impact. So yeah, big impact from both players. Actually, slightly more impact rating on Bialy, which is to be expected from a rifler. For Draken, he's often finding these opening picks, but if he doesn't find those opening picks, it's often those fadeaway frags whilst trying to save that up. So the impact rating going to be skewed a little bit by that. Without further ado, though, folks, we're going to be jumping right into the match. It's Mirage to kick things off. It's Into the Breach on their CT side. Illuminar on the attack. Morel's okay, late to buy Kevlar. I thought we'd see a little bit more util. That's not the case. It's Mast with a smoke and a molly. Everybody else with Kevlar behind those Glocks. Decoy on Shane shouldn't be put to much use. On the other side of things, Into the Breach are all round. No kits, no util. They're reliant on the firepower and they're confident in their abilities. And they should be. Crisp headshot from Dobbo. Can't follow up. A little bit messy as he tries to hit that second head. Rusty. I'm not sure what to call that one, but it was, yeah, not great either. Oh my goodness, what a shot from Bialy though. Draken in the meantime, hits ahead, traded by Bialy. And an advantage back in Illuminar's favour. As soon as you get that USPS in Bialy's hands, he's going to do some big damage with it. That's exactly what he does. Adam left in the 2v1, definitely a decent chance at this, for sure. Oh, nice shot from Adam. Big kill. Jane left in the 1v1. Tucked into Firebox as well, as Adam's able to slowly but surely clear all of these other angles. He will start to entertain the idea that Shane should be here. Jumps into him, spots him, but actually can't jump up onto the box. So his bullets won't connect for the head, and Shane's able to swing out and hit that headshot with the Glock. If Adam, and you could see he actually wanted to jump up on top of the box. If he gets up on top of that box, I'm pretty sure he hits that headshot, but yeah, that's a real shame. Dobbo gets off to such a great start there and actually gets the information as well, dropping that C4. Not enough, though. Bialy bites right back. And things look good for the Illuminar. Good start, bomb plant, pistol round as well. Not a lot more that you can really ask for in a situation and a round like that. Smoke down. And shots fired through them. Over towards middle. A lot of pressure applied. A lot of early presence shown. Nothing too substantial, though. Of course, a force buy in play here for the CT side as well. So these, of course, have got to be careful, take a slower approach towards this, which they have been. Dobbo progressing into ramp. The AK will be able to see his feet, or he can spot them, but still wins the duel. Okay, Mars there to get a refrag, so puts the numbers back to evens, but Dobbo's got a very powerful position here towards ramp. He's able to find another head. Deagle out. Morels punishes Cypher for his lack of aim there. Not able to connect the head. Rusty good for one though. Bomb planted. Morels knows he needs to isolate this fight into the CT spawn before Rusty comes up from Palace. And Draken wins it regardless. Bialy left on his lonesome. Over towards stairs. Oh, Draken misses his shot. Bialy's still doing a whole load of damage. Needs to connect one more bullet onto him. And oh my my goodness, Draken down to 1 HP, but he survives. As Rusty gets this diffused, the force buy pays off for Into the Breach as they take second. If it's the other way round, it's a bit of a worst case scenario, but the fact that they're on their T side and they've found back-to-back bomb plants means that Illuminar probably do actually go for another buy here. I'd certainly advise in favour of it. Seems like that will be the play, maybe not. I'm not sure, to be honest. They don't have the loss bonus, they're only on 1900, so the eco here, they still don't really have enough to buy into the next, but they will have enough to like buy Galils and things like that. Quick technical pause before we get back into the action. An unfortunate result of online Counter-Strike. Somewhat unavoidable. One to one though, scoreline tied up. There it is. For spite from the T side. No major surprises. Back-to-back bomb plants means that, yeah, you can absolutely justify it. Aggression into middle. Rifles looking to try and get that early information and stop Illuminar in their tracks before they can get any momentum behind them. Presence out onto the A site. Molly's thrown, and actually a full execution here. So that util put to good use. It's not sold as a fake. It's sold to buy them space. D4 will go down once again at the very least, so money continues to swing in their favor. They need this CT control. They know they can't stay on the site once those smokes fade. They're in trouble, so they overwhelm. Go 1-for-1 with an M4. That's fine. That's a duel they'll take all day long. Now into the breach, we're in a bit of trouble. Bomb already halfway ticked, and one kit in play. Draken with an important double and an important time for it as well. Jay. Oh, I was going to say it's perfect. His positioning certainly was, but he's whiffed completely. That's the round gone. If he finds that kill onto Adam, he probably gets it done, but he's thrown it completely in the bin. That is terrible. Good start from Taylor as well. They were in such a prime position to get that done. Obviously taking the CT controls fantastic, but maybe over-aggressing a little bit there. Pressuring further into it. Forced by again off of the back of the bomb plant. A very, very near round win. I don't blame them, but yeah, their economy kind of all over the place at the moment. By the time they drop down to an eco, I think they will actually be on a max loss bonus, so that's assuming they lose. I'm not sure. There's still a chance for them here. Adam spots him out on the A side again. If we weren't to assume that it's exactly the same strategy as last time. The reverse default plant this time means that they can take these good positions. Teo with that Galil at range is really the only man that's going to be able to stop a defuse. Adam blinded. They're being kept at an arm's length. Forced back. Bomb halfway ticked again. But the same outcome as they try and pressure further forward for the CT control. The rifles overwhelmed. The nades absolutely slam dunk in on Firebox. They know that the last player's got to be towards ramp. And Draken able to seal the deal into the breach, make it 3. And it's Adam once again on the defuse in the nick of time. Kit in hand. 3 on the board. And Illuminar looking like struggling a little bit here. Smart not to go for another buy here. Illuminar know that, yeah, they can't sort of over-invest into this. Masked has gone for a bit of a dangerous play, taking a big risk with that AK-47, but they will still have money regardless. And but now it's paying off. Big opening pick over towards middle. Nice shot onto short. Miles creeps out, spots one in sandwich. Oh, man. That should have been a free kill for him. Shane instead having to trade it out after he's already taken 2, but the numbers go back in their favor. Shane low on health. And these guys, whilst they've got Kevlar behind them, aren't necessarily on a buy. Sateo's got an M4 that he's found. Master's got that AK he's had since the start. But only a deagle on Shane and 16 points of health. Knows he needs to hit ahead, otherwise he'll be out of this one. So he heads back down towards the A ramp. Bit of a head angle, only his head showing, so negates the fact that he's low on health. Beautiful shot from Mast. Draken bites back. But this has been pretty relentless from Illuminar. In any normal game, Into the Breach would have been allowed freebies here in these scenarios where they've overwhelmed, they won the pistol, they won the follow-up. That should mean a freebie round win. And that's not been the case at all. Illuminar have consistently bought into these situations, consistently piled on the pressure towards that A-bomb site, which has been vulnerable. Into the Breach's retakes have been strong, but their actual grasp of that A-bomb site itself has been pretty weak. Playing a retake setup super, but you do kind of need some kind of damage on the initial entries. Once that bomb goes down, the T's definitely do have an advantage in those situations. You need to try and swing that advantage in your favor in terms of numbers early on. Good bit of nade damage from both parties, actually. Rusty deals the fatal blow, though. HG right onto Morels will finish him off. Draken with an AWP shot as well. Oh, Theo takes a bit of contact, but around the edges of the smoke, such an awkward duel, an awkward fight for him to take. Doesn't want to stick around and lose his life on it. Instead, he'll creep up Ector and lose his life to Adam instead. Draken with one back. Shane with a nice headshot, but I don't think he'll be able to get much more off of the back. The Cypher drops down, finishes him off. And 4-2 into the breach, still in the lead. They're looking good right now. Rust on the angle with the AWP. Illuminar on a weird fly here again, right? Like, talked about not letting up on the gas. I'm kind of a big fan of actually this pressure that they've been piling on, especially in those early rounds. But now it feels a little bit foolish. Now it feels like the time to just kind of reel it in a little bit. Say, okay, we're not having a whole lot of success, so maybe we drop down to an eco here so we can pull out a proper investment. Instead, it's another buy and a weird one. 3 Deagles, an AK-47, and an AWP on Mast. Rusty getting aggressive towards top of middle. I'm not sure if he's going to hear those steps in the T-spawn. I think he probably does. Cypher firing off a couple of shots, won't be able to find anything initially. The 2-man advantage, C4 planted the 7 towards the B-bomb side as well, so no chance of the retake. Cypher's actually on the wrong site right now, just being completely toyed with by Bialy. You sold a very convincing fake, and my criticism of the buy actually is not justified at all. Well, quick tactical pause here for Into the Breach. It's been a weird start so far, and I think they're probably trying to work out where the opponent's money lies right now because it's been absolutely all over the place. That's been the recurring theme of this one so far. It's so difficult to predict, so difficult to anticipate what's been going on here because Illuminar round after round have been going for these investments. Sometimes with success, sometimes with none at all. Adam on the angle. Kill from Draken. Draken creeping up, masked up close as well. Oh, it all comes down to timings. And Draken spotted, but it's an unbelievable shot. Dobbo in the meantime as well, that secondary sniper thing, one of his own, and Into the Breach back to winning ways as they find 5. That is just amazing. Big aggression from Rusty. Merits a nice kill. Shouldn't be any more, though. That's ridiculous. How have they not found that trade? They funnel into him as if he's not going to be there. They've just taken contact up close. Swing and pre-fire, and they don't. Seems like they're not ready for the fight. 5-3, about to become 6. Ayers left in a 1v5. This round's done. If we can do any damage here, it'd be great. Doesn't really want to save across that Galil either. There's a minute left on this clock, and worst case scenario for him really is dying after time. In context of the round, of course. True worst case scenario is probably a meteor hitting him or something, but we don't have to think about that. Darbo. From the angle, there you go, merited a bit of a freebie. That's a nice angle from him there as well. Even if he does actually peek into kitchen, there's no way he's going to clear a hard angle like that. So yeah, nice positioning from Dobbo. It's actually quite smart. Surprising we don't see those early duels from Russ. He got super aggressive there and somehow just gets away with murder. And not ready for him at all. The angle, Cypher with a big headshot, follows up with another onto Piali. And as Adam finds another head, oh, they just tear him to shreds. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. And that's going to be an 11. Seven to 3. And the momentum once again in ITB's favour. Double AWP setup. Morel's about to pressure up short. Draken with an interesting angle. He's got a little gap in this smoke, so it acts as a one-way. Illuminar wise to it. Throw a secondary. Know that he's trying to linger around it. They're not going to give him the opportunity. No satisfaction. Adam with a nice shot, though. Minute left on this clock. Bialy jiggling towards the ladder room. Big kill from him. Can gone. Nice time for him to step. From Adam, though. Bialy trading right back. 35 seconds on this clock, and just one by one, peeking into this bomb site. They've dropped the C4 towards top connector as well. I'm not sure if Into the Breach are actually aware of this, as Dobbo's actually the only man that's still holding it, but as he finds Bialy, Morels will funnel into short. Very, very weird round, to be honest, for both sides. It does go Into the Breach's way, and quite convincingly, actually, surprisingly. Yeah, they keep 3 players alive, despite how messy the round ended up, and despite how it started. To 3. Cypher with a nade over the top. Doesn't quite do the damage that I was expecting. Ooh, leg shot connected though by Draken. Just up against pistols here, so shouldn't be too much of a challenge, but getting aggressive like this could be their demise. Shane in the smoke. Oh, doesn't expect Adam, and Adam reads that situation nicely. HG right on Bialy, does a lot of damage. Adam's able to follow up as well, finishes him off for the M4 shots. Bullet's still the fatal blow. That'll be things all wrapped up. 9-3 Into the Breach, looking fantastic. This scoreline should not be this one-sided. This is Illuminar's map pick, and it's Mirage. It's one of the most balanced maps in the pool. So, yeah, to kind of see it going the way that it has been is actually pretty bizarre. They're on the angle, and an interesting position as well. Thought he might be able to catch one off guard there with that off angle, but read like a book. Dobbo, good for one in response, but under a lot of pressure here. He's now got to worry about someone coming in from the apartments, and trapped in underpass. He's right as well. Morales is coming in from behind, so Dobbo has to fight his way out of this. Oh, they're so close to him, but in this smoke. Oh, he played it well, but doesn't hit the no scope. Oh, it's brutal. As soon as he flicks that scope, Bialy would react, so had to go for the no scope, but the AWP just notoriously unreliable in those situations. No scope, no problem. It's a myth. No scope, it's often a bit of a problem. Draken in the 1v2. With an AWP in hand, probably not much he can do about this. Doesn't look like he's actually going to attempt the retake, because the bomb's now been planted. He does sort of start to lean his way over towards B. He's definitely not going for this retake, but he's still walking towards it. You've let the bomb tick halfway, so it'd be foolish to have a crack at it now. I think he's just looking for exits, but this is a dangerous game to be playing. Obviously, they've got loads of money. I think that's where that late call's been made. It's like, he says, I'm going to save, and then he looks at the money and goes, actually, okay, yeah, I can kind of afford to have a crack at this. The issue is no way, he's holding it. Okay, Moss finishes him off, fine. But yeah, that felt really weird. That was completely unwinnable for Draken. He doesn't go for it initially. I think had he have gone for it 10, 15 seconds earlier, he would have actually had a crack at that 2 versus 1. But yeah, that was unwinnable, and he just kind of threw himself at the round for the sake of the fact that they had some cash behind them. So bit of a bizarre approach, but regardless. That Prosperad at the bottom always throws me off, because I think it's like in the Overwatch font, so it just makes me think it's like an Overwatch banner. Anyway. Draken with a nice opening. Really slow stuff. Dead silence here on the server. The minute on this clock, Illuminar starting to reel it in a little bit. As the flashes come over as well. Things definitely slow down. Mast with a big kill onto Adam. Puts the numbers back to evens. 4v4, 40 seconds on this clock as well, so definitely a shot at this. And just catching him getting a little over-aggressive there, so smart stuff, conditioning Adam into not really being able to do that again. It can be such a huge info play, but something that you have to do once in a blue moon, and you have to keep your fingers crossed that your opponents aren't expecting it. What kind of whether or not they're expecting it is irrelevant. It's whether they just kind of have those contingency plans in place just in case. You might not be expecting it to happen, but you know that it could. Cypher with a nice headshot. Mast in the 1 versus 2. As soon as he fires off that shot, Cypher's going to poke his head back up and find it. 10-4. Really, really clean stuff here for Into the Breach. They're actually pulling off a real nice masterclass. No one going crazy above and beyond as well. Obviously, Draken, the star player, is having a great game. He's 17-5 right now, but so's Adam. So's Dobbo. Rusty's up there as well. Cypher's having a bit of a slow one, but not anything too detrimental. Yeah, they're all stepping up. Remember, folks, a $400 giveaway ends just before Christmas as well, so it could be a nice little Christmas present for you and for our partners over at Hellcase. Maybe a Christmas present for a friend. The season of giving. That banner down below. Code CCT if you do want to sign up to the site as well while you're there. Shane with a nice opening headshot. I always say sign up. Sign up makes it sound really complicated. You don't even have to sign up. You just go on and just sign in through Steam. It's super simple. Nice shot from Draken. Master close as well. Oh, fading smoke. Should be able to find it. Okay. Draken almost has the chance to pull the trigger there before getting taken out, but Dobbo's on the trade. Rusty with another in response. Another nice kill from Rusty. Leaves Bialy in the 1-on-3. Picks up the bomb, wants to head over towards this B site. Fancies his chances. But as we can see, they're very, very slim. Reads Rusty's position beautifully. As he taps this bomb. Oh, doesn't anticipate Dobbo to his right-hand side. Of course, last round of the half, so nothing to lose, but so much to gain there, and he can't do it. 11-4. Into the Breach have a fantastic half on their CT side. Now, they just need 5 on their T to actually close this one out, which would be amazing for them. It's their opponent's map pick in a series that has a bit of weight behind it, right? They're the underdogs. Okay, it's not like it's some late-stage playoffs game or anything like that. They have had a few of those recently. They've actually made some quite deep runs in some of these tournaments. Gone from being the usual suspect invite that turns up, maybe causes an upset or two, but often bows out in the groups to actually, yeah, one of the contenders for one of those late-stage playoffs games. They've been doing really well recently. Cypher. Batman's into the Underwood player. Shane does actually manage to take a head for drops though, so to be honest, he's done his job though. He's done it nicely. Draken, one through the smoke. This is looking good for Into the Breach. And this pistol round's so important for Illuminar. If Into the Breach can take 12, knowing how Illuminar played the early stages of this map, I think they'll go for the force buys. They won't allow their opponents to take any freebies. There it is, 3 players staying alive. Illuminar, I think, may have even plagued themselves a little bit with the early play that they went for, where they continued to force buy every round until like round number 7. Shots firing away. Teo does manage to take out Rusty as Cypher gets a refrag in the meantime. Illuminar crumbling under the pressure. Even with the stack on the B site in the early rotations, they just can't seem to get their way back into this. Lots of damage dealt. The Scout doing a lot. Masked. Late to react, but the flick's brilliant. Still a man advantage for the T side, and it really does feel like the retake, the defense, they're locked out of this situation. Draken as well, another to follow up, really does seal the deal. Masked gone. 13-4 Into the Breach, making this look really convincing. Mirage, not necessarily their strong suit either, so it's nice to see them pulling up big numbers here. Illuminar's map pick in a series that, as I've said plenty of times, they're the favourites in terms of the betting odds, in terms of what everyone thinks on HLTV. Probably the fan favourites as well. One of the bigger names in there, especially within the Polish scene. You've got some diehard Counter-Strike fans. Feels like Into the Breach are considered as like a UK team. I don't think there's that many Swedish fans that love Into the Breach because of Draken and Rusty. I could be wrong, though. You're a Swedish. You got a Swedish mum, a British dad, or vice versa. Maybe this is your perfect squad. Right now, they're looking like a pretty perfect squad. Flawless round so far. Teo on a bit of a flank from ramp. Friend of mine, things have been quiet. They are going to anticipate it. Dobbo back in the back side. Knows Neo could be tucked in the corner. And he's in for a bit of a surprise because he's there. 14-4. Into the Breach. 2 away from closing this out. And if they can do it without complications, right, they're going to be up against a buy now. Obviously, this is going to be a little bit harder than these freebies that they've taken in the last couple. But yeah, if they can pull this off, then it's 15-4. There'll still not be very much money on the CT side. $3,400 loss bonus, of course, but yeah, there's not going to be a huge amount behind them, especially on that CT side where everything's a little bit more expensive. Needs to rein in. Morels drops under. Cypher flying in. Adam up close with a Mac 10. Blind a bit of a bonus right now. That was only good for 1. Traded by Cypher, and he'll be able to go and swap out to that M4 as well if he wants it. Smoke into window. He sees there's a little gap on the right. Says, you're not getting away with that. Cheeky, cheeky. Good shot from Masked. Ooh, follows up with another head. Shane in the meantime as well. The aggression into Palace is perfect. Dobbo does find one back, but a 1-on-4 on his hands to try and pull off. Knows roughly where Shane is. Molly try and flush him out. I don't think they'll spread onto the box. It certainly won't quick enough as Shane finishes him off. And 14-5. Still a massive, massive margin here for Into the Breach. But they couldn't get it done on easy mode. They've got plenty of cash to reinvest into this one, so they will. But yeah, this could have been map point for them. And instead, they have got to come back into this round fighting, swinging, try and take it their way. Unfortunately, Adam had his back turned there. Cypher definitely had that fight and maybe would have even won it if he was the bodyguard in that situation. 14-5. Guns out again here for Into the Breach. Last round they played a bit of a bonus. This time, no bonuses in play. AK's on 4 and AWP on Draken. Bialy spots him on the jump. Sees 2 underpass, or at least he's definitely seen 1. A shot from Masked. Morales follows up with a nade as well. Flashbang into middle to accompany a peek. That's going to be the window swing, and it's Bialy to find it. Clean stuff. Shot from Masked again, even while blinded around the smokes too. Morales with another. As Adam spotted, yeah, doesn't have time to react there. Unfortunate stuff. 14-6. Illuminar are slowly but surely clawing their way back into this. Now gets aggressive. Of course, they're only on an eco, so it's going to be a freebie here for Illuminar. Good opportunity for them to take 7. Bialy towards short. Rusty in apartments. Couple of nice shots from Bialy, and there we go. Things close out. So yeah, Into the Breach, of course, as I said, it was just some pistols there. I'm surprised they actually play it as slow as they do, but yeah, it definitely goes their way. Not one that I think was really up for question there. Burning a minute on that clock, then trying to burst into the B-bomb site. No success. They get absolutely chomped on the crossfire. Cypher finds 1 Into the Breach. This could be their 15th. Cypher starts to work his way forward. And Drakens get things done. 15. About to go down on the board. Inevitable hit for Into the Breach. Illuminar are just too far out of this. Almost. Okay, all right. I thought he was to get a little bit closer to him there, but sort of panics off of Cobra moving a little bit. Rattles off that P250. Morales, surely not. He's actually going to go for a ninja defuse on the cross. Adam will stop that from happening. I think he was hoping that they'd exited. And he could pull off some kind of crazy affair like what we saw just the other day. It was Masked in the series the other week that got that crazy ninja defuse against 777. I think it's probably the most viewed clip on this channel. I think it was on this channel. If not, it's the pinned tweet on my Twitter. Not trying to plug it, but That's where it is if you want to go watch it. Mental stuff. Made the top of Global Offensive Reddit. Loads of people putting it in YouTube videos. Blew up on some fella's TikTok account. Didn't give anyone any credit for it. About 1 million views. A shot from Draken. This could be the final round of the game here for Into the Breach. Especially with that early advantage. Bialy's had a good game, but his teammates haven't been able to output that same kind of damage. Morels and Master have been okay, but yeah, Teo and Shane have really been out of this one. Morels hasn't had a great match either, to be fair. Master on the angle, AWP in hand, knows he needs to deliver, needs to hit a shot here as he peeks. Doesn't want to go a step wider, then he'll be facing right into Draken, but anyway, he's getting this kill. One being planted for ramp. Draken right on the angle. Dobbo in the meantime finds a headshot and a 4 versus 2. Surely unwinnable here. The double AWPs on the retake. No chance at all. Teo gonna drop. It all falls onto Master. Does win the duel against Draken. Patience, somewhat of a virtue for him. It's not going to merit him all too much. As the round still slips away from them. 16-7. The scoreline there for Into the Breach on their opponent's map pick. I mean, that's impressive, right? The underdogs in the series as a whole anyway, and then, yeah, turning up on their opponent's pick like that is seriously one way of getting it done. That's going to conclude things, though. First map going Into the Breach's way. Not what everyone was expecting. Certainly not what I was expecting. And not to be as convincing as it was. That's going to conclude things here for that first map. We're going to jump to a short 10-minute break, folks. When we return, we'll be back with the second map of this series to see if they can make this happen. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment.
was looking for. Now that my search is over, it's gonna be a tough choice. But fortunately, no need to choose when you can just have them all. Buy and sell skins on bitskins.com. Your one-stop shop for all CSGO skins.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault. And the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
Welcome back, everybody. We've just seen a fantastic first map by Into the Breach. Absolutely stomped. They looked fantastic. If they can continue that momentum across to Overpass, then I think we're in for a real treat. But for now, things yet to start. Game ready to go live in just a couple of seconds. There was all of the players are connected and ready to rumble. No technical issues, nothing like that. They are ready to fight. And we're going to be getting things kicking here on Overpass. It's Illuminar starting off on their CT side, Into the Breach on their attack. We'll see what they can do with this. Oh. Adam up close. Spamming away with this Glock. Dobbo with one back. Oh my goodness. Into the breach. Putting their foot down here. B bomb site obtained. They're looking fantastic as they funnel in. Morel's overwhelmed as well. Cypher pressuring forward. Bialy tapping away. Won't be able to get much done either. Cypher and Adam take him out. Solid stuff. One round up here for Into the Breach. Rusty with a nice headshot. Pressure and forward, it's Draken. try and take a bit of contact, try and do something early. Bialy over on the bomb site, 5-7 in hand, does spot one cross, but Adam, so much pressure being applied here. This is brilliant. Such a good start for him. They will be able to get this C4 down in just a second. There it is, Draken planting it. Up close, Galil in hand. Boat being hunted. Does get dinked, but does manage to convert the shot. So, clean stuff from it. Big kills. Dobbo following up. Making it 2. And a good start. A brilliant start, to be honest. Here for each, of course, taking that first map, carrying that momentum across. I said if they can carry that momentum across, they'll be in a really powerful position here on Overpass. And they do so. They do so nicely. Taking the first 2. Likely to be up here as well, as they're just up against a weak buy. Good opportunity to swing this further in their favour. Pipe goes down into the breach. We'll be able to make this a 3rd. Rusty follows up. Theo with a nice deagle shot. Spams away. Look at this. Just completely disposing of these pistols. Really, really brilliant stuff there from the Into the Breach squad. Ace to rain over. This is where the big guns come out. This is where things start to get interesting. Illuminar. Rifles in hand. Couple of players having a bit of a weak start today. Cypher with a big frag. Shane gone. Boosting in play. Oh my goodness. Cypher's just tearing them to shreds. Illuminar getting off to a really, really weak one here. With this buy round slipping away from them, the odds shift even further and into the Breach's favour. But it's still really early days, and I think that's the kind of big factor here. Yeah, 4 rounds into a game, obviously Into the Breach have got off to a fantastic start. This is their T side. But there's still a lot to be said about this. There's still a lot more to come. Illuminar have taken some brilliant wins here. They're actually on a 4-map win streak here on this very map. Now, obviously, it's against a slightly lower caliber of opponents. Some of the teams they've been playing against recently. Fun Flash, Gem 1, 777, Apex Rebels, but they've not dropped more than 10 rounds on this very map since early October up against Onyx, where they actually managed to lose it. So, and then one against OG as well in the Road to Rio, and Honoris in the Rotterdam. Close quals there. A lot of their matches have been very convincing, either convincing wins or convincing losses. Rarely is it close. Buy up again into the breach, still playing a bit of a bonus. Nice early jaws from Masked, though. That's a brilliant start. Morels picking himself for being aggressive there, because as soon as Masked finds those entries, he kind of wants to get out of there, take that two-man advantage, and, yeah, play with it later into the round. And the issue he faces is that luxury isn't there. Already aggressed up to party, and once Masked takes those fights, there's not a lot that Morels can do to actually backtrack. Masked off to a good start, though. 3 in the round, and he's still alive and kicking into the breach, falling back over towards the B side of things. Shane here still to defend, and he's got an M4 in hand. Rusty's low on health as well, so this round so far still definitely favouring Illuminar. Theo needs to get his ass over to B, though, and help his teammate. As he starts the rotation, knows that things have been quiet for far too long here on A. And unless they've wrapped around to long, in which case Masked's in a brilliant position, and it is going to be the B here. And it is the latter, they know it. Teo in a brilliant position for it. Good flashbang. Keeps them at an arm's length. And the fact that they're here, that flashbang is going to definitely concern them. Make them question if they know about their presence. And it doesn't give them enough time to fall back to A. 25 seconds. They started to exit into entry into the site with 15 seconds left. They'll press further forward for it. Teo with a big opening kill. C4 being planted down though. Shane takes out Draken. And it's all on Dobbo. And Shane doesn't want to aggress into Dobbo until his teammate's ready. Oh my goodness. Okay, Dobbo swings into the fight himself, though. Tucked behind the site, masked with a molly. Goes a bit too deep. Dobbo on a wicked off angle. As he just keeps poking his head over. Masked has no idea. Head spotted. Damage dealt, but not the kill. And Masked. This is such a big round for him. Dobbo yet to die, though. And wants to prove that he's immortal, and he does. Oh my goodness. Talk about 007, this man 700. No assists, he finishes off every one of his opponents. No deaths. He's as clean as he can be. Even taking damage from Teo there when he took that initial fight. So strong. This is just ridiculous, right? The underdogs in the series taking these maps with so much conviction. Draken missing his early shot, takes a little bit of damage from the Deagle, but actually Morels is 5-7 to find that opening. On to Cypher. Shane peeking back into the smoke, but okay. Looks for an early fight there, gets spammed through instead. Dobbo spots ahead, but doesn't react to it. Teo able to use that opportunity to strip one off himself. 5-7 goes big. Draken planting right out in the open. He's actually yet to find a kill in this game. And he's actually AWP out since very early stages. Rusty finds Masked, considering this is just a pistol round. Illuminar have actually done a very substantial amount of damage. The issue is they can't seem to do this kind of damage in the buys. Smoke into short. Bialy and Morels seem very locked out of this. Illuminar just seem out of this game completely. Bialy does hit a nice shot and follows up with a lot of damage onto Adam. If they were exiting out a monster, Morels would be in for a couple of freebies here, but they won't be. They'll be headed over towards that A site, where they'll get out of there alive. They'll carry those weapons across. Rusty's actually going to go down with the ship. Okay. That felt needless. It's all right. They've got tons of cash. 7.5k in his bank. For everyone else, plenty of money as well. A lot of them above double digits. It was actually Dobbo's last bullet, I think, there that killed the aggressing man towards the monster area. Into the breach. 6-0 up and a bit of wind in their sails, bit of momentum behind them. Morels looking for an early fight here towards Party. Has played this position plenty of times in the past, so surely something that'll be anticipated. Cypher expects a bit of aggression, but no one here just yet. But there we go. Morels, nice entry. Dobbo. Oh, that's a big trade. Morales wants to fall away, but doesn't really have the support for it. Mast instead. Attention diverted towards Long as he finds that first. No one else faces into him just yet. They kind of expect him to have fallen away. Cypher thinks he's going to reaggress. That's actually the case, with Rusty finding one more elsewhere. Mast quicker to the trigger. Keeps the numbers in their favour, but needs to make sure not to get too greedy here. In the long tunnels, he's got no support. The only way out is by fighting. He's been pretty happy to do that so far. Shane with a nice frag. Bialy drops. It's to Dobbo's hands. And Mast on the angle. Well, he doesn't miss those. 3 in the round for him. Shane with 1. And Morel's obviously finding that opening. Really does make things look solid for Illuminar. Considering how this game has started, I'm actually very impressed with their abilities in this one. Done a great job swinging it their way. Ollie in play, Rusty to work around it. It's not a really weird angle, but I like it. He's got support, so he can justify it. Morel's over towards the party position. Loves playing this angle. Cypher starts to aggress. It all really comes down to timings here as Rusty pressuring up Con. Cypher does find Morels. Mast on this AWP. They know he likes to play toilets, but now he's lost that supporting man. He's in a bit of trouble. Smoke down, and Cypher laser beams him right through it. The man who was having a bit of a slow start on Mirage really does come to life here on Overpass. Dobbo caught with a flashbang in his hands, but it doesn't actually get him killed. Somehow he gets away with a kill of his own. And Bialy left in a 1-on-5. I am not sure what's happening here. Illuminar are falling apart. This is just almost embarrassing. So many of these key fights being lost. Illuminar just looking so weak here in this series. Absolutely demolished that first map. Look at that angle as well from Dobbo. I wasn't sure where he got shot from, but now we know. Remember, folks, Bitskins, one of our trusted partners here at the CCT Tour. If you do want to go check them out, click that banner down below. You can buy, sell, and trade skins. That's right, I said trade skins. They've got a peer-to-peer trading feature where you can trade with real people instead of bots. So, definitely worth checking out. Pistols in play. Cypher still consistent with these entries. Shane on a Hero M4. Not that he's saved or anything like that. No, he's invested into this one. Dobbo's spidey senses kick in as things are a little too quiet towards Monster. Expects the aggression and catches it out. Punishes. Two-man advantage and heavy presence here and connects. Teo spots ahead and rips it off. Hits the dink and the body shot to follow. Spot Cypher. Teo, what on earth has gotten into you, my friend? A double kill at an unlikely time for it. C4 will be planted over towards the B site, and with Draken hitting that one, that was a really awkward shot, but does convert it. Bialy will fall. Shane and Teo get out of there. This was, in effect, an eco round. Shane, of course, with that Hero M4, means that he'll have no money in the next if he dies here, so yeah, definitely worth him saving this across into the follow-up. Teo as well with an AK-47 that he's found. Worked hard for, found himself 2 kills there in middle. Towards the fountain and Barty. Pressuring forward. Connector control obtained. Illuminar completely given it up. They've actually completely given up this whole portion of map control. Previously contesting party and toilets as they had been, hadn't really been working. Morels quite often was getting caught out there in that party position, and it left Mast very vulnerable on that sniper, so they've kind of given up that part of the map. Morels still head towards long toilets, though. Draken peeking into the angle. Won't spot anything for now and doesn't really want to over-extend here. Teo on the bomb site does take contacts. He's playing over towards the map. Jump spots in Dice. Sees them all coming his way. And Morels knows he has to stay patient here. Draken creeping up. Shadow spotted, but Draken's still quick enough. That is unbelievable. Cypher starts to work his way up onto the site. Spots an arm. Free kill on Teo. Flashbang over the top for the retake. What is Shane doing there? Crumbles under the pressure, masked with one, but as his teammate Bialy falls, he's left in a 1-on-4. He's got to pull off an ace to try and make this happen. Does hit another nice shot, one up close. Okay, masked. Maybe a chance here. Into the breach, reel it in. They give you a bit of respect, as they should. But 9-1, the scoreline goes into the breach, looking a much, much stronger side here. And I think Illuminar needs to call a pause. I'm really not sure why they haven't called a timeout yet. This has been an atrocious start to the second map, and a map that they're actually pretty good on historically as well. Now, we see maps like this quite often where a team gets off to a really, really convincing start and then things start to slip away. We end up seeing like a 10-5 or a 9-6 half, and yeah, things kind of balanced out. We end up seeing a third or something like that, but if that's the case, Illuminar are really out of this. They just don't look like they're in the game at all. Maybe they'll arrive to the server some point in the later stages of this half, or maybe the next. Shane, Teo, both losing their lives straight away. This is going to be double digits here for Into the Breach, and I feel like a broken record. This is almost painful to watch. This is like Illuminar have just never played Overpass, and Into the Breach have got all of the confidence behind them, more confidence than I've ever seen from this squad. And that confidence has resonated since the start of this series as well. Kind of bonkers, and it's not the usual suspects that are stepping up as well, as I said before, right? Draken had a great game on Mirage, but he's been really quiet here. He's 3-5. Dobbo had a brilliant map on Mirage, and now a brilliant map here on Overpass. Now, Adam slowed down a little bit after his fragging ability was maybe maxed out in that first map, but Dobbo's going 17-3. 17-3. Now, a few of these have been eco rounds and things like that for Illuminar, but especially since they've got onto that max loss bonus, I'd say at least half, maybe even the majority of these have been the decent amount of money behind them. They're just broken. Look at this. They're broken. They're out of this. They might as well just... I don't want to be too critical, right? But what is going on? We're seeing these hero rifles in so many of these eco rounds. They're not working. They're not working at all. Bialy this round does find himself one kill, but I'm not sure what it's supposed to merit when his teammates have got nothing behind them. Pistols with no Kevlar. Teo goes for a scout. That's fine. He's still got 2k, can buy in the next. But for Bialy, going for that hero M4, pushing long, it's so disjointed. It means he's not going to have any money in the next. He'll have 3,800. He can buy, an M4 and Kevlar if he wants it. I suppose a FAMAS if he wants some util. Maybe an SMG. This feels like a mess. This feels like an absolute mess. Mast isn't going to have enough to go for an AWP in the next round either. Well, technically we're at like 5,600, so could buy an AWP and Kevlar, but it won't be a full buy, right? I think that's kind of the point I'm trying to make. Illuminar consistently throughout this series, and they did this in the first map as well. Yeah, they kept making these really bad economic decisions, even after losing the pistol round. Okay, we've got a bomb plant. Let's go for a force buy. Losing the force buy. Okay, we've got another bomb plant. Let's go for another force buy. That's fine. But then they continued the force buys, and that's where things went sour. Aggression into the bomb site. Scout on Teo, not connecting. It all falls onto Shane. 1 versus 4. What a shot from Rusty. It's clean. 11-1 into the breach. Are just running away with this. Stealing the show. There's certainly one way to put it. Now look out of this. I honestly, I really did think that we'd see more from Illuminar going into this second map. I thought, you know what? They've had a really rough time on Mirage. It's their map pick, but so often in the CCT, we see these crazy upsets where a team lose their map pick, then they come into the second with, this fresh attitude, this clean slate. That's just not been the case. Illuminar have been completely out of this. They've looked terrible. Pass. Not much better on Mirage either. That was their map pick. Shane. Overwhelmed, caught with nades in his hand. And I'm a broken record. 12-1, the scoreline will go. As Illuminar are just falling apart. Cypher with a big headshot onto Morales. Round number 14 into the breach with 12 behind them. Bialy with a big opening headshot. Cypher follows up elsewhere. Bialy traded. Rusty expects Morales in the corner. Pre-aims, pre-fires, and exits. Looks like it's going to be 13 for ITB. Good boost, but somehow doesn't finish off Rusty. Tag down low. Actually, another bullet connects onto him through that door. What has just happened there? There was smoke and then was hit by a nade or something and it just instantly extinguished. I think maybe he was hit by a Molotov and then him throwing the smoke. It was... I'm really not sure. I'm not sure what's happened there. 13-1 though. Scoreline really leaning in the favour of ITB now. They are looking unstoppable here on this map. I didn't see a ticket back in for Illuminar. It's very rare that we actually see a one-sided game like this that just continues to be one-sided. Normally you see a one-sided start and then things start to even out, but yeah, that's just not been the case here at all. It's kind of ridiculous. 13-1 and an auto sniper in play for Adam 9130. I did wonder, right, with the AWP nerf, if we would actually see more auto snipe come out, just because they are somewhat viable. But yeah, no, just another crushed round. 14-1. Shane walks right into a HE. It's ridiculous. And you can see him kind of question it as well as he crosses and the HE just lands at his feet. He's like, what is going on? Why are they even HEing that? It's a 5v1. They have no info on me, but it's going to be that. And 14-1 they go. Second half pistol round. I'm really not sure what this really means for Illuminar at all. It actually looks like they might actually be able to take it as well, but it's too little, too late for sure. Even if they take a second round here and they get it done, I mean, maybe just what they needed was a bit of a change of pace, a fast play with the pistols, but yeah, coming into a round like that. It's an 11-4, a 10-5 half. You say, yeah, okay, you know what? Pistol round, we could maybe still make a comeback here. This stage, it really feels over. The game's gone. Pistols out for ITB. Rifles in Illuminar's hands. This would be one hell of a comeback if they could pull it off. This would actually be unbelievable if they could make this happen. I've been a bit doom and gloom. I've really felt like they've been out of this. Morales does find one with the nade. Shane drops. Rusty takes one back with a deagle. Oh my goodness, they're trying to knife him. What are you doing? What are you doing? It's full team 2. You're letting Rusty have this. They've thrown the round. They've thrown the round completely. What is happening right now? Bracken finishes it off. I'm lost for words. I'm absolutely lost for words. Look at this. Look at the advantages they have. They find all of the kills. Okay, there's a TK, but it's a 3v2. Mast has a free kill onto Rusty, and he decides to try and knife him. Big kills from Cypher, puts things back into the 2-on-1, and that's going to be it. It's going to be GG. Mast peeks right into the final man, 16-2. That is the worst game of Counter-Strike I've ever seen from Illuminar. From any of those players, from any other projects they've been a part of, and actually from this project as well that's been doing so great this year. This match was sort of so anticipated on the basis of Illuminar's fantastic run so far in the tournament, so far in these CCT tours. Horrendously bad. Horrendously bad. I don't know. I'm lost for words. 2-0 into the breach. Take their map pick 16. Take their opponent's map pick 16-7 and their own 16-2. That is just ridiculous. There's really not a whole lot more to be said about that, to be perfectly honest. Into the breach. They play a fantastic day of CS. And as I said before, it's some of the players that don't often get the limelight that are able to step up and put up those big numbers. Good opportunity for the HLTV stat pads, because it really did feel like they were handed that one on a silver platter. Here's today's matchups, and well, not just today's matchups, but all of the group stage round 1 matches concluded. Drift losing 2-0 to Masonic. Dynamo Echolot taking Falcons down 2-0 as well, which is a bit of an interesting one. Dynamo Echolot are a fantastic team, and they've been doing really well recently, but Falcons have got some big names, right? So I think there was a lot of eyeballs on that game, and maybe a bit of disappointment they weren't able to take it. Havu taking down Ago. That was yesterday. That was a really, really one-sided one. Anonymo and Forza as well. That one went the distance, 2-1. Endpoint versus Isuba, 2-1 there as well. X-Finest taking a Static 2-0. They've been fantastic recently, and a Static, of course, a squad that that was earlier on today as well, but a Static, a squad that was sort of back on the up and coming, but X-Finest would be a bit of a blow for them. 9 in that match earlier on as well that I covered versus 777 went the absolute distance. Single overtime in the first map, double overtime in the second, and then a 16-10 to conclude things. And in that final match of the day, it's into the breach of Illuminar, the 2-0 there. But to be honest, I feel like that scoreline doesn't even do it justice. It was a 2-0, but it was beyond that, right? It was an absolute stomp, ridiculous stuff. So that's where the group standings lie. And that's going to conclude the broadcast for today. A really, really interesting match, to be perfectly honest. To be honest, a really interesting day of Counter-Strike. I feel like that last series was a little bit anticlimactic, done and dusted, put us back on schedule, you know. But bizarre stuff from Illuminar, and I really hope to see more out of them, because I'm not sure what went on today, but that was really, really poor. Anyway, everybody have a wonderful rest of your evening. Thank you so much for joining us for this broadcast, and we will see you all same time, same place tomorrow to be bringing you through more Counter-Strike action. So have a wonderful rest of your night, and we'll see you all soon. Bye-bye.
Finally, I found what I was looking for. Now that my search is over, it's gonna be a tough choice. But fortunately, no need to choose when you can just have them all. Buy and sell skins on bitskins.com. Your one-stop shop for all CSGO skins.
Win up to $1 million with your CSGO esports predictions. Simply guess the kill scores of the 10 players in a CSGO match. The more you guess correctly, the bigger the prize. You'll need at least 2 correct predictions to win a prize. Guess all 10 correct and win $1 million. Experience the exciting new way to add a little prosperity when watching esports tournaments. And register now to receive a free entry ticket upon sign-up. Predict kills, win millions, prosper.
Tired of boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellcase website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellcase, your world of expensive skins.